Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
Now I'm out for blood. Get your door. Get your door. Get your door. Get your door. Now I'm out for blood. I'm gonna handle it all. Nothing you could do to stop what's coming. A one-man army. You hear the drummer drumming. I'm running through everything. My team on my back. This for my people. This for my people. Ain't no turning back. I'ma end it all. For the ones who ain't here. I'ma end it all. And the ending is near. When the chips is down. At the end of the day. No matter what happens. That's what you say. Tell them we got it. Tell them we far from done. Tell them we got it. I'ma take everyone. Tell them we got it. Tell them we far from done. Tell them we got it. I'll take them one by one. I'll take them one by one. I'll take them one by one.
桥头肯定不是这两支队赌。
是，哎，抢车，果然这两支队伍还是有些冲突。这个车是 FTI 拿到了。
放心，没有掩体，没有掩体，但这个拖的位置可能也是一个选择。那谁需要找枪啊？
有把枪，我看到了。
啊！
哎，
撬棍，
撬棍，直接
抢车。
哎，下车，规避伤害。
开始表演身法了，这个撬棍打上去，直接打到了车框，走了，零售吗？真的走了吗？
走了，走了。
However, on the east side, look at this Enzo on the pull-up here. Stardust still positioned in this little defilade.
There's no way Ensor into where this position was taking. LG finds one, finds two. That is 4-4. We're not dying. They've been as quiet as last game was. They have been brawling this entire end.
Much more of a solo Snake effort here. You can see FaZe now creating an opportunity here with the utility, trying to at least create a pathway for them, but they're leaving it pretty late here if they're going to pile up into vehicles. Lose set up with a Grozer as well.
At the same time too.
The pre-nade from Perfectix could be huge.
See if it hits anything. Comes out on the other side of the wall. AIDS is still in his car. Tries to reverse off of the wall and drives straight on top of the landmine. But Tulans gets a confirm on it.
수류탄도 있습니다. 수류탄도 있네요. 자, 타이밍. 오, 타이밍. 문닫기. 지금 던지는데 문닫기. 여기에서 앞쪽으로 수류탄.直接上车，顶哪里？顶防区吗？往防区走了，过点 iPhone 那是防区的。
这边的话，
啊！铁皮挡板卡住了头车，后面拐弯没有拐过去。哇，还好这个应付。
Esports are taking a ton of damage as well. Actually losing one in the process. Exo on the pull up with the nade though, it goes straight in. Faris has found Iroh.
Full speed forward they go. Odin down as well. Confirmed line. This nade could be perfect and he finds three! Payne's able to get him, doing all the damage Lyra needs. Unfortunately, not able to get him, but now they're all burning one by one. Payne's doing all the damage needed to rack up much needed points here.
Actually, Laza looking to continue. Hobbits will fall.
Now the Ruin goes down. Laza, nice off angle, finds the first. Does he get the second? Yes, it does! What a nice transfer. Finds the second in Filfist, and now it's just one on his feet. Great play from Laza up close, using the spoiler, the element of surprise to perfection.
Laza going to find one of the confirms here. Dante on the push though. A wild push. Laza finding all 4 kills.
기절당하지 않는 데면 반격할 수 있고요. 던져놓고 그렇죠. 페이스입니다. 리버스 앞에 있어요. 하나 더. 이것도. 헤더. 총성 넥서스. 자 여기서 하나. 네 윗가가 지금 싸고 있어요.
We are a minute away from arriving at the PCS7 battlefield. This is the last battle for PGC 2022. Give everything you have. 64 squads from 4 main regions, APAC, Americas, Asia, and Europe, will be participating in this operation. Erangel and Miramar, where the operation will take place, seem quite peaceful for now. But when the battle starts, you'll never know what could happen here. Remember, the squad that scores the highest points on this battlefield will become the champion of PCS7. Prizes are awarded to the champions and those who survive the fierce battle. Total prize money mounts up to $1 million. But prize money is not our main mission objective. PGC points is what this mission is all about. Take a close look at these squads. They are your rivals on the way to PGC 2022. All squads are ranked based on their achievement from regional qualifiers. The world's best 32 squads with the most PGC points can advance to our final mission, PGC 2022. Day Trade Gaming is leading the way in APAC, where the first gunshot will be fired. The point gap is big, but there is a way to turn the tables at once by becoming the PCS7 APAC champion. I wonder which squad will advance to PGC 2022 in this competitive region. Sonic's 4-time PCS champion in America's region is leading the region with a total of 745 PGC points. Seems like they are almost locked up along with E-United. Still, all squads have a chance to advance to PGC 2022, as there is a slot reserved for the PCS7 champion. Asia is the homeland of all the PGC champions until now. Their firepower is beyond limits. Strongest among them all is Petrichor Road, the 3-time consecutive winner of PCS. Unlike other regions, there is no champion seed for PGC 2022, so watch out for any drastic measures the squads may take. The last one coming, Europe, is where Northern Lights wield their power. However, no one knows how things will go, since all the squads in this region have what it takes to become a champion. Like APAC and Americas, Europe also has a champion seed for PGC 2022, so every squad has a fair chance. Operation PCS7 is an important gateway to PGC 2022. It is time to start the operation. Everyone ready? Do not forget that only the best performing squads have a chance to fight at PGC 2022, so prove yourself in the battlegrounds.
Hi PUBG Esports fans, this is Annie of PUBG Esports News. PCS7, the last chance to earn points for PGC 2022, is back. Let's take a look at the APAC region first. Total of 16 teams from Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and OC region will be competing in APAC region. From Thailand, the host country of PMC 2022, a total of 5 teams qualified. 3 teams from PUBG Thailand series, Daytrade Gaming, Buram United Esports, and Theaton 5, and 2 teams from Thailand Open, Yarena and MS Chonburi. Daytrade Gaming advanced to PCS7 APAC by again winning PTS with huge point gap. We can see how powerful this team is by looking at PTS stat leaderboard, Nurin's on the top, followed by Flash and Balmeth. The focus is now on whether they will win consecutive championship in PCS7. Scream out loud! Buram United Esports, who always showed aggressive playstyle in global stage, is back in PCS7. They failed to advance to PCS6, but they just got better this time. What a nade! Let's see how much more aggressive Buram United Esports can be. Quite sure they will be making some epic moments this time in PCS7 too. Theaton 5, the super rookie team in Thailand, barely made it to PCS7. The point gap with 4th place Myth was just 1 single point. Thanks to Rosetta Jr.'s final kill, they were able to secure a PCS7 APAC ticket. In PUBG Thailand Open, MS Chonburi also won a ticket with miraculous chicken dinner thanks to Julia's incredible clutch. We'll have to wait and see whether this could also happen in PCS7 APAC. From Vietnam, veteran teams, The Expendables and Cerberus Esports, and 3 rookie teams, Genius Esports, New Generation Esports, and Icarus Cyber, have advanced to PCS7 APAC. The Expendables have advanced to PCS7 by winning PUBG Vietnam series with 120 points gap with 2nd place Cerberus Esports, who has the record for the most wins in the PVSs. Cerberus Esports seemed not as powerful in the global tournaments, but they showed potential in PCS6 APAC by ranking 4th, so they do have chance to take away Daytrade Gaming's champion title. Competition among veteran teams from Thailand and Vietnam will be an interesting point to watch in PCS7 APAC. Genius Esports sound like a new team, but this team is consisted of Simon T, Chloris, and Zest from BN United. They placed 3rd in recent PVS with their clever timings and engagement skills. Especially, the head-to-head fight against BN United made Vietnam's fans go wild. Genius Esports must make it in the top 5 in PCS7 APAC to advance to the PGC 2022. We'll have to see if they can make it happen. In PUBG Challenger Rumble 2022 Season 4, 2 Malaysian teams, Shuago Dwi and PMA, and Archangel Predator from Philippines, and From the Future from Indonesia have advanced to PCS7 APAC. Among them, the team we need to focus is Shuago Dwi. This team is a newly formed team led by Leo, who represented Chinese Taipei in PNC for 2 times, and he's playing with 3 Malaysian players, Shen, Sophia, and Jarvis. They were able to secure the first place by beating the Philippines Archangel Predator with 76 points gap. Will they be able to prove once again the potential they've shown in PUBG Challenger Rumble? From Oceania, Team Blease and Origami Orangutans have advanced to PCS7 APAC. Team Blease, led by Insight, is indeed the best team from OC region, and their goal must be stacking up more PGC points so that they can advance to PGC 2022. Let's take a look at the PGC point standings for APAC. Daytrade Gaming, the winner of PCS6 APAC, is ranked first with 200 points, and if they make it in the top 12 in PCS7, they'll be able to secure their spot in PGC 2022 with no difficulties. However, other teams may be going to face different fates depending on the results of PCS7 APAC. All teams have chance though, as PCS7 APAC champion will directly advance to PGC 2022, so don't give up. With a mix of North American superstars and South American rising stars, the Americas region is expected to be one of the most exciting competitions. From NA Regional Playoffs, Sonics, the winner of most PCS Americas, Wildcard Gaming, E-United, Dodge, and Tokyo Manjigang, and Luminosity Gaming, who picked up shoot-to-kill players, have advanced to PCS7 Americas. Sonics proved their class by winning the regional playoffs and sweeping all the big stats such as most kills, most assists, most damage, and even most winner-winner chicken dinner. Wildcard Gaming is back in PUBG Esports scene by picking up Gascon's players. They ranked second after Sonics, only 2 points gap with third place E-United. E-United showed off their potential in the last match by pulling off a 2v3 clutch. With this member, they can do anything. The competition for the cut line was just as fierce as the competition for the top group. Yahoo, who has the Brazilian superstar Sparking, Dodge, who strengthened their roster by recruiting Corsac, and Tokyo Manjigang, who moved from Europe to North America, competed for the 6th place, and at the end, Dodge and Tokyo Manjigang won the tickets. The competition among South American teams was also on fire. Fiumba, 22 Esports, and 4 Poor Men, with Brazilian youngsters, have qualified as the top point getters. Team X of Colombia and Synergy Esports, with the living legend of Argentina, Siljan, put their name on the PCS7 America list, along with Trogloditos in a point tie. Fiumba is consisted of the old KPI Gaming members. Siljan has left to Synergy Esports. This team is still very strong. With young bloods from Argentina, they've ranked first in South America regional playoff. As we've seen how well Brazilian rookie players performed in PNC 2022, let's keep an eye on Haven from 22 Esports and LFP VHC from 4 Poor Men, a team with interesting name, and see how they perform in their next global tournaments. Bing Bang Boom, Peak FA, the Rumblers, Eoscuri made it through the Last Chance qualifier. Bing Bang Boom heading to Last Chance qualifier was not expected, but they were able to make it to PCS7 Americas thanks to Keenan's performance, recording the most kills and most assists. The strength of the Brazilian teams was also outstanding this time. No Brazilian team have passed the Last Chance qualifier in PCS6, but this time, Pick FA and Eoscuri outperformed among prominent teams to qualify, and we should look forward to seeing if they can show their skills in the global competition. Let's check out PGC points for Americas. Sonics, who accumulated 725 points, and E-United, with 680 points, have indeed locked up their spot for PGC 2022. This means 4 seats left for Americas region. Which teams will be taking the spots in PCS7 Americas? PCS7 will be held in 4 regions around the world, starting with APAC and America on upcoming September 16th. And then Asia and Europe will kick off on September 30th. As this is the last chance to get the tickets for PGC 2022, please stay tuned to check out the result. We'll be back next time with news about Asia and Europe region. See you then. Bye!
这次是为了包揽 PCS 冠军而来。PCS 3连冠的队伍已经有了，但还没有诞生4连冠的队伍。我们这次是为了打破纪录而来。
패테이커의 소년 우승은 대단하지만 그게 영원하진 않다고 생각하거든요. 4연속 우승 도전은 저희가 꼭 끊어내도록 하겠습니다.
韩国队每次都说要拿 PCS 冠军，但是已经说了6遍了，即将也会成为第7遍。趁现在赶紧再说说吧。
중국 팀들이 좋은 모습을 보여준 건 인정하는데 무조건 이제 이기고 싶습니다. 절대 지고 싶지 않아요.
PCS7 では自分たちがどれくらい実力を発揮できるかっていうのを試したいと思ってます。
我的目标是拿到前3名，然后也要证明 GS 在亚洲区的实力。我们 GS 会变成他最可怕的敌人，然后送给他们一点点色小小。
上一次我拿了亚军，然后在更早的一次也拿了一次亚军，这次能不能再突破一下拿一下冠军？
这次我们希望能达成大满贯的荣誉，从 PCS7延续到2022 PGC， 然后我们是非常有信心夺冠的。
이번 PCS 거기서 거기라고 생각하기 때문에 우리 배고파가 기강 한번 세게 잡아보겠습니다.
他们没我弟我们厉害，他们就感觉不会自我突破，等好点拿冠军吧。
이번에 담원기아가 사고 한번 치겠습니다. 무시하지 마, 우리 한국인이야.
And we're back. It's week 2 for PCS7 Asia. The first 3 days already in the book. Now we've got 3 more days to go. 3 days in a row here to find out who is going to take the PCS7 Asia title. I'm Paper Thin. This is State. And State, it's been an incredible week 1. Now we're here on the second week. I mean, I think there's a ton to talk about after that first week. But really right now, I think we should look at who's on top, and that's Gen G.
Gen G, yeah. 3 of the top teams actually here at PCS7 Asia are coming out of the Korean region. Gen G and Bago Pa both in top 3. Gen G really resurfacing here at PCS7 after losing Pio going to Bago Pa. They're fighting back. They're at the top of the leaderboards, but man, it is a tight race.
Yeah, I think like throughout PCS Asia history, it's been almost a regional battle, right? Like China versus Korea, who's going to be the top region, who's going to come through and win the event. And so far, of course, it's been all China. Literally everyone has been a Chinese team, with Petrichor Road, of course, winning 3 in a row coming into this event. So the last 3 PCSs, one team has won all of them in our region. There's PGC slots on the line. That's still extremely complicated, to put it mildly. Look, we can go through that eventually. Maybe once we get into the game, we'll start talking about that a little bit more when we can see the leaderboards and things like that. But the PGC thing is so out there, I don't even know. But let's go back to last week. Let's kind of set the stage for this week. You know, we talked about Gen G. They're playing very good. Well, hold on. Let me hold my thought. The schedule came up, so let's talk about this.
Yeah, today is the 7th of October. We have Asia followed by Europe, and this is going to be wrapping up PCS7. We have 3 more days of action going all the way through Sunday. You guys can catch us here same day, or same time, every day for the next 3 days, and Europe right after us.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, nothing too out of the ordinary here, of course, with the Super Rule. It's 30 matches total, so we're already halfway through. We've got 15 more matches, 5 per day. So today is 3 Miramar, 2 Erangel, and then, you know, we kind of swap day to day. And then, of course, you know, you get your points through, 10 points for first place, a point per kill, yada, yada, yada. If you're a PUBG Esports fan, you're well aware of this system. And the prize pool here, quite nice.
Yeah, $250,000 up for grabs, $230,000 based on placement, with $80K for first place. And then, of course, we have special prizes for the Kill Leader, the Insane Squad, and the All PCS team. And if you guys want to support that, 30% of all PUBG net sales during PCS7 will go directly to the teams. So support your favorite players. Go buy some cool skins.
Yeah.
Swag on some fools.
Yeah, exactly.
Your ranked lobbies.
You gotta look good while you're doing it. Yeah.
Support the pro scene, man.
Exactly. Yeah. And I mean, that's the best part, right? This goes right back into the players. So the overall leaderboards here, we've already talked about it. Gen G, getting it done through the placement point is a big part of this. Them and Bago Pa, right? Like, we've been talking about this all last week, and now you can see again what we're saying is translating in. It's not just. We're not just making things up when we talk about how these teams play. You can see it in the leaderboards.
We played 15 maps last weekend, and of those 15 maps, Gen G and Bago Pa together won 7 of them. So almost half of the lobbies were won by Gen G and Bago Pa, and that's why they have a ton of placement points, more than pretty much anybody else on the board. New Happy probably down there in 3rd place with 48, followed by, God, I don't even know. It's such a drop-off, but I mean, the big story for me right now is you look at the top 8, and it's Korea, China, Korea, China, China, Korea, China. It's so tight up there in the top 8 right now. As you've said, this has been a regional battle here in PCS. The Korean teams, every single time in their interviews at the start of the tournament, they always say they want to finally win it for their home country of Korea. Hasn't happened. China has won every single PCS Asia so far, but this might be the first time that we have a Korean victor. We have 3 in the top 3.
Exactly, and I think what's interesting about this PCS is we're seeing the stark contrast between the two styles of the Chinese teams, which are very kill-heavy. You can see, for example, on your screen right now with 17 and New Happy on Erangel, they're putting up tremendous kill numbers, and that's what's propelling them to their... New Happy's a little bit of a different story than 17, but 17 in particular is putting up outrageous amounts of kills, particularly on Erangel. And so that's what's propelling them to success, while you already alluded to earlier for teams like Gen.G and BagoPa, their success is coming through their incredible late-game perseverance, persistence, the way that they're getting into these placement points.
Yeah, they just seem to win almost every time. If it's not Gen.G, it's going to be BagoPa, and you're right, more than half the time. And 17 Gaming, with their insane team fighting style, they've also been racking up a ton of kills. I think they're actually the team kill leaders heading into the second weekend. Is they're getting a lot of damage done, getting a lot of kills, but those placement points, I mean, we talk a lot about how playing a kill-heavy style tends to be a little bit more consistent in professional PUBG, because oftentimes, if you're playing for placement points, some of that comes down to fate, you know? You might not have the best circle, you might not have the best compound, you might have a hard path into whatever your final position is. But kills, you can always rack up kills in the mid-game. You can camp edges, you can take good team fights, and if you're consistently winning those fights, you're always going to be adding up kills. But surprisingly to me, Gen.G and BagoPa have been winning so consistently and placing in the top 3 so consistently that it's kind of turning that math on its head, because they've won so many lobbies so far, and that's propelled them past 50-plus placement points after week 1, and now they're both in top 3.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting, and I think as the day rolls on, you know, as we saw last week and as you'll be able to see this week, the way that those two team plays, obviously there's a lot of crossover in their thought in some manner, because, you know, Pio used to be on Gen.G for so long, and now he's on BagoPa. So, I mean, like, if you watch the way BagoPa operates, it is extremely similar to Gen.G from the last couple of years, the way that they think and approach the game, whereas new Gen.G is a little bit kind of... how do I say this? They're a little bit of a mixed bag right now, and I mean that in a good way. That they are, sometimes they dive for like a center dip, and it's something I generally don't like them to do if possible, because we've seen it time and time again. It's really hard to lock down those central dips. Like if you dive for a central dip on phase 3 on Miramar, somebody's going to start nading you. Yep. It's so tough to get out of. But Gen.G, they look more balanced this time.
Yeah, they're very well-rounded in kind of a mix of both the Chinese and the Korean approaches of the game here, and it's translated not only to those placement points you see right there on the board. A lot of kills on Miramar, the second-place team on that map, right behind Damwon Kia, who had a very interesting start if you missed week 1. They were having some hot drops down all the way in the southwest, but actually translating those into wins.
Yeah, big wins. Damwon Kia has been really good on Miramar. If they can get a few good games on Erangel, they could very well find themselves in contention for the first place spot. Loki's been playing extremely good up close and personal. When I did a quick sift through of the AR and DMR damage stats, Loki was up there for AR damage. Not at the top, and the player that's at the top, maybe we'll get to him eventually, which I think will surprise some people. But he's done a really good job. But Gen.G, I mean, this game right here was, I think, a really interesting kind of approach to this. You talked about how sometimes we have seen Gen.G third-partying. Actually, we saw it in the previous video with the 17 Gaming clips, where Gen.G was caught trying to third-party 17. It just didn't quite work out. But this is one where they were knocking members of Petrichor Road up on that hill by the firehouse, but they never pushed it, and they just kind of boxed them in and waited them out.
They were playing very conservatively, and yeah, it's something that you might see Chinese teams just kind of pounce on that opportunity, but Gen.G with a little bit of a unique take on how to approach the game. And yeah, the top performers right now, Ix left with 29 kills, Show with 5,002 damage. Holy crap.
I mean, Show is really, really playing some of the best PUBG we've ever seen right now. He's constantly just being a nuisance. You know, him and Xiao UDD are just busting down doors for 17. Their crisis management is insane. So Damage has been telling a really interesting story, I think, in this event overall.
Yeah, these two guys in particular, Show and XiaoYuDD, I might be the best 1-2 combo in the league right now. They're up to, I think, 600 damage a game between the two of them, which is just absolutely phenomenal. But one thing that was surprising to me as we were kind of looking over the stats before the show today was two of the top 3 teams in damage are not who you might expect. So they're both Korean teams, and the Freaks are actually leading damage right now across the board, which is just such a surprise to me. I mean, this is a team that's getting about 1,000 damage a game almost, but they're not getting a lot of kills. They're not getting too many placement points. So kind of similar to the way that we anticipated New Happy having a little bit of a resurgence after delivering consistent damage numbers but not following that up with kills in week 1. I think we can kind of expect the same thing from the Freaks here in week 2 because they're in the top 8, but they're not at the top of the standings. But the damage numbers just goes to show how well they're playing right now. And on top of that, it's not even E-End. If you watch PWS, it's not E-End that's carrying the weight there. It's Hikari and Akkad who are each almost getting 300 damage a game.
Exactly. I really like what you're talking about here because this is really fascinating that typically the teams that are doing the most damage are high up on the leaderboard, and our teams we're talking about as potential winners. And still, the Freaks could do it. They need all it takes is a big week this week, and they'll be right there in it. And it leads me to believe that either they're just farming edges, like long-range stuff, but when I looked at their damage, they're pretty well balanced as all things go. Here's our fantasy stats. I stood pat this week.
58 point
difference. I'm not having a terrible Asia week this week. I don't want to talk about Europe, but I stood pat. I kept the same team
Makes
as you
sense.
can do, even though it technically brings me over the 100,000.
Oh, it totally does. Yeah, Pio had a monster week 1 right there, 91 points. And Ming and XiaoYuDD is also, you have a very well-rounded team. I decided to mix it up a little bit. I liked what I saw out of a Tongmu there in week number 1. And I like the way that Genji is playing. So I want to pick up a Nonix, DG98. He's been a big part of BegoPod's success. And then New Happy also, I still feel like they're a little bit underperforming. Just like you look at their stats on paper, and I think they should be higher on the leaderboards than they are. So,
which is saying
HS
something,
as well, yeah,
because they're up there.
It really is.
I mean, they're just that good, right? Like that team is just so good. I mean, we'll talk about them a lot as well. But Tongmu's the player actually that I'm glad you picked him. Actually, in a way, not that I'm think he's gonna do bad. Like I'm not glad you picked him because I'm like, haha, now you're gonna lose. No, because Tongmu is actually our damage leader for AR damage right now, for assault rifle damage. 2,000 total damage across 15 games. That's quite a bit more than anybody. I'm pretty sure Show is next. And if I look real quick, Show had 1,700 AR damage. So he's got 300 total more AR damage than Show, who's putting up the most damage total. So Tongmu is really up close and personal, proving to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, he's having a breakout performance so far here at PCS7 Asia. And, man, I'm excited to see how my new fantasy team does. If you guys want to play along with us, twire.gg, is that right?
Yeah.
twire.gg. You can make your own fantasy team. You get 1,000, no, what is it, 100,000?
100,000
Monopoly dollars.
Yeah, Monopoly dollars to spend. Just
go ahead and spend and form your team. And I think there might be a little bit of time left because the matches haven't started yet. So get on that quick if you guys want to make your new team and compete with us. Could be a lot of fun.
Exactly. There's like a global leaderboard that shows everybody if you do really, really well in your top, I don't know exactly what it is. It used to be top 10. They might have expanded that. But you get some G-Coins if you do well enough for your PUBG accounts. You can spend that in-game, get yourself some swag, get yourself some items, those kind of things. So definitely you want to join us for that. Of course, there's going to be other ways you can participate to earn EP. Of course, if you haven't already done your pick'ems, well, I think it's too late. I think we're past the point of that. So Twitch drops is where you can get them now.
Yeah.
Just from watching. Literally, you just have to sit here, kick your feet up, watch the matches, and you get EP. You get drops. And you just have to link your Twitch account to your PUBG account. That EP goes over into your PUBG account. You go up into the top hand right tab where the PUBG Esports tab is. You go in there, and you can get the esports items for this event.
Yeah, a lot of fun ways to interact with PUBG Esports. It's a lot of fun. You can make fantasy teams not only here for Asia, but for Europe. That's going to be following this show as well on a little bit later after that. But, man, I'm excited to get started here today, man. I can't wait to get to day number 1. I think that, or game number 1, excuse me. I think we're going to have a very interesting finish here in these next 3 days because the top of the leaderboard is so tight right now. I think it's 11 points separating the top 3, which is basically nothing at all. And it's less than 40 points from position 1 to position 8, which is like you have 2 good games and you've already closed that gap. So really a lot of teams in the race, not only for the championship, but qualifying for that final, the World Championship here at the end of the year.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's so much to play for here, like especially for some of the teams that weren't at the first PCS where they weren't able to get some PGC points, like PEGOPA there, for example, like GFY, these teams that, Damo and Kia, that weren't at the first PCS6. So now here at PCS7, this is where they have to do the hard work to get as many PGC points as they can to give themselves the best chance to qualify. Teams like New Happy, teams like Petrichor Road, teams like Kwangdong Freaks, already basically in, if not basically guaranteed to be in. So they're going. Some of the other teams that were also at PCS6, like Danawa, are kind of on the bubble where they need to have a pretty good week. We haven't talked a lot about Danawa.
No.
They've been underperforming pretty significantly, and the problems are, I think, pretty complicated.
Yeah, they had a little bit of a slow start there on, I think, day 1 and day 2. They had a bit of a better showing, if memory serves, on day 3, but still not near the top of the leaderboard just yet, as it's been a very competitive field here at PCS7 Asia. A lot of teams showing up, and I mean, somebody's got to be at the bottom rung of the ladder, you know?
Right, exactly. I mean, it's not everyone can win every time. I mean, I say that.
Genji and PEGOPA try, and Petrichor Road has succeeded in that.
Exactly, exactly. So, you do your best. Let's see what they've got. It is game number 1 for the day. Day 4 here at PCS7 Asia. We're going up. We're getting in the plane. Let's get to it. It's Miramar, and we're cutting across the northern part of the map here, State. We're a little bit north heavy on this plane path.
Yeah, Junkyard to El Pozo. There's a lot of things in play. We might have some teams going for alternate drop sites considering how far north this is, but I think it's unlikely we'll have any kind of hot drops or fever drops considering the way things went in the previous week. I believe the only real instance we had was
we had like
it was Damwon Kia and it was Tiamba that was landing with them, right? All the way down in Valle del Mar.
Yeah, in Valle del Mar we had the one battle, and then we had like the one time for like what we call a fever drop, which is where teams inadvertently hot drop each other because they're trying to contest over vehicle spawns or something that didn't get situated in scrims because, you know, there's an unexpected plane path basically. So I think there was one where right with the crowbar. Remember? When,
oh yeah.
Yeah. Crowbar incident.
I remember that. That was day 1 match 1. I think that was a while ago.
It wasn't match 1. It was.
Was it not?
I don't remember what day it was.
We all learned something about crowbars.
Yeah, they can't fit through you as windows very easily, is what we learned.
I don't even know if they can fit through that at all.
Yeah, I don't know if it's possible. I don't know if the crowbar, like, how do I put this? The crowbar hitbox is.
Whoa.
Oof, we're way over on the east. So this is pretty likely to end pretty much where Lin is, somewhere in that vicinity, maybe a little bit more west of him.
Not the islands?
No. We don't have it. This is pretty much impossible for it to go to the islands based on the way that the circle mechanics work. Actually, it's impossible. I'm just going to call it. It's impossible. I'm going to say it right now. Sadly, chat, and as much as I would love to have the island circle, you have to understand that the only way island circles happen, you could tell pretty much instantly on the first circle that there's at least a chance.
There's none on this one.
Not. It's like, because it has to be further shifted south, and then the islands have to be like in the middle of the first circle. And even then, it might not. It might hard shift back to the coast. Like, it doesn't have to go islands.
4 Angry Men here with a roster change. They're going to be swapping out LZQQ for ZGG. So a little bit of a change for this team as 4AM has been struggling a little bit to find their footing here at PCS7 Asia.
Yeah, well, this is like old school 4AM. So people who have been watching for a while are going to recognize this player as, you know, a longtime member of this team. And I will say they've been playing well in scrims recently. When I went back and looked at kind of what was happening this week with the PCS Asia scrims, Forever in particular was playing very, very well. So let's see if they can kind of pick it up. Of course, they're our bottom team right now. I think pretty surprising to a lot of people.
Oh, I didn't even realize they were all the way at the bottom. I thought they
Dead
were
last.
like, yikes.
Yeah, so I think a change kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah, we even saw that with, I think, Gen G, where we had Asura swap in just because one player was not having the best day to start things off. And
right.
Asura was a critical part of them winning that final match there against Pero.
And I think Asura is still in today.
Oh, is he?
I think he's still in. Although I will say for Gen G that, I mean, that upgrade did help, or I want to call it an upgrade. That swap did help, but it wasn't. I mean, it wasn't like Spear was playing bad. I thought Spear was playing well enough. I thought Gen G was playing well enough, but when they added Asura, it added an extra dimension, I feel like, to their game. I felt like there was more cohesion and better decisions being made overall.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I mean, on top of it, he was also averaging 240 damage a game, so you take that where you can.
He was popping the heck off, especially on that Miramar game where they won. I mean, he was just lasering people with that mini.
Pushing up, even with the AR there at the end, too. Like pushing up over the top of the hill and getting 2 out of the last 3 players of Pero. Only Aches left that was like stuck in the blue or something.
Yeah, can you imagine just the confidence it takes to push Pero on a hill like that?
Yeah.
That team, I mean that just shows you, you know, he's a kind of been a quiet hero for teams like Griffin in the past, in the PWS, in the Korean leagues. And now that he's switched to more of a coach, there we go, he's here. Now that he switched to more of a quote-unquote coach role for Gen G, you know, there has been, I think, not improvement for Gen G, but like just kind of different ideas that they've been trying. And in PWS in particular, like they've been kind of all over the place with whether it be a center or an edge style at times. And they couldn't find a consistent IGL. It was an Onyx, then it was Renba, and they couldn't really figure out who worked best. So I would suspect that Asura now is more of like a co-IGL.
Yeah, that's a great point. They were actually, Gen G talked about in their final Day 3 interview, and Onyx was mentioning how he kind of took over the role as a fragger there because Asura was doing a lot of the play calling. Asura was kind of paving the way in terms of decision making for that team, and that gave Onyx the ability to, you know, prioritize getting kills, getting damage in, setting his team up in a good position, and that was a really good winning formula for the team.
Exactly. So a lot of these teams are going to be vying for this space like I was talking about, to the west of where Infantry's Lin was initially by the crossroads. So there's a bunch of compounds over here. This is east of Junkyard. So basically teams are expecting this to go somewhere to the east of Junkyard in that vicinity, whether it be a little bit north or directly east or a little bit south. That's kind of where you're expecting based on this initial circle for this to end. And we'll know more as, of course, the circles goes on, and we'll get to that. Now, 17 is making a play for some pretty central territory. However, Tai Lu has control of the Junkyard, or the east compound of the Junkyard, like the secondary Junkyard. I don't know what to call that one, but now Show's vehicle's going to blow up, so he's going to have to get out.
Yeah, 17 Gaming taking a lot of damage here on this rotation in. Lin actually getting Show there with a Mini 14. That's going to be a knock, and he's already very low. Long screw there with a finish as we have first blood here in the second weekend. Show going down, and that's a big loss there for 17 Gaming. Show, of course, having an insane PCS. This guy is the MVP so far here in this tournament. 17 Gaming losing him this early here at map number 1 is not a good feeling.
That's bad.
Yeah.
There's no other way to put that. That's bad. You lose your best player early in the game like this. That's going to hurt, especially when you're already trailing. I mean, as great as 17 has been with damage, with kills, they're really putting up tremendous numbers. Early stumbles like this are rather costly because it really impacts your ability to put out that damage, get those kills for a team like 17 that's so kill heavy.
Yeah, and for 17 Gaming as well, being just a handful of points out of first place right now. You really want to get every kill that you can. Every game matters, as I have a feeling that this PCS7 is going to go all the way down to the wire with how tight this race has been.
Yes.
5 teams right now above 100 points. Damwon Kia and Pero just below that at 99 and 94. And Gen G, not very far ahead of the pack. Only 128 points in total. Of course, that is good for first place, but really anybody's game right now.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you know, I talked about it at the end of last week, but coming into this week, I mean, you just need a couple banger days here where you put up, you know, you can put up 100 points in 2 days. That's totally possible. Teams do it all the time.
I think we saw Pero do that, if I'm not mistaken, in the previous PCS.
Exactly. Exactly. So if you can do that, then literally any team in this lobby can be right back in the conversation. If you just have 2 really good days, that is all it will take. But, I mean, of course, you know, can a team like GEX, can a team like USG put up those numbers? Can a team like Ghibli put up those numbers? I don't know.
It'd be tough.
I think Tianba on up can. I think those teams are fully capable. I'm not so sure about those 3 teams towards the bottom from what we've seen so far and historically as well.
Yeah, the Donuts have had some really nice moments, in particular in Erangel so far here in this tournament, but...
Well, their day one was great.
Yeah.
Since then, it was not. Which makes me sad. I had a lot of hopes for the Donuts after that first day. I thought, I'm like, these guys came to play. They were making good decisions, taking fights, getting good kills. Korn and Kane and Americano in particular were playing really, really well. Shave is more of a role player in general. I think he's even the shot caller on that team, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that one. But, so overall, I was really impressed on day one with the Donuts. And then after that, they were really quiet.
Yeah, GEX having a quiet start as well. 56 points in total. Good for 15th place, just ahead of 4 a.m. on the leaderboards as they're trying to take a piece of the pie over here on the southern side by the coast. Tiamba now rolling in. Tong trying to gather a little bit of intel here. No shots fired, so not completely aware of the situation, but 17 Gaming happily posted up there in that compound.
Yeah, they've got that crossroad compound, so Tong was just kind of doing a little bit of scouting for Tiamba. A few shots are going to scare him away, at least for now, as Tiamba probably just going to set up kind of in these coastal ridge lines to wait things out. Danawa coming in late, a lot of the Korean teams coming in late, and again, this is kind of an interesting style where even though the Korean teams, like especially Bago Pa, come in late, Damwon Kia as well, they don't actually try to play edge per se. It's more of like they try to take the space that's given up by the other teams. And now, okay, we're going to hard shift right away. So we're leaving all the water right away. Now this gets weird because there's quite a bit of unplayable terrain around El Azahar, but it's not eliminated yet because we're not right to Phase 4. Phase 4 is when we'll really know where this is going to go. We'll get to that when we get there, but it's more likely to move away from El Azahar.
Yeah, interesting circle location here for the second one. And all those Korean teams, Damwon Kia, Bago Pa, and Danawa, are able to quickly roll in now to the vacated positions, just as you said. It's one of the advantages of coming in late in the circle. You're not bogged down with a bunch of other teams around you. You have a little bit more breathing room to make rotations as we have, 17 Gaming have a really hard time here with these shifts over as even Xiao Bei going down.
Well, everybody's, that's a kind of a crash there. Hikari's going to get the better of it, but he's going to pay the price. Lambu able to get the knock. It's a pretty even trade here so far for both of these teams. Helen there going to get another knock, but it's traded again. Akkad's going to drive by, get the knock onto Helen. Now Danawa just has Lambu left. He gets this headshot onto Akkad. A 1v1 EN versus Lambu, but you can see Long is going to peek over, start looking into this. That's going to make things really tricky here for EN.
Yeah, Long's trying to pick up some points. He already stole Hikari right now. Pero wants their 4th championship. Lambu going to try and go for some more smokes, give himself a little bit of breathing room. Looks like he might want to try to make his way over to Salute if he can, but man, it's a tough position as these teams just cannibalize each other here on this crossroad.
Lambu might just run these guys over if he knew where they were. I don't think I thought Salute might have seen him. So he's got to be careful because that information is going to be relayed from the downed members of the Freaks as EN's going to look for the grenades to try to keep Lambu from getting this. Lambu is going to get the knock. Was that grenade good enough? No, not quite there. So just barely Danawa is going to be able to hang on.
Yeah, and Danawa clutching it out right there at the very end. Going to wait for this smoke to pop and go for another res as surprisingly Pero backed off just a little bit. I saw Ix left there on the kill feed get another knock or a finish, and I was wondering whether they're going to come all the way over and try and just 3-party the hell out of that thing, but no, instead Danawa going to get out bruised but alive. It's a Tongmu going for toe right now with 7-7. Some are going to get the knock there with the SKS.
But I really like the way that Long played that, right? Like he came over, got his point, he got shot at, and he left. You know what? Good enough. I mean, and that's what makes these Chinese teams so interesting is that they'll send out a player on kind of a solo mission to just have the confidence in them to go out there, get that point or two safely, and leave. And then, that adds up over time, right? That's why their kill numbers start to really stack up.
That's like putting change in the piggy bank, man. Collect that at the end of the tournament.
Yeah.
Got a lot of points.
I like that. I like that.
Might buy yourself a coffee with that thing. Yeah. All right. New Happy now rolling up with Danawa here in this compound. Salute and Lambu, the 2 last players alive here for Danawa. As New Happy wants to encroach on this position, and yeah, I think
they know who this is. Feed. Yep. They know who this is. They know the situation, and this is again something that you would almost never see a Korean team do. Right? You would never see them try to take a compound even with 2 players left like this. Maybe if there's one, but very rarely would there might be Korean teams who might do it now. I think that attitude is changing. But previously, in previous PCSs, absolutely not. All right, so we are starting to shift away from Al-Azhar pretty early, so this is going to probably shift a little bit more south, and then it kind of has free reign to more or less go where it wants, if you're curious about how the circle mechanics are going to operate.
Yeah, Danawa able to get out of that compound, so New Happy not able to find them as you're scoping in on this kind of ratty compound over here in this dip. Not the best one, but I guess you take what you can get if you're Danawa, as PO just doing PO things.
Look at USG's
split
here. This is quite, I've never seen a team quite do this. Where they've got the 2 in the longhouse on the bottom and then 2 up above. I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to really lock that down. Now, we're getting a replay of how this started, so there was no intentionality in this fight, right? Like, no one necessarily from either of these teams was looking to fight in this particular spot, in this particular moment, but they crossed paths, and Hikari kind of got out of his vehicle and forced the issue. And then as Danawa, you have to fight it. You get knocked, you have to turn and fight.
Yeah, once the knocks come in, you got to try and finish that thing off and get your teammates out of there if you can. Don't want to play like 17 is with only 2 men up right now, as Danawa had to commit there, and now PO roaming under. I don't think has any idea about this. PO's been very quiet so far in this game.
Well, this
is looking to pick up another kill, but based on the X-ray,
he can get the info from his teammates. They saw under too.
Oh, is that true? Yeah. Look at that. Sungjung with the angle there.
So this gives, PO some information on what's going on. Now, Dama and Kia is starting to get a little bit curious about what is going on with Begopaw's positioning on these kind of high ground positions to their south. And they got to be really, if they knew this is Begopaw, which they might have a decent idea this is Begopaw, to be honest. Like, teams have pretty good ideas of where each other rotates. You know that PO's looming somewhere.
Yeah.
And you got to be real careful.
Just think of this like one of the most classic PO things ever. Just all out on his own. Two Heart now rolling up to join him, and that's going to cause Damwon Kia to back off just a little bit as you see Under and Mental take a little bit more of a conservative position on that ridge line, and now 4AM rolling in. 4AM, of course, bottom rung of the ladder right now with 42 points. They desperately want to get some more to get higher on that prize pool placement, as they've had a rough start here in PCS7 so far. For now, just going to be trying to hold top of this. Do have an angle there on Ghibli, but it's a distant one, a couple hundred meters at least. As 4AM continues to regroup over here, and yeah, I'm watching the map right now, and PO, once again, all by his lonesome over there by Damwon Kia. Too Hard actually went down to rendezvous with Sungjung, but we'll see if PO is able to find an angle there, as Mental, Loki, and Under still kind of in the wings.
Well, I'm curious to see if they baited for PO over here. You can see this up here on the west-hand side, because I can see when 2R pulled away, I think he was in a vehicle. So I think they were hoping that somebody would peek up over the edge. Now let's see. Under is in a vehicle of his own. Let's see if he's going to cross through Begopaw's sight line. So yes, this does end up going south towards the junkyard. Now at this point, I don't think there's any more land ratio terrain, so Circle can kind of do whatever it wants. PO now just not really able to find much here. Really good work by Damwon Kia to not over-aggress on any other angles.
Yeah, Damwon Kia just playing nice and conservatively. Sungjung did get a little bit of intel there and got a shot off as well as one of the Damwon Kia players. Take some damage coming in, and now Gen G making a big play here for the center of the circle.
Well, you've got Petrichor Road in the junkyard, which is a rather large piece of real estate, to be honest. It's really hard for just one team to really, for the course of an entire game, lock that down. Now, 17 is also cutting across the paths of Gen G. Is there going to be a fight?
UDD switching to the M4, and he rolls up. That's a Nonix going down. His first blood is drawn here, and even 17 Gaming getting in the mix here. UDD finally does get the finish there on an Onyx. For a second, I thought it was a different team for a moment. Still rolling up on Steam is even Pero getting in on this action right now. Ming with a headshot there on UDD will take him out. Little goes fighting back, does get a knock on Aches left, but 17 Gaming having a lot of trouble here to start things off. Down to one last player here is Little Ghost, and his Murado is taking a ton of damage.
Well, this is the problem when you have a team like 17 that's already lost a player, so they're already in that, well, we're just going to scrape whatever points we can get. Speaking of damage, oh my god, Peng just absolutely clobbers 7-7 out of that vehicle. Instant headshots. I mean, he had a Groza backing him up there, so Tiamba down to just 2 members, Chewy and 9, as they are trying to stay hidden, but they have quite a few teams bearing down on them. But that's got to be frustrating for Gen G. Oops, well, goodbye.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Tiamba. 911's going to get both of those at the mini, but it's got to be frustrating, right? Because, like, 17's in that mental state at this point in the game already where they're like, man, let's just fight and go for kills. And Genji's just trying to drive away from him. They're like, please don't. Can we not?
ZM gets the knock on Summer as Program and Xiaolu trying to find an angle here on Damwon Kia, and Ghibli rolling in. They want to pounce on this.
They have to.
Yeah, I like this decision. Actually, CC's able to finish that kill, so stealing that point away.
It's good patience, good timing from Ghibli. Waiting for the backside to open up of GFY from the high ground behind them, and then striking. You know, they had the sound cues, so they knew GFY was over here. We saw GFY, taking Tianba out of the lobby. Now Ghibli has a bit of a problem as the Phase 4 Blue is here, so they can't be sitting out here too long. Meanwhile, Begopa and Damwon Kia squaring up. We already had a knock onto Foxy, and Pio's looking to see if he can take advantage of it. Some utility being caught in the faces of Damwon Kia. Pio just continuing to press forward.
Yeah, Pio playing with a lot of confidence right now, and you see the cavalry rolling out on the map as Two-Heart, Sungjong, and they're all rolling up. DG as well, as they want to pressure this front here with Damwon Kia. And behind that, GX also fighting with infantry as Xenon gets a nice knock there on Longsker. Alongside going down as well.
Infantry's at just one player left there. Meanwhile, Damwon Kia's Foxy has been eliminated. The rest of Damwon Kia scrambling to try to avoid any further damage, but Begopa at 4 a.m. now creeping up on the backside of this as well. This fight has to end quickly for Damwon Kia, or they are going to get absolutely torn apart between these two teams. Loki trying to hold the front line there of Pio. Neither player really doing much, and now 4 a.m. arrives.
Yeah, the walls are closing in right now for Damwon Kia as 4 a.m. is starting to push the eastern front. Begopa still looming in the darkness over there on the southwest side as Under is trying to do something to salvage this situation, throwing a little bit more utility. Forever now getting ready for the frag grenades. Damwon Kia survived through the onslaught of utility from Begopa, but now it's coming in from the other angle as Mental takes a ton of damage there. They're also in a lot of trouble as they're going to get finished off.
I think this is great timing from 4 a.m., but now they have to kind of have an even battle. In fact, maybe in some ways, a worse positional fight with Begopa, and they know it, and they leave. That's really, really smart. Ghibli not able to really kind of profit from their maneuver to try to cut off the backline of GFY there, as it's going to be the Donuts who end up cutting them off. Americano's going to pay the price to Lambu for that. Begopa is going to use this high ground now. This is quintessential Begopa. They can work from high ground to high ground in the middle, early to middle stages of the game, and then they'll try to cut you down later with the superior information they're able to have.
Begopa playing with a nice concave over there on that hill as 4 a.m. continues to fight, trying to stifle USG Donuts rotation just a little bit. As you see Kane right now with the Mark 14. Going to try and give his team a little bit of breathing room here to get into the circle. They're just at the edge of this compound. Kane connecting a little bit there, not able to get the knock on Xiaolu.
But he's got that Mark 14.
Yeah, 8X as well in full 3 gear, so he's feeling really happy with that kit. As Pio coming over the top, tries to find some damage here on 4 a.m., but not quite able to connect. More utility now coming in as a flashbang pops on Forever's heels.
Oh, he had a moment. If he had been able to stabilize his recoil just a little bit more, I think Pio had 2 members of 4 a.m. dead to rights. Meanwhile, Tai Lu has finally had to leave the safety of that compound. Lil Ghost about to get rolled over. It didn't matter. He was already on fire from a molly, so he's going to burn to Sia's molly. It's Tai Lu now has bought themselves a momentary reprieve until New Happy slams into them. Here we go. Good job, Observers, bringing us right over to the action. Grenades out. Tai Lu just got a res through onto CC108. Now they're trying to scramble away from this.
Yeah, Ming Ming wants to push this front, cook another frag grenade. He knows that they're going to try and get out on these vehicles as that frag just a little bit too late. As they are already rolling out of that compound. And now Begopa and 4 a.m. The fight continues on as 4 players are up for both teams. Pio right now prone, trying to walk the smoke, seeing if anybody comes out on the side. A little bit of damage there on Forever. These guys going for blow right now. DG98 does get the knock there on ZG. And Pio continuing to roam in. He's right on this rock, and there are 2 players right behind it.
Yeah, Pio just found a great angle here, finally able to get that spray under control. Right over the top is Pio. Can he find the third? Way on almost no health, and he's got it!
Pio and DG wiping the floor right now with 4 a.m. Pio picking up 3 kills right there, just beautifully working the angle on that rock. That was perfection, as now Begopa is in sole possession of the northern side of this circle. They will eventually have to make their way in, though, as the blue is going to close in just 30 seconds.
He's unbelievable. Just time after time, the stuff he does. Meanwhile, Kane, he's going to get knocked as DG98 from the other side of the circle there actually found that knock onto a really important piece of the puzzle for USG.
Yeah, and that 3 vest broke as well, so Kane's been doing a lot of fighting right now, and losing that armor too, especially as the Mark 14 player, is going to hurt in these DMR battles. It's now Big Opa trying to get the lay of the land over here. They do know that Pero is in Junkyard, but the problem for them is, although they have the high ground, it's going to be tough for them to rotate into this circle given how fortified that position is. And you see Sungjong right now trying to get a vehicle on the mini-map. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure you open up the map feed to follow along with the action, as the map feed oftentimes tells a big part of the story here in PUBG Esports.
Yes, Bagel Pa has odd decisions to make. You want to crash Pero, like if you look at the map, you're thinking, well, maybe they just crash Pero, but that's, you can see that Pero has unbelievably great sight lines to at least harass the initial push, so they have to swing quite wide. Now, they've been able to isolate Long as an individual player for Pero inside this firehouse, so for Bagel Pa, they could probably just, let Long go, play safe for now, see if they can wait this out, maybe get some more fortuitous bounces to go their way in terms of the circles as this one rolls on, but a nice little kind of show of force here from Bagel Pa that forces Long away.
Yeah, Bagel Pa spent a lot of their utility in those previous fights, so luckily for them, they're not going to be fighting an entrenched Pero. Instead, they're just going to hold up in that southwest side of the compound, and that's going to be a nice bouncing board for them later in the circle because they have a lot more room to maneuver than Pero does.
And it gives you access to the middle of this circle, towards that junkyard, the real part of the junkyard, right? There's that warehouse on the north side where Pero is situated, and the other compound that's next to it, I think it's another firehouse. But underneath that, right, is that junkyard proper, like the actual junk. And now Bagel Pa has access to that area, so they're able to go in there much easier, and they don't have to crash that warehouse, which is a much more difficult fight. So, for the side of Bagel Pa, I think making a really smart, calculated decision in terms of like percentages, what's going to work out the best.
Do you happy playing this nice little dip over here on the south side as every team kind of hold up in their own little section of the map? Is the circle going to be closing in just a second? We'll see where it decides to take us. Is going to be centering up, so a little bit of junkyard in this one, but also a lot of kind of elevated terrain over there.
And now this is pretty tough for Bagel Pa. Petrichor Road, I think, wisely kind of stepping ahead a little bit, starting to gain access to the bottom hill part of the junkyard, the kind of second layer of it, the basement layer, I suppose, if you want to think of it that way. And Aches left, he had an opportunity, but it's actually HS from New Happy that kind of does Bagel Pa a bit of a favor there.
Yeah, Aches left just identifying those sight lines, also seeing where Bagel Pa is, as Bagel Pa will have to make a move into the junkyard, and Pero do not want them to be pouncing on their position right now. In the middle of the junk, as you said, is Genji. Holding this compound, New Happy is right on the precipice of getting into this circle, but you see they don't have too much elevation here to work with. They have a little bit of a ledge, but besides that, not too much. As Pero, they really want to secure this junkyard because that would give them so much breathing room, so much control over this circle if they're able to wipe out Bagel Pa here.
Yeah, this is, I like what you're talking about with New Happy. They have a tough situation in front of them because the terrain is not favorable coming out ahead of them all the way into that junkyard. It all kind of slopes away from the junkyard here, so it's really tough to play south to north in this circle. Doable, of course, like teams can find these little, it's Miramar. This is one of the things I like about Miramar is even in tough spots like this, you can find room to maneuver potentially. Pio getting ready with the stuns. We already know he's committed quite a bit in terms of, we wish that was a frag, in terms of, just excitement level of play, but that was just a stun. Aches left here has a really good angle to potentially hold, but he's going to be forced out. Saw Sungjong creeping up around that barrel. Going to throw a frag to see if he can claim a knock, but it goes a bit too far.
Yeah, Bagel Pa's going to have to make a play right now, and that's a great initiation right there by Pio, but he does get knocked actually by Long. Long gets the flush there as well as the battle continues. Akeslef getting the initiation there on DG98, gets the knock, and Long with another one gets 2 hearts, so Bagel Pa, all the hopes are down on Sungjong, but man, Long just cleaning up right now. Gets so many critical players there for Bagel Pa, and they're going to be very happy with that. Behind all this, New Happy also cleaning up USG Donuts, as now it's just Genji, New Happy, and Pero here in this final circle, and Pero's going to be really happy with their position here in this junkyard.
Well, that angle that Long found there through those cars into that garage, there was basically like 2 cars piled on top of each other. There was just enough space that he could spray through them. And, Bagel Pa was never really able to identify that he could shoot through that angle and where those shots were coming from exactly it looked like, because they just kind of ran right into it. So that's just map knowledge right there. That's just straight up map knowledge for the side of Petrichor Road, paying dividends. And really nice positioning, really nice taking advantage of what they're given in terms of the cover.
New Happy now is a really tough problem to solve, as their woes with the terrain continues. There really isn't a lot of playable area actually in the circle, as you see on the minimap. Ming, he's trying to play this ledge right now, but this is not actually going to be in the next circle.
Is this Kane's Mark 14, or did he find one of his own? I think he has full level 3 gear.
Yeah, I think he found his own because he has full level 3 gear right now, but we'll see. And man, New Happy, really not a lot of terrain to work with over there. I'm worried about them on the southeastern side, as they really need to get some initiation. That's a lot of damage coming in on Ming. It might have even been the Mark 14, as he's down to 8 HP.
Yeah, the headshot there doing a lot to keep Petrichor Road from hampering New Happy's movements. Currently, Genji still in the circle in their compound, so they can just wait this out, play the edge. Now, of course, something to consider here for Genji is that you lost to Nonix very early on. You have no kills. But for Genji at this point, you want to let New Happy and Petrichor Road do as much damage to each other as possible, and then see if you can squeak this one out in the end.
Only 35 seconds left for New Happy to make something happen right now, and that's a great start as Ming gets the knock on Ming with a Mark 14 headshot right there. New Happy's going to have to make a play if they're going to get into this next circle. And here we go. 2 players in the vehicle going to be rolling in right now, but not a lot of speed as Akeleft is just mowing them down. Ming gets taken out. Nan was able to use that vehicle to make it all the way over here to this rock, but you see how limited the terrain is here for New Happy to play with. Akeleft right now with a really great angle, and New Happy, they have to walk the very fine line of not exposing themselves to these guns from Pero, and man, they're even in nade range.
Yeah, this is really, really tough for New Happy. Petrichor Road still has a few more grenades in the bag, and Akeleft just bounces one right into Zephion's direction, and he is potentially finishable. Yes, there's enough of an angle there where they're able to hit him, and it's going to be Akeleft who is going to get the kill in the long run. Meanwhile, Genji is going to use this opportunity to try to claim a little bit of space. It's going to be Asura up front on the hillside, trying to barricade Petrichor Road in. We've already seen it in this tournament. We know up close and personal, he's been playing pretty well, but right there, spots Akeleft for a moment, can't find the knock.
Brandbo right now going to get Mill. That's some nice shooting over there with the SLR, right, as Akeleft barely dodges that frag grenade. New Happy was able to get the flush there with a Molotov on Ming. So HS takes a lot of damage for it.
All eyes are on Petrichor Road right now. They are trying to come out of this compound, and the hillside is great until it's not, until you got to start coming down at PUBG Esports. Grenade out here. They know the knock is there. It bounces just a bit too far to finish Nan. Now Renba lets loose with the mollies, and between him and Akeleft, they are going to shut New Happy out.
It's a 2v2 now between Genji and Pero, as Akeleft going to try and find an angle. Renba's over here by his vehicle, using it for cover. Akeleft on just a sliver of HP right now, as Adder also trying to get in on the action here with a 6x SLR. And Long gets Renba right there with the barrel.
Yo, Long is feeling it right now. He is absolutely just destroying people with that barrel. Adder, the only one up. Adder really needs to find this knock. He's not going to get it. It's going to be Long again, getting the final kill here for Petrichor Road. And who would have thought it? Who would have thought it? You come into the final week of PCS Asia, and it's Petrichor Road who gets the win. History repeating itself.
Petrichor Road with a huge win there, 2,000 plus damage, and Long with a huge game. Not only did he take down BegoPa almost by himself, but he also got the final kills there against Genji. And those are 2 out of the top 3 teams right now in this lobby. So man, what a huge game for him.
Oh, he looks just dialed in today.
That guy was on my fantasy team last week, and I took him off this week, and I'm feeling really stupid.
Yeah, I bet you do. I bet you do right now.
It's the curse, man.
You cursed it. Well, you helped him by dropping him. You reverse cursed him. So
wow.
He owes you the chicken dinner, I feel.
Maybe is. Man, Pero playing that junkyard position perfectly. BegoPa, they did not have a lot of utility, and Pero was the first one into the actual proper junkyard. So BegoPa unable to actually breach that position. Long getting 3 kills over there, including one on PO, to secure the top left side of that circle, and then they just play the high ground to perfection over the next couple of minutes. They keep New Happy completely zoned out. Genji tries to pounce when they're given a little bit of an opportunity, but Pero just coming out in the clutch.
Yeah, I mean, Pero just with better shooting there at the end. That's all that was. Straight up just better shooting. And again, Long was really feeling it. You could see Adder just needed one more bullet to connect, but Long hit a headshot at what I'd call medium range there with a barrel. Probably, I think he still had the 3X on it.
It was the 3X.
Just really nasty. I mean, that's That's really hard to do, folks, and they make it look easy.
Arrow playing really well right here. The second week to start things off, winning map number 1. Gen.G went fishing for their 5th win of the tournament, but wasn't quite able to get it. As the gap between first and everybody else continues to close right now. Arrow moving up on the standings. And they gotta be like, what, top 5 now? I mean, it's so tight here at the top.
Oh, they gotta be higher than that. I think they're flirting with.
How many kills do you think they had in that game? Because Long alone had, what, like 6 or 7?
I think he had 6.
Man.
So they probably had close to 10 kills, I would guess. I mean, this moment here from PO, that was...
Yeah.
That transfer onto Forever is just not even fair. I mean, that's just unreal. I mean, if PO had a really good opportunity here, but it was Long. This was when he just stepped up. Look at this angle he's about to find. I don't know if they're going to show it here. Yeah, right here. Look at this angle. It is absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, that's brutal. It's just the tiniest little window. Long knows it perfectly.
Good luck shooting through that if you're the other player. You know,
yeah.
Forget it.
Talk about defender's advantage, man. That's like a bunker.
Yeah, really, really.
Absolutely crazy. A-Cleft, of course, applying a lot of pressure there to New Happy and preventing them from getting any real foothold over here in the circle. And Gen.G, they made a nice play for it. We've seen Asura in the past give Pero trouble on Miramar in close range and the end of circles, but not happening this time as Pero clutches it out. 116 points at the end of that game, and man,
12 kills, yeah.
That's a huge win for them.
It's a great win, and you know, again, we've talked about it all the way at the very beginning of this event, that this is a team that seems to play better the second week of the PCSs. Every time they come out and you're kind of like, well, they're playing okay, but not great. And then the second week, they start to just really take over.
15 frag grenades used there for Pero. 22 kilometers covered. Yeah, New Happy as well with 15. And man, I'm kind of sad that Big O Pods didn't make the top 4 just because I want to see their throwables, because it felt like they completely ran out of steam after that fight on the top left side of that circle. Like after they finished fighting with, I think it was 4 Angry Men, they just,
and Damo Kia.
And Damo Kia, like they were completely spent and they never really were able to recover.
Yeah, they couldn't reload, right? Like
no.
Everybody had used so much utility on that northwestern side that there wasn't much to salvage.
They also didn't even have a lot of time to loot. They had to get in really quickly, and they made that great play to take the southwestern building there in the junkyard compound away from Pero, but once you try to breach a fortified position as Pero had, it's very tough to do unless you have utility.
Yeah. No, I mean, Pero just, you know, dancing around Gen.G very nicely, kind of forcing them into bad angles, and then at the very end of that, Big O Pa, not Gen.G, Big O Pa into very bad angles. You know, and you saw at the very end of it, it's the worst angle possible about that you could get in that situation. And
yeah.
I mean, that's masterful. Again, this is what makes teams like Petrichor Road so dangerous, is this insane map knowledge they have, where they have just, you know, they played so much of this, they know these positions, and once they have PO out of this fight, it's just, you know, Long just takes over. He just knows where they're going to be. They're trying to get to PO, and he's just ready for it.
Yeah, and Petrichor Road, they knew that Big O Pa had to move in from that position because there isn't much other terrain to work with, and the blue closing in, just fortify it, and Long mows everybody down. And Ming Ming made a valiant effort to try and give his team some breathing room, but also losing him as the player out of the vehicle right here hurts a lot because he had the 3 gear, he had the Mark 14, and New Happy needed every break that they could get. They didn't get it.
Yeah, I mean, credit where credit's due. New Happy, in my opinion, played a hell of a game here to get as far as they did from a very challenging position in this circle. So, you know, well played to them. Hats off to them. Here in the end, Adder can't. That's just. I mean, he whiffed a little bit there, of course, but you know, you can't give these teams that much space at this level. They'll just punish you for it, and Long hits a headshot with a barrel at medium range, and that's it. Lights out.
Petrichor Road with 22 points. Climbing up the leaderboards right now, 12 kills in that win. New Happy, Donuts, and Gen.G rounding things out. Donuts actually picking up 6 kills. I didn't realize they had so many in that lobby.
And they were quiet, but they were like kind of doing a good job. You know, they were the ones who wiped out Ghibli.
Right.
They might have gotten involved in that GFY fight a little bit to take maybe one of those kills. So they were doing a good job working that northeast edge pretty well. To come out of it where they did. You know, they were pretty much the last team to come out of that corner. So credit where credit's due. The Donuts had a solid game. They need it.
Yeah, and the Gen.G, despite getting eliminated second in the lobby, only getting 8 points as they never really had an opportunity to get a lot of kills there. They were absolutely playing for the win, and they weren't able to find it.
Yeah, that's a tough one. You know, they were in, I think, at the very end, arguably a slightly superior position to Petrichor Road in terms of just terrain and things like that. But at the end of the day, it was still pretty even, I think, when you think about it. But still, Petrichor Road's long, 6 kills, half the team's kills, 606 damage.
That's only like 25% of the team's damage. They did like 2,400 damage that game. That is absurd.
That's
week 2 PCS Pero, man.
Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. Week 2 Pero.
Tale as old as time.
Buckle up.
Yeah.
Because now Aches left, who, you know, we talked about Show being our damage leader, being our kill leader. He is no longer that person. It is now Aches left. Aches left has 34 kills and 5,459 damage.
Yeah, he had a huge game as well. As the gap closes a little bit, Genji still in first place. Begopa moves into second, tied with New Happy. And Petrichor Road looming there on the sidelines, man. Only 20 points out of first. And we've seen them have like 2-win, 3-win days on the second weekend. And I would not be surprised if that win right there lights a little bit of fire under them, gives them some more confidence, because this team, when they're on their game, they're the best in Asia. I mean, just straight up. It's why they've won 3 PCSs in a row coming into this tournament. It's why at the end of this weekend they might have a 4th. And man, is it close. 6 teams with more than 105 points in first place at 136.
It's crazy close right now. I mean, this has been, for my money, the most exciting PCS so far. With the way that everything's shaking out, with the teams that are up there, with the players that are up there, with what's at stake in this event. Just an unbelievable start, and we have plenty of PUBG Esports coming at you here, guys. We are on game number 2 of the day, match 17 of 30 total. We're on day 4 PCS7 Asia. We have Miramar once again, and it is another very, very northernly shifted plane path.
Yeah, this is almost identical to the last time. This time Pozo to Azahar as opposed to Pozo to Junkyard. Is we're going to once again have one of these games where Circle's probably going to be way up there. Wonder where this one's going to take us.
I don't know. I mean, that last one is a pretty fun circle. I like those Junkyard circles.
Yeah.
You don't get to see them too much, so they're kind of, you know, a little bit of spice coming into us. So a fun one there. Let's see where this one's going to go. Maybe we'll get the Pozo area up to the northwest. But this northerly plane path, of course, means that we're going basically somewhere north of, like, Chumasura and Los Lunas. Like, that line that runs on the map, what is that, the end line that runs there.
Right.
Just, you know, anything north of that basically is where we're going.
Wait for that first circle to pop to get an idea of it. Pero now landing in Power Grid. Power Grid has kind of been their staging ground here on Miramar. Also had a couple games finished there. And ooh, Aches left because of Car 98. Yeah, hold on to that, buddy.
Oh, please
don't put it away.
Please, no, please hit somebody with it. Please hit somebody with it. Please hit this. Please hit this.
He's trying.
Come on, man. You can do it. I believe. Somebody hit it. Oh, my God. It's so close. It's so hard to hit.
17 Gaming very happy that none of these shots actually land. As Circle going to center up just to the east of San Martin. Okay.
Well, this gets weird. So are we just going to have another kind of hacienda finish somewhere near there where the donuts drop? Is it going to go southeast? Is it going to go northeast? It's very unlikely for this to go west. It can, but again, not the most likely result.
Yeah, the western side of this map has a lot of land ratio terrain. As got a quick recap of our kill leaders there from the previous match. Long and Aches left combining for 11 kills in total. Aches left with 935 damage.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, I would say so. And Pio just continuing to have a great tournament. 600 damage and 4 kills for him.
He's also pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much everybody here is pretty good. That's kind of the way it goes.
Everybody on this screen is rather good at this game. Yeah, as it turns out. So I'm kind of curious to see. We've seen circles like this already once, right? With Genji's win on this map, right?
Yeah. Right at the crossroads over there.
Days ago. Yeah. So I'm expecting a lot of teams to contest those areas, because if the circle goes there and you get there early, then you have such a better chance of coming through with a high kill, high placement finish than if you're stuck on the outside looking in of hacienda circles.
Yeah, and those compounds are quite easy to defend as well too, because the immediate area has a little bit more flat terrain, which gives your players that are stationed up in that compound a little bit more time to spray on a flat line and track those invaders coming in. So we'll see how aggressively people decide to play the center of the circles. as New Happy closing the distance, man. 125 points right now, tied with Bagopop for second. We were talking about it on day one, how they weren't very high on the standings, but they were leading in damage.
I mean, they're your reigning PGC champions.
Yeah.
Like, they're pretty good, guys. Yeah. They're fun as heck to watch. And again, the way they played that end game, I can't really fault them at all. I thought they played it really well. I like the 2-2 split that they attempted with the car and 2 out front to try and, you know, gain some space, to try to divert the attention of Petrichor Road long enough. I mean, of course, like you said earlier, it sucks you lose Ming Ming with all that, you know, equipment.
Mark 14 and the 3 gear.
Exactly, dude. That's tough, but they still played it really well. Just Petrichor Road played better. That's just what that was.
Yeah, and the terrain was just really terrible for them for what felt like a couple of circles. You know, like the first time they had to play that kind of ridge line where it was very flat. As you said, everything kind of slopes away from the junkyard, so not a lot to play with. And then, oh, hold that thought actually is Sheva getting stalked a little bit here by Ghibli's Tosi. And Sheva most likely unaware.
Yeah, I don't think the Donuts are super interested in that area of the map. Like, Tosi is just kind of there, and right now it looks like, you know, USG is just doing their kind of typical scouting, right? Shave is just kind of bouncing around from window to window, checking out what's going on around him. Kane's going to move up with them. The Donuts like to play a 2-2. Usually you're, you know, Kane and Sheva as the Japanese players playing together, and then Korn and Americano as the Korean players playing as their duo. And I think Ghibli might be trying to take advantage of that. I think they're going to try to play off of this information that Tosi has.
Yeah, they hear the vehicle rolling around in there and have a good idea of where he is. Tosi now positioned on the northwestern side as he's going to try and find an angle, see if he can spot anyone through these windows. And Heaven, Zierm, and Guman all rolling up right now as I think they're identifying that this is some kind of split here, either 1 or 2 players alone here for USG Donuts. And all right, Cavalry's coming in right now. Sheva already with a frag grenade, going to see if he can find something.
All right, up and over. He cooked the heck out of it. Let's see if he's getting anything. He gets some damage, doesn't get a knock. That was a pretty good grenade.
Yeah.
I thought that should have done more damage. It probably went a bit further than it looked like on the observer screen there. Sometimes the angles make it deceiving where those grenades are actually landing and exploding. I see some shots coming from long range as well. I think that's the Freaks.
Yeah, it's Akari.
Yeah, taking some really long range shots into this. But this is why it's important to get these compounds in these positions, and why I was talking about teams might fight over this stuff, right? Because at the beginning of this game, because it's so crucial to have this area. And to build on what you were saying, State, with the long sight lines that you have available, there's a counter bad side to that where if you're out in the open, that means teams from forever away can be shooting at you like we saw with the Freaks.
Yeah, it's a bit of a double-edged sword there.
Right.
Is Kane going to now try and find a little bit more damage here with a frag grenade, but no one on that side of that building can take too much damage. And Ghibli, although they had a great opportunity here to start things out, and a little bit of trouble now as USG has fully reinforced the north side of this compound. One thing to Ghibli's credit, though, is they do have Tosi kind of lurking around in the background here, and he might be able to find an angle on some of these USG Donuts players rotating around. And yep, he finds Kane right there, and he can almost get the flush. That's some more damage in, but not quite able to connect with a follow-up spray as a res will be coming in. But Ghibli, they want to pounce on this. Korn right now with great defense. Does get the first one there as Zayarm. Does a little bit of damage on the gas can. Spots Tosi there on that rock. Tosi firing back, though, and he gets Korn there with a headshot. Clutch finish. Americano gets taken down as well, so all things going Ghibli's way to start things off.
Just Sheva left now. Heaven's very weak. Sheva's just a bit off with his crosshair placement there. The red dot was just a bit off to the right of Heaven. And now Heaven, again, we were talking about it. Yeah, there's sight lines from forever away. And this is why teams want to control these compounds early. Why both these teams were so keen to fight for this position, because it's so crucial to have cover. And it is going to be Ghibli with the 4-0 victory in the battle.
Yeah, Tosi lurking on that rock was able to pick up 3 of those kills. That position really secured the bag there for them against USG Donuts, and that's going to be a clean sweep as Ghibli walk away with all 4 players up and the compound to their credit.
I mean, it's all on Tosi there.
Yeah.
He gets the opening knock. He's able to also find Korn through that kind of off angle towards that top middle window, towards the stairs. That right there busts that open for the side of Ghibli. You know, gives them the space they need to try to push in. Now, Korn tried to do everything he could. I like the way that Korn had that gas can set up at the bottom to, you know, essentially create a firewall in the bottom floor to prevent somebody from pushing in through him through those windows on that side of the building.
Replay here of New Happy in the previous match. As I think this is right after they try to make that dash to get in, but just a nading range of both Pero and Gen G there as New Happy really didn't have too much terrain to work with, and then Of course, Perry able to clutch this out. Ixlef does get a Sura there with a headshot. And Anna as well. That's a red dot spray. You guys are so good with it.
I want to see Long. I want to see Long here. Oh, did he switch to the red dot?
Oh, he did.
He did switch to the red dot. But he's just. Oh no, he went back
alternates.
To 3.
Yeah.
He went back to 3. I mean, look at the way he's alternating, depending on the angle that he's expecting. You know, the distance that the player's going to be at. The blue's on his butt here. Adder's got a rock in a great position, and he still just holds that spray down for the headshot. Absolutely outrageous.
Yeah, so good. These players switch sites so quickly, man. It's insane to watch. As behind all that, Adder actually was able to get a pick there on GEX SSR, caught in the open. As Gen G adds another kill point to the board. And right there on the side of the screen, we got the PGC points for you guys. A lot of teams in contention. They want to make it to that final championship.
Well, that's the PGC points from this event. Or is that the current PGC points?
I want to say it's current.
It's got to be current. It's got to be current because BagelPod has 10 points down there. Okay, so this is where they're at right now. So Pero, of course, after winning PCS6, has quite a few. The Freaks with winning both PWSs this year, plus a not great but okay finish at PCS6, right up there. So they're pretty much guaranteed. New Happy, I think, basically in. Tianba's in a good spot, but they have to keep doing well in this event. And you can see this is how the points break down for this event. What you get, this is for PCS7 here on the left hand
right. side. So we were trying to find an angle there on Loki, but Loki maneuvering his truck really well, and actually Foxy getting in on this. Saber's going to have to, man, that's a long angle. Look at that. I saw those shots connecting, and I was thinking it was like maybe 100 meters out, but
oh no,
Foxy's way out there.
I love Foxy's spot. It's so fun to watch people from up. This is the edge of, not the crater field, but like the military crater field, the one that has like a mini military base in it. You can see so much from up there.
Yeah.
Oh, we are going west. This is really unusual for this to do this. Usually this is going east in some fashion. Now it still will eventually, most likely, but this is a tricky circle now.
Yeah, a lot of the west and the southwest side of this circle is going to be land ratioed, right? Which means we're probably going to go to San Martin or somewhere near Hacienda.
Yeah, again, everything around that hillside around Power Grid, right? To the east and to the south of Power Grid is land ratioed. So this is kind of weird to see where this one's going to go.
All right, 17 Gaming making a dash to get in right now, but Arrow with a 2-2 split. Ming Long going to get some shots off then and identify. This rotation going to be communicating this to Ixlef and Mill waiting as well. So 17 taking some damage here. Xiaobei almost going down, and they might be in even more trouble here as they're going to post up on the top of these rocks. Don't want Kia. In the meantime,
yeah, they took out Asura there on the backside of Gen G's rotation. So once again, Gen G losing a player in their kind of very early parts of the games. This time it's Asura, not a Nonix. So, if you're looking for your late game presence, you're going to have, let's just be honest, a little bit more firepower there. But that still hurts. That still hurts, especially with the way Asura was playing last week when he came in. And for Gen G to, maintain their top position, you can't afford to be losing players this early on a consistent basis. I mean, of course, it's pretty basic to say, but
we saw that hamstring 17 Gaming really bad in the last game.
Exactly.
They just went fishing for points, and I think they might have gotten like 2 kills out of it, that play style, but you need more than that. Like, take them where you can get them, but you don't want to lose players like Show very early, so Gen G going to be reeling just a little bit from losing Asura, but as a shot caller, can focus completely on the strategy side of the game now.
That's the good news, right? Like, as basically it seems like he's more of a late game IGL in particular. You could just, swap between his other players' perspectives and give him the old, information and positioning. But Gen G's going to try to take the eastern side of San Martin. I like this because now you have to start to think that eventually the circle's going to go north, northeast, like that in that direction. So this sets up Gen G where they can guard the edge of the city and have priority on leaving the city. Oh no.
Oh, this is actually how that went down.
This is how that
brutal.
went down. Oh no.
Yeah, Loki able to find Asura there as Gen G with a little bit of
cue the sad trombone.
Yeah.
Wah, wah.
A little bit of poor driving. Happens to all of us, even the pro players. And Lin now with a crazy long angle. That's an 8X SLR trying to find some damage there on Tiamba.
Somebody just hit a headshot into somebody else. I think it was Monsters.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I think he hit a headshot on somebody.
Oh, yeah, maybe that one.
Look at how much damage he has.
Yeah, 24 more. That's a lot of damage right there. As Tiamba, this is posting up all the way over here on the east side of this circle. So Tiamba Not quite in the next one just yet. The blue is closing in. 30 seconds until the next circle pops.
I guarantee Monsters is yelling, one shot, one shot, one shot. And like Longscrew's like, I'm trying, bro, I'm trying. Because 9 indeed was one shot. They've been able to find another one to connect. So now Tiamba is still only phase 2 blue, so you've got time to, you know, mess around a little bit here, make sure you're safe, make sure you're taking a optimal rotation route around the kind of lines of infantry.
Yeah, they're just going to go really wide here on the northeastern side, and that's safe. And man, we're going all the way south. Look at that.
This is gross.
Yeah, Pero, you got to wonder if Akesleft and Miller are going to try and rendezvous with Ming and Long now, because that 2-2 split looking a little bit suspect. And yep, they're immediately in the vehicle and rolling on in.
Yep, they know this is going east. So now you got to get to Ming and Long and kind of fortify this compound. There's no one in the way either. You know, they can see quite a bit of this. They have quite a bit of information to know that this rotation likely to be pretty safe. So they are going in. Gen G, in the meantime, is cutting across here right by them. Gen G looking for a dip as all the compounds are occupado. And they will maybe find one. I think they were thinking about for a moment there. Are they going to crash that? Renba's right up on the other side of the road. That's super dangerous for Renba.
Yeah, that's an interesting position. I'm not sure if he was forced into it by losing tires on his vehicle or what, but he's already down on 18 HP as Hikari's getting in on this, and yep, that's a knock. And Gen G would be hard-pressed to get him. Akesleft even getting at her now as the dominoes continue to fall here.
He had to have lost a tire. Now Anonix trying to keep infantry at bay, but infantry, I'm sure, knows that there's only one player left in here. Renba scooped up by Akesleft. In fact, the Freaks get the knock but do not get the point. Now going to be a res for Anonix onto Adder.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can get it. I think they're going to get it.
Yeah, it's fortuitous for them. Infantry actually decided they wanted to prioritize the compound instead of going for the kills. Maybe they didn't have a full idea of what teams were actually there despite watching the kill feed.
Yeah, I thought infantry might try to just like kill Gen G and then drive on.
I thought so too, but instead going for the compound now is New Happy. This is the compound where Gen G won their game on Miramar, if I'm not mistaken.
Right next to it, yeah, right across. Yeah, basically right next to it.
There's Begopa Sungjung, who's been so good with the DMR so far here in PCS, trying to find another connection here on Mental.
Poor Mental.
Yeah, losing a lot of momentum there with that speedy driving.
That's the squeaky bum time right there. Yeah. You're like driving, somebody's shooting at you, and you clip a rock, and then you're like, oh boy, this is gonna be tough. Wang Zai, point man for infantry in this fight against Tianba. Tianba on the bad side of the circle. Infantry kind of. This is really interesting. They're continuing to barricade Tianba. Now it's like they kind of counter-rotated against them. They rotated all the way through the middle of the circle to get here to fight Tianba. This almost feels like a grudge match.
And Wang Zai with a perfect angle. They have no idea. He's going to get a headshot on Chewy, but not fast enough there with the spray transfer. Tong's going to take him out. 9 in danger right now as well as Len's going to come in. That's Tong and 9 going down, and now it's all up to 7-7 here for Tianba as it's a 1v1. Monsters is very low HP, though. Finally gets that kid off, and that's probably going to give Tianba time to get this res.
Yeah, he's going to go fishing for the grenade. I mean, he might be getting a little bit of information from Lin. He bounces it on the wrong side and short. Now going to follow up with the second one. That one's on the outside. It is not going to do any damage. Had it connected to 7-7 at all, probably would have been a knock. The follow-up here is good onto Chewy. 7-7, super hurt. Monsters looking to push up over the top and finish the job. He takes a bunch of damage, barely catches the head, and Monsters is going to win that fight for infantry.
Monsters on 7 HP, able to clutch that one out and go for the final res now as the blue is closing in. As one went right down to the wire, and now Don Wong Kia coming into this compound here for Danawa Esports. They want to secure it as Mental and Foxy breaching this building. Salute wasn't able to get a lot of damage in, but he gets a lot more damage there, picking up 2 under, and Foxy going down from the barrel spray, and now Salute's going to switch to the frag grenade. He knows that one more player is lurking. Mental gets a lot of damage in. The frag comes out, but Mental too quick, gets behind the wall. And then Soul with another frag is able to take him down, so Damwon Ki on their last legs. 1 player alive right now, as Lambu and Salute are going to clean up 3 of their players.
Yeah, the dynamic duo here for Danawa is able to lock this long building down, and you see it time and time again that the long houses are so difficult to push, but Loki with the patience, gonna get 1, gonna get 2. Can he find a 3rd? Not quite. But Lambu is super, super hurt. And the Trickster God, patience pays off once again here as Lambu has to go for the full med kit, should be able to get it off. I don't see any more grenades coming through. Meanwhile, TG just gets yoinked out of that car
Jesus.
by Aixlev. That is a feels bad, man, but it is what it is. BeaglePa has to make some kind of move for the center of the circle.
Donowa finally able to clean up Loki, but man, Loki getting one more frag there, picks off Salute as very good performance right there with a little bit of trickery, able to get some more points on the board for his team. And now 17 Gaming and GEX going toe for toe. Show kind of positioning over here on the Vanguard as Savior on the high ground, popping a nade, gets a lot of damage done, no knock though.
This is a bit tough now for GEX. They're really separated from Savior. Now, Savior's been really darn good in this event for GEX. A bright spot for sure, but it's asking a lot for him as a solo to take on Show and others from 17 Gaming. You can see they're trying to get Savior up on the high ground, waiting, for some information from his teammates to pounce. I don't know that they're aware of Lil Ghost's position. Or maybe Show. I'm not sure who they can't see. There's one member. Well, now they know where Show is. Is he lighting up Zennon or trying to with the FPS?
Yeah.
A bit off there.
Yeah, a little bit off. Uncharacteristic misses there from Show as this guy was the damage leader coming into today. Maybe still getting warmed up after that early death in game number 1, and Savior's going to take that opportunity to take down Xiaobei. Another big gun here for 17 Gaming going down as GEX is, they're standing strong.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job, and Savior's angle eventually paid off. They're able to bait long enough here, but Show over the top, actually bested by Zennon. Lil Ghost did knock Savior, and they have to leave him be. There is no hope of rezzing him in this phase 4 blue. Yan Li knocked here as well by Show's Molly. Lil Ghost is going to clean things up. 17 going to win the fight, but they're going to lose Show for their efforts.
Yeah, that one was really scary there, but 17 Gaming able to finally clean it up. 3 players alive, and 2 games in a row now. Their top player, Show, going down first on the team is a real feels bad, man, as this team is right up there in damage, right up there on the leaderboard, 123 points. They want to keep Show alive to rack up kill after kill, but just not able to get it.
Yeah, Donowa is going to find their end with the long-range mini of Pero. Now, you can see that 4 a.m. is trying to find some space on the north side. Now, eventually we did go over to the Hacienda area. It just took a while to get here, but eventually the circle did kind of figure itself out after looking like maybe we'd have a real crazy one, maybe a San Martin ending or something like that. Now we're just back out into this kind of area to the south of Hacienda del Patron. Pero has to make a move. But, there's some space in front of them, but nothing that's, easy to just, kind of look at and go, yeah, we'll just go here. They can either try to crash BeaglePa, crash Gen G, try to drive in the middle, contest the warehouses that New Happy's sitting in. There are options for Petrichor Road, but they are likely going to have to fight for their territory.
Oh, absolutely. They're going to have to fight for it. See where they decide to go is Pang coming up. Whiffs just a little bit, but able to get the knock there on ZG as he definitely had to drop on him. And 4AM's troubles continue here, but hold that thought as 17 Gaming going to be breaching this compound here for GFY. Xiao UDD with a great initiation gets 9-11, then Pang gets way less, and the finish comes up again from the rock, trying to connect here with Forever. Gets a bunch of damage in, but actually it's Summer from the back who's going to take him out.
Great patience, great maneuvering there from Pang to keep himself out of the sight lines of Forever. Now Xiao Lu, the only one left for 4 Angry Men. 17 found a perfect time to hit this. They absolutely just clobbered the back lines of GFY in that fight as GFY was kind of tunneled on 4 a.m. So just impeccable timing from 17 Gaming here. I can't say enough about that. Out in the open. So, jeez.
That was
jeez, HS. Come on, man.
That is some fast
that
tapping
is
right there.
Nasty.
It's like an M16 on burst fire, dude. Goddamn.
It is. You're absolutely right.
Didn't know you could click that thing that fast.
Jeez, Louise, and he gets it stolen from him.
Oh, for all that effort.
I know, that was such great shooting.
Some more nice shooting there on Pang as he's going to go into 35 HP. And now Kwangdong Freak seems to have a good read here on Gen G as that nade is nice, and that's going to be Adder going down, and Gen G's run here will be eliminated in the second match of the day.
Yeah, that opened up a little bit of space for Petrichor Road. I think they lost. No, they didn't lose anybody. They're still 4 strong there on the southwest side, so they were able to kind of squeeze in because Gen G was under pressure. Now they have to worry about the Freaks having that high ground angle down into them. A ton of smokes have to be committed to that. Meanwhile, New Happy wants to continue to sweep through the lines of these teams that are on the northern side of the road from them. 17 is going to lose Xiaobei. Now just Xiao UDD and Lil Ghost left. For 17 Gaming, Circle is going to hard shift away from that fight. And now New Happy immediately retreats back to the safety of that compound.
Yeah, New Happy perhaps thinking of that loss to Gen G and how they got outplayed on the top side of that road. Went for a 2-2 split, but now the circle going down to the south. They're going to rendezvous over there as the Freaks and Pero continue to battle this out. And both these teams with not an easy path forward. Yes, they do have the high ground over here, but these sight lines are brutal. And they really want to consider controlling the south side of this circle.
Well, the Freaks,
before they move on.
The Freaks need to make this as painful as possible for Pero. They can't let them come through here unscathed, because if they do, they're ceding a lot of territory in a way. Like, it's just like this is such a good position right now for the Freaks where they can really do some damage to Petrichor Road that coming out of this with not much would feel pretty bad. Now, even displacing Petrichor Road is not horrible either, because Petrichor Road is outside of the circle in that position. So this is actually not bad at all for the Freaks.
Yeah, Freaks doing some really nice territory control as Guman has a really good read on Begopaw's position, goes for the frag, but just short. All three Begopaw players in that shack right now and Guman really fast right there, gets 3 shots off, almost a knock. And now here we go, Ghibli is rolling in. They know Begopaw is posted up over here in this shed. Is Heaven, ZRM, and Tosi going to be...
Heaven's going to get knocked.
Leading the charge. Yeah, Tosi gets the knock right there with the Molotov, and frag grenades come in. Oh! More! Tosi gets PO and Zuhart with a frag. Songjung on just a little bit of HP right now, trying to make something happen, but no, the nades continue to rain in.
I knew Tosi's first grenade was going to be good. I saw it come out of his hands, and I'm like, that's landing right in the middle of Begopaw. Now Petrichor Road here trying to finish what Ghibli started. Tosi, and I think he's got Gumin there on the left, trying to see if they can barricade this. Gumin's spray is good, and Petrichor Road is going to be taken out. Now the Freaks slamming down in this position. They're going to get 1 knock. Only 1 member of Ghibli remains in that shack.
Yeah, Hikari with a really nice angle on this. The vehicle will blow up. Doesn't find anybody, though. And man, look at that shot right there on Tai Lu. Perfect angle on 3 players for that team as the Freaks doing a great job of controlling the southwestern side of the circle. And man, it felt like they didn't have a lot of territory before, but you see all these bodies pile up, and
it's amazing.
It's through those corpses that the Freaks have controlled all this ground.
It just looks like one of those, like, it's like a mirage there. You're like, that can't be right. Those can't be real. Like, there can't be that many crates there. But the Freaks, this is kind of, I think this is a great game to kind of really take a big picture view of the Freaks and what they've been doing in this tournament and how they've been doing it. They farm edge, but a lot of time they want to take long-range DMR fights, and here it really pays off big. They're able to kind of swat Petrichor Road away. They're able to put them in a really bad position where they have to fight the other teams, look for kill points instead of placements. And now the Freaks are in a phenomenal position to potentially win this game.
Yeah, the Freaks playing really well right now. You knew it was inevitable for them, considering coming into today, they were the overall damage leaders.
Exactly.
For here, as Zipian trying to find a connection there with Sia, gets a little bit of damage in. It does have an Om with 9 more shots.
This game shows you why they're the damage leaders.
Yeah.
It's the way they play. They look for these high ground angles where they can really just harass other teams. And now they've got control of this ridge line that's kind of center east of this circle that gives them a lot of cover to work with compared to the other teams. You can see even Tai Lu there, I don't think is quite into the next. No, Sia's not in the next circle. So nobody else except for the Kwangdong Freaks is in this current circle. Both New Happy and Tai Lu are barricaded on the northern side.
And there's not a lot of terrain for New Happy or Tai Lu to play with. And in addition to that, they're in such close proximity to each other that unless they get some big knocks here on the Freaks, they're going to be in trouble. And here we go, Tai Lu, they recognize the situation. They're going to try and come over here from the top. CC does find Ming Ming. Perone gets CP on almost on 1 HP.
Oh man, now, the Freaks might even consider sending somebody like Ian out to see if he can scoop up some points out of this. Yep. Indeed, he is. Great maneuvering here from Ian to find the sightline to steal that kill onto Sia there, letting Tai Lu do the initial damage. There's another knock on a ZP Yan. Just none left for New Happy, as now the Freaks want to get involved in this. They want these points. They want these kills.
More nades coming in as Hikari's going to get a knock there on Ming Ming, and HS going down as well. Ian also getting in on the action, trying to spray people down through the smoke. Beautiful. And does get tongs. Chao Yang goes down as well. Man, the Freaks are just farming points right now.
This is just beautiful from the Freaks. The way that they just put the hammer down once Tai Lu and New Happy started fighting to try to close this game out. Now, Nan on a sliver of health, able to get the first 8 off, looking for this res as well, but Hikari watching this smoke like a hawk, calling it into the rest of the Freaks. He's going to wait for the reinforcements to arrive. Now the stuns start coming through. Nan's going to hold it. Molly's out. This should be job done. Game over. The Kwangdong Freaks are going to take the second game of the day.
Freaks with a fantastic win there, just controlling territory and pretty much shepherding all the other teams to exactly where they wanted them to go, making them fight each other and then pouncing when the time is right, picking up so many points and getting a huge win right there. 2,400 damage coming in from the Freaks as, man, both the Freaks and Pero coming out swinging here in week 2.
Yeah, this is great to see from two of our teams that we have really high hopes for. Petrichor Road, obviously with their history in the PCS, we always have high hopes for them. But the Kwangtung Freaks is a team that has won the PWS 5 out of 6 times, and they've never really done well in PCS. So now this new Freaks here, the way that they're playing this game right now that they just played really gives me a lot of hope that they have a real shot at winning this, because that was really well managed.
Yeah, the way they controlled their territory was just phenomenal, and I think that win puts them well ahead of 1,000 damage per game on the tournament, not just on the day, but on the tournament. These guys are starting to live up to the hype just a little bit. I mean, every single time coming out of PWS, you see them pop off, and you feel like they got to be able to ride some of that momentum into the PCS, but time and time again, they faltered against the Chinese teams. Now, finally, having a good performance, 1,000+ damage a game, climbing the leaderboards there with that win as the race gets even tighter at the top.
Yeah, they put out, and again, if you're putting out high damage numbers, almost always eventually that starts translating into points. And now it's finally doing that for the Freaks, at least today so far, looking good. The linchpin of that game for the Freaks is them not giving up any ground to Petrichor Road, to holding the line there, not, because if they got, to be honest, if one of them had been knocked by Petrichor Road at any point during that fight, I think that could have been a different result. I think Petrichor Road might have loaded up in the vehicles and gone for it to try to knock them out. So the fact that they held tight up there eventually gives them what you were talking about, the positioning in the territory they need to win.
Yeah, I was watching that position and worried about the teams on the south because I thought that might be, one of those long protracted battles where eventually get 3P'd after players get knocked, but the Freaks just did such a good job of controlling their territory, standing their ground, and what a solid win. I mean, they played flawlessly the final couple of circles, just absolutely controlling and dictating the pace of the game. And man, what a shot there from Loki, almost getting a full team wipe.
He's
nuts.
He just does this stuff. I mean, it's funny because Loki is a perfect name for him. Like, he does this stuff where he catches you completely unaware. Like, he bamboozles people more often than anybody else I see in competitive PUBG. So to him to have grabbed the moniker Loki was rather on point.
Tyloo and New Happy butting heads there on the top side as forced by fate, or perhaps forced by the Freaks' master plan of kind of corralling everybody there on the northern section of the circle. They rail into each other, and then the Freaks come on from every side, throwing frag grenades, spraying through smoke, and they just farm points, man.
Yeah, great game for them. Very similar to, in some ways, to Petrichor Road's first game, where they kind of waited out, get 11, 12 kills, and come through with a very nice one. New Happy having another solid game today, though. New Happy's playing really good today. I know we didn't talk about a lot about them in that previous game. There's a lot of other stuff going on the map, but for them to come through with that second place and 7 kills is really, really efficient PUBG right now.
Yeah, I love that 2-2 split they went for as well early in the circle. I mean, the circle didn't really go their way, but they were kind of trying to prepare for every eventuality, and they're going to walk away with 13 points. Ghibli Esports also having a pretty good day. They started day 4 here at PCS, kind of at the bottom of the leaderboards, but they've been having some good showing so far. They're showing a lot of fight, 13 points in total and 17 gaming. Despite losing show early in both games, they got a couple of points, got a couple of kind of ratty kills in game 1, and now getting 6 more kills and 10 points.
Yeah, I won a tough fight against GEX that they kind of barely came through with, and I mean, this is what makes 17 so difficult to deal with as a team. Like, they just scrap. They'll just fight and fight and fight. Ghibli today, by the way, I know Hikari's numbers are really good. I'll get to that in a second. I just want to give Ghibli some credit today. Their change in what I'm seeing from them today is really interesting. They look like they are just going to fight on the edges and just try to, fight for whatever they think is theirs. We saw it in the early game. They bullied the USG Donuts for a kind of priority position. If that's the way they're going to play, be ready. If you see Ghibli or hear what you think is Ghibli anywhere near you, be ready to fight.
Hikari with 971 damage on that game, 5 kills, 40% of his team's damage. Huge win there, and with that, New Happy 1 point ahead into first place now. just barely ahead of Genji, and it is. I sound like a broken record, but it's actually so tight. Like, New Happy right now, 138 points. Genji, 137. 17 Gaming, 130. That's an 8-point difference in top 3. Behind them, Bagel Paw, 4 more points down. Petrol Road, 4 more points down. Like, any of these teams, if they have a good game in the next lobby, they're in first place. Just straight up. That's how it goes. And the Freaks, Petrol Road, GFY, Damwon Kia, all in striking distance.
Yeah, the Freaks just really gave themselves a big boost. I mean, it's crazy. Anything's possible. You know, Damwon Kia could have a really nice day and come through, and you know, who knows? We're talking about them as one of our top 4 teams by the end of today. We still have 3 more games to go, and we have another Miramar, then 2 Erangels, and then we'll wrap up this day. But of course, still 2 more days here at PCS7 Asia. So guys, we are going to take a short break. Then we've got our next 2 games coming up. So you don't want to go anywhere. PCS7 Asia will continue in just a bit. Maybe. We're working on it.
Hang tight.
Hold on. Maybe. There we go.
桥头肯定不是这2支队伍。
是。哎，抢车，果然这2支队伍还是有些冲突。这个车是 FTY 拿到了。
放心。没有掩体，对，掩体。但这个坡的位置可能也是一个选择。那前期需要找枪了。
有把枪，我看到了。
啊！
哎，
撬棍，
直接
抢车。
哎，下车，规避伤害。
开始表演身法了，这个撬棍打上去，直接打到了车框，走了，林书吗？真的走了吗？
走了。
However, on the east side, look at this Ents on the pull-up here. Stardust still positioned in this little defilade.
There's no way Ents were into where this position was taking. LG finds 1, finds 2. That is 4. Wheel of Time, they've been, as quiet as last game was, they have been brawling this entire end.
Much more of a solo Snake effort here. You can see FaZe now creating an opportunity here with the utility, trying to at least create a pathway for them, but they're leaving it pretty late here if they're going to pile up into vehicles. Lose set up with a Grozer as well.
They're doing it at the same time too.
The grenade from Perfectix could be huge.
See if it hits anything. Comes out on the other side of the wall. H is still in his car. Tries to reverse off of the wall and drives straight on top of the landmine. But Tulans gets a confirm on it.
수류탄도 있습니다. 수류탄도 있네요. 자, 타이밍. 오, 타이밍. 문닫기. 지금 던지는데 문 닫고서 앞쪽으로 수류탄. 너무 느렸죠. 直接上车。顶哪里？顶防区吗？往防区走了，过点 iPhone 那是防区的。
这边的话。
啊！铁皮挡板卡住了头车，后面拐弯没有拐过去。哇，还好这个。
Esports taking a ton of damage as well. Actually losing one in the process. EXO on the pull-up with the nade though. It goes straight in. Faris has found Iroh.
Full speed forward they go. Odin down as well. Confirmed land. This nade could be broken and he finds 3! Pain's able to get him, doing all the damage Lyra needs. Unfortunately, not able to get him, but now they're all burning one by one. Pain's doing all the damage needed to could rack up much needed points here.
Actually, Laza looking to continue. Hobbits will fall.
Now the does Ruin goes down. Laza, nice off angle, finds the first. Does he get the second? Yes, it does! What a nice transfer. Finds the second in Filfist, and now it's just one on his feet. Great play from Laza up close, using the spoiler, the element of surprise to perfection.
That's going to find one of the confirms here. Dante on the push though. A wild push. Laza finding all 4 kills.
기절당하지 않는다면 반격할 수 있고요. 던져놓고 그렇죠. 페이스입니다. 리부스 앞에 있어요. 하나 더. 이것도 헤더
자, 여기서 하나.
네, 윗가는 싸우고 있어요.
All clear on the roof. Heading back down.
Roger. Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
And we're back here at PCS7 Asia. We are 2 games through the day. That means we have 3 more to go. And then we'll be done with this wonderful games that we've had so far here on Friday on Paper Thin. This is State. And today's been really, really good so far. Some really just fun games, some kind of interesting games in terms of where the circles have gone, where the teams are playing. But the leaderboards now is where the real kind of focus is because they're so close.
Yeah, it's so close. 20 points separates first place from like maybe top 5, top 6. It's so tight right now. Any of these teams, we have what, 12, 13 maps left to play. That's a lot of time to rack up a lot of points, and it feels like pretty much everybody in the top 8 is easily in striking distance for first place. Some teams that are just on the edge of that top 8 threshold are still kind of in it, you know? I mean, if Tyloo starts popping off, I wouldn't be surprised to see them make a run for top 4. So just a lot of incredible PUBG action ahead of us. It's been a lot of fun to start things out. I love seeing Pero succeed. I love that they won the first map of the day. And also having the Freaks come to life after leading week 1 in damage, but not really having a lot of points to show for it is exciting for me.
Yes, I'm very excited with the way the Freaks are playing. You know, I think for them, they want to have a really good, obviously you want to have a really good result right here at PCS7. You want to have a really good finish going into PGC because the Freaks are guaranteed to go to PGC at this point, more or less, in case people are curious. But yeah, this is a team, though, that I was wanting to talk about. It's kind of on the bubble of going to PGC. They really need to be ahead of 12. Like, if they're basically, if Donawa is like 7th or 8th, they're pretty much guaranteed to go to PGC with kind of how things would shake out. Because, right, we know GX and the USG Donuts are going based on their regional slots, since there's technically 12 slots from the Asia region. But at least one of those has to go to the best Chinese Taipei team. At least one of those has to go to the best Japanese team. They're already in. They're done. They're going as we get ready for our next game. But then 10 teams after that between Korea and China is how we're going to find out who else goes to PGC. We'll get to that here, guys. The game is ready. The plane is up. It's match number 18 of the event. We are well past the halfway point, and it is our final Miramar of the day.
Yeah, look at this one, going a little bit perpendicular to the last 2 plane paths. This one's straight north to south, all the way down from Oasis to the island with Los Higos at the end. And we have seen on plane paths like this some hot drops on Valle del Mar between, I think, Damwon-Kia and Tiamba, if I'm recalling correctly. But that hasn't really been the story since the very early couple of matches on Miramar on week 1 here at PCS7 Asia. And so we'll see if those teams decide to revisit. That drop spot is... Look at the plane. I'm not sure either of them have dropped just yet. Tiamba and Damwon-Kia.
Damwon-Kia's already out.
Oh, are they? Where's Damwon-Kia?
Up by the Oasis.
Oh, wow, they dropped immediately. Yeah.
Yeah, they got right out. They got right out and went right for vehicles. There's kind of like some dirt paths you can take north of La Cobreria to get over to Alcantara, which is where they like to kind of loot on these plane paths. You know, even though they won the Valle del Mar fight, they were not keen on continuing that battle. It's like they just kind of hit Tiamba and run. It was just a hit and fade there. Miramar average survival times. It's New Happy who's winning that. Not too surprising with the way they've been playing, but yeah, a lot of our top teams right up there, as you would expect.
Yeah, Tyloo, maybe the one that I kind of expect the least, but it goes to show that this team, if they start popping off, can easily start climbing the ladder. As this circle's going all the way down to the south paper thin. Look at that.
Yeah, hey, I mean, that's what you want, though. You want 3 very distinct, different circles.
Yeah, it's been a nice little mix here.
Yeah.
Nice mixed bag to start things out on Miramar.
This is how you, this is how you can, like, if you could, like, draw it up on paper, like, you're like, all right, this is how I want circles to go.
I want them to go to the islands. I want to, like, finish in prison.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like,
Oasis.
If we're talking realistic days, though.
Yeah.
I mean, because, like, I looked at the stats, and I think for it to go to the islands to the east of Impala, I think it's like 1 out of every 2,500 games.
It's actually higher than I would have expected.
Yeah, it's pretty low. But it's like, because there's enough space between the 3 islands,
yeah.
Theoretically, I also know this because I've seen it happen. Theoretically, the smallest island of those 3, the circles can end on.
Oh, really?
It's possible.
Huh.
It's extraordinarily rare. Like 1 out of every 10,000.
Huh. Yeah, looking at the map, I would not have thought that to be possible.
It's extraordinarily rare. There's just enough room for a circle to fit on it.
Quick little replay we have of the action there in the previous game. As the Freaks just completely dominating that first fight. Over there by that shack. So many dead bodies. Must have been like a dozen at least.
A lot.
Corpses piling up. The Freaks really getting a lot of points out of that one. Sorely needed points, and in my opinion, awfully deserved. Is actually, hold that thought, this is not your compound monsters. I don't know, it's already posted up here.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious to see what Lambu's going to do off of this. He hasn't even loaded his SLR because when Monsters got here, he doesn't want to give over sound cues. So he's waiting see what's going on. Meanwhile, Monster's just looting like nothing's going on.
Yeah, well, there's no open doors. There's no broken windows over here. And, oh, he spotted Helen.
He saw him.
Yeah. But he doesn't know there's another player here, so there's a trap set.
Well, these are two teams that want to drop Chumacera, so they're going to be kind of, you know, bumping into each other every once in a while. And so in this time, I think Infantry expected this to be unoccupied. And Donawa's already there. Now this makes things even more tricky for Infantry, with 17 kind of cutting off potential reinforcement lines. And now Salute up on top of the church is putting some shots into 17. Now 17 is not afraid to fight.
Yeah,
you gotta be real careful poking this bee's nest.
Yeah, Salute pops off and show.
He's fine. He's got
doing some tricks for us.
Landed.
What a showman.
Nice.
All right. Donowa popping some more shots off as this is Monster's compound as this standoff continues. I still think he doesn't have any idea that Lambu's here. I think that he's kind of fixated on the other side, although with Soul now kind of rotating over here, he should have an idea that there are going to be players. And that's a nice nade. Man, right on the corner of that windowsill. Look at that.
Yeah, it's a good place to put that nade. I mean, you probably want it to bounce in a little bit more, but that's fine. Now, finally, Infantry is able to get their reinforcements here. 17 had well and truly gone past their position. So for Donawa, I mean, and they lose Helen on the push up the hill. I mean, this is not good because, I mean, Soul might be able to spring a trap. I don't know that they are fully aware of his position. Lambu here trying to hold an angle, can't. He gets kind of broken from his ADS there by the explosion.
Yeah, now his position revealed. He's going to go for the res, but a frag is coming down. Will damage him quite a bit. Lambu now down to about 30% HP. Is that Molotov just a little bit short?
They need cover. It's 17.
Oh, wow.
I mean, Infantry just knew what Donawa was going to do. They knew they were going to go for the res. That is disgusting. Filthy shooting there. Actually, Lin got the knock. I thought that was long screw shooting. That was actually Lin who got that knock. Now, Infantry did have one of their players knocked by 17, but this battle is just mutually assured destruction. Now ShyUDD shows up and is like, thanks, I'm going to take these points. Thanks for all the hard work, guys.
Yeah, ShyUDD just, the Grim Reaper here, taking all these knocked players to their demise as Infantry and Donawa continue to fight this one out. Infantry with one player knocked. Just Lin there on the back as they will go for the res, and Soul just completely caught unawares as Longspur sprays him down.
This is not boding well for Donawa.
Not at all.
I mean, not just in this game, but what I'm seeing here is just they look lost. They're not reacting to Infantry's movements. They're just trying to hold angles and getting beat on those angles. Salute's all but dead. And that buggy is not in great shape. He has to take it just to get out of there because I think he's worried about grenades coming into that garage. But there's Bagel Pa. I mean, if they poke out that door out the front of that church, he's done.
Yeah, he actually doesn't have any kits, just 5 bandages, so.
He's getting help, though. 17's actually shooting up there.
Man, Salute. Doing everything he can to survive, but he has a journey ahead of him. He's going to try and make that happen. Is Two Heart now finding an angle here on Infantry. Infantry wants to finally flush Donawa out. Some nice shooting there as EG98 going to get the knock there on Lin. And they will get the flush as well. As he is caught out in the open. BGP picking up yet another point. Kind of a slow start here in week 2 for them. Third place team coming into the weekend. Now a little bit lower on the rung.
But that's okay. You know, slow starts happen to everybody, so we've always seen that BGP is at least good for one, right? They always seem to be good for one win. They've won one on every day. So absolutely got to keep your eyes on them.
Only 11 points out.
Yeah, no, they're very, very close, all things considered. Of course, the PGC points, I guess maybe we'll have an opportunity to talk about those a little bit. Maybe. Is anybody going to keep fighting? Are you guys done for now? Are we done?
I don't mind it, man. We've had some games, especially on week 1.
I will pull this broadcast over.
Quite slow to start. But a little bit of action here. Start things off as Donawa and Infantry butt heads, and now Ghibli rolling in. And take a second to talk about Ghibli as after that last game, much to my surprise, Heaven actually climbed all the way into the top 5 in damage in PCS7 Asia to 2nd place with 5,400. And to give you an idea of where that is, the only player ahead of him is Aikslef with 5,900, Showdown at 51, Hikaria as well at 51, and Akkad at 47. So Heaven on Ghibli really having a great tournament so far, and especially after that last game, he's got to be feeling good. He seems locked in.
Yeah, he's been playing really, really good for Ghibli this year, and you know the old MTech, star player has been a great pickup for Ghibli, and he's been worth his weight in gold for them. Speaking of gold, it's Genji who is driving in and hoping to not lose anybody in the early game this time in transition. Infantry still up ahead, as they did, of course, win that Battle Fort territory. Salute's still alive, by the way. I can see his little brown icon on the map, so he's hiding, but that's a tricky spot for him to be in, no doubt about it. No matter who you are, no matter where you are, if you're in the center of a circle by yourself, out in the open, it feels like you're just kind of doomed.
Yeah, he's got a long journey ahead of him if he's going to try and survive this, because I don't think he can actually get out of that little dip.
Hey, stranger things have happened. Yeah, look, I've seen the craziest things in this. I mean, just think about
the flipped car game.
Yeah, the flipped car game from.
Was that PCS? No, PWS.
No, PWS. It was PWS last year. It was the Freaks. It was the Freaks last year, right? Like they had a car that was flipped over.
All right, Genji rolling up on GFY's compound as Adder and just one other player able to make it in safely. GFY does have a 2-2 split going on, so Pang and Sum are going to retreat just a little bit. They see the cavalry coming in now for Genji. Adder working his way around the side, going to see if he can find any connections. Does get a nice spray in. That's a lot of damage done. The Summer's going to have to make a break for it on very low HP, and Anonyx with a hip fire will be able to get the knock and the finish. Circle going down to the southeast.
Now you got Pang, who has rolled up to one of the other buildings here, as Genji is now taking control of the top part. Pang's still fighting for the bottom. It looks like he might be retreating to the safety of the sight lines of his teammates. In fact, there might be even a pickup coming for him here. Genji has an opportunity to shut this down. 911, dangerously close. I don't see any grenades coming out. In fact, some good shots are connecting onto Renba. I'm going to assume that Summer hitting those shots there, as even a Tungmu gets in on the action. Excuse me, it's a Tungmu.
Yeah, Tungmu providing...
The last one. Summer died. What am I thinking? Summer died for GFY. It's a Tungmu there who's doing that damage, and that's good retrieval here for GFY. I mean, even getting a knock in that situation.
Yeah.
So that's a bad one. Of course, you don't want to lose a player, but not the end of the world.
Yeah, that was a nice pickup. Tongmu providing covering fire, and then 911 picking up Pang, and now Pio moving in on his own with Bago Pa. Bago Pa going for a 2-2 split as the Freaks kind of situated over here in this nice center compound. Now GFY out of the frying pan into the fire as 911 gets shot out of his car right there. CP on with a really nice spray as New Happy. That's a headshot too. Man, New Happy is just on point. Yeah,
this is what is so scary about this team, is once they start clicking, especially with these barrel sprays, they are just otherworldly with what they're able to do.
It's like 130 meters with a red dot on
a
moving vehicle at near max speed, and
this
doesn't get a knock, but he gets a headshot. Like, my God.
This is part of why they win, why they're the global champions.
Yeah.
Their barrel sprays are just so good, it doesn't make sense. You just watch them and you're just like, well, how? How is this possible? Well, they're just that good. They put in that much time and effort with the barrel to be, it's a 3x sprays too, right? Like they'll swap over to a 3x and then they'll blast you from like 200 meters away, and you're like, well, how? Like that's not fair. Like, and if you're hitting those shots, the time to kill is faster than a DMR, right? So what they're able to do is just absolutely outrageous. Genji here sends 3 out, to scout. And infantry still fanned out just to their south. Pio's kind of listening to the sound cues here, and he wants to see what's going on the other side of this.
Yeah, Genji just shrugging around the map a little bit, gathering some intel, seeing if they can find any opportunities to engage. And perhaps infantry shooting away at Genji might give Pio an opportunity to go for a knock, but we'll see. Is Damwon Kia now rolling in on the east side. And New Happy just happily posted up. There's a shot of Damwon Kia. This is all the way on the west, excuse me.
Yeah, there was
Americans don't know geography.
Well, it's okay. That's not your fault. That's the school system's fault. No, I mean, Damwon Kia there was relatively close to Sungjang from Bagel Pass, so I thought there was a moment there where maybe there might be some fighting that broke out. But Sungjang was not interested in that, as he was
not Pio.
And he was way away from the rest of his team, so no reason to fight. Infantry now going to make their move ahead of Bagel Pot. I think Bagel Pot is perfectly happy with this. It gives high ground to Bagel Pot, gives them the ability to do what they like to do best, and that's just watch what's going on inside the circle from the top. As Loki did right next to Sungjang. 77 in the meantime. That must have been a pretty nasty spray. We only caught the end of it. Now Sungjang sees Loki, almost takes him out with one frag. Loki on a sliver of health, trying to get through, and DG right in the car to finish the job.
Yeah, DG just full confidence right there. That nade gets him 90%. He knows it's good. Drives in on the car and just sprays him down as DG is going to be able to pick off Loki in really spectacular fashion. Is about as good as it gets in a 1v1 like that, man. That's nice.
Yeah, that's pretty clean for sure for BeaglePod. They do have a tricky one ahead as Damwon Kia is still there. There's a ton of teams rotating into this circle already as most of the land ratio terrain has left this circle already, as I was going to talk about, never got to. There's so much fighting. Los Leones was about the last of the land ratio terrain, so this one is going to shift like south or southwest. If it goes south,
Infantry just gets absolutely decked there. Ouch. He drives through a bunch of crossfire, and Sia from Tai Lu going to be the one who gets the knock and the kill on a monster. And now GFY rolling in on the north side. HS and Ming Ming trying to find an angle, but a little bit too slow to the rocks, as GFY will have enough time to make it to this God compound. HS tries to find something, but actually it's Cod from distance. Coming in with a Mini 14, getting a lot of damage in.
Just farming those damage numbers.
Yeah, man. Maybe that's why they're on the top of the leaderboard. They just love to shoot.
Oh, I mean, that's true.
I'm not gonna get any. I'm not gonna, like, if I get a knock, I'm probably gonna get the flush. But
yeah, but
hey,
I get to shoot stuff.
Maybe I'll get the
fine.
$5,000 like crazy. Like,
yeah, right.
Something.
Yeah, just for farming damage.
Yeah.
You never know.
All right, CC did pick up another kill there as Infantry's Wangzai is gonna try and roll in, and he's the last standing player here for Infantry, who is sitting at 10th place on the ladder right now, and
that car is gonna blow up.
Yeah, he's stuck in a shack with a lot of ways to get out. Both the Freaks and I think Tai Lu has a good sight line on this, so Wangzai has his work cut out for him as Damwon Kia continues to make the rotation in all the way from the west, migrating down to the south. They're rolling up over here. Mental, a little bit of shaky driving there. I'm actually surprised he didn't try and stop by that farm equipment to get a heal off, but he's able to wiggle his way out of it. Oh man, even Foxy hitting the farm equipment, and now CC with a headshot's gonna take him down as Damwon Kia just, they keep hitting the farm equipment, man. Yanli with a great spray there.
Zenon just got splattered by Renba, though. It looked like, I thought for a second that Yanli had shot somebody out of that vehicle.
Had he not?
No, that was Zenon getting run over.
Oh my god.
I had to look at the kill feed because I was like, wait, nobody on Genji is dead. Oh no, not like this.
Oh no, somebody get the car jack out.
Well, you can throw a frag at it.
Yeah.
To move it. BeaglePod, you know, with that early kind of pick they had onto Damwon Kia, has rotated completely in the other direction. They're trying to fight through the north. Kwangdong is going to be there to greet them, and happily, so far so good, as they've already done a ton of damage, have a knock onto DG98, who is very up close and personal and not resable. In fact, he's going to be flushed here by a COD. So BeaglePod now regrouping on the outside of the circle, looking for another approach. A COD taken very low, but no knock.
Yeah, Pierre with a nice headshot there, going to give himself some breathing room, as now a COD going to have to back off just a little bit. The circle did shift all the way to the west, centering up kind of in the farm fields surrounded by the hills, and now Pierre as well as Two Heart, some fancy driving. Try and get out of this situation is Genji. This is all the way on the eastern side as we're into +1 rolling in near Anonix, and yeah, let's get a replay of this. So.
Yeah, he just swerves right at him, sees him in the last second, just absolutely launches him.
And then he runs him over again.
Jeez, dude. That's like watching somebody come off of one of those really big like water slides. You know,
they get airtime.
Yeah. Oh God, what a shot from Salute!
Oh my God!
What a shot from Salute! 2 back-to-back headshots, and it's going to be BeaglePod that's actually taken out by the blue.
Holy crap.
But Salute just making it look easy.
Salute gets one there with Songjugger. We're impressed. And then he turns around and gets instantly another headshot there on PO, moving in the vehicle. That's going to spell the end here for BeaglePod in the third lobby.
Bandage his way there. I don't think he can. I don't think he can. It's phase 4 blue.
Imagine like riding the high after landing such a sick shot, and then you're like, all right, I got to like slowly bandage my way.
Well, the blue just ticks too fast.
Yeah, he's going up to 6. Next bandage is going to bring him up to 7. He might actually.
I think he just gave up. I mean, I think he knows he's done so.
Yeah.
Well, still he got points. I mean, he got something out of nothing.
A lot of swag.
Yeah.
But man, that's I'm just imagining like the high of like landing those insane shots and just being pumped out of your mind, and then like going to heal and being like, oh, I only have bandages.
Yeah, it's done. Yeah, great.
Oh.
All right.
Sick shooting though.
Really, yeah, nasty shooting there. As GFY, only 2 left, slamming through with the Murado, just searching, hoping that they can comb and find some kind of safety in the middle of this circle. Meanwhile, Gen.G has continued to harass GEX. Yan Li trying to do something at the top of the stairs, throws a molly to try to buy a little bit of time. That's going to send a Sir out to check the back line. They're sensing the pressure, or at least maybe heard some shots and seeing what is going on with Petrichor Road. Beyond this, even, you have Ghibli sitting on the high ground on the other side of this field. This is really, really tough for Gen.G.
Yeah, Pero also lurking over the top there of GEX Savior, as Yanli does finally get found there by Anonix. And now Savior coming in from the rock does get one knock, but Aches left quick with a gun, gonna spray him down, so no flush there for GEX.
I'd love to see Gen.G try to do something about this knock. They're trying to drive out into the blue. Aches left trying to keep Gen.G pinned down with some spraying. There we go, there's some damage to put him back a little bit. Adder did get knocked though by Heaven from Ghibli. He is gonna go down. This is what I was talking about. That sightline Ghibli has down into Gen.G is really challenging. I'd much rather seen Gen.G try to fight Petrichor Road up on their north, because going west is not gonna be good.
And Onyx will get knocked from the blue, and Gen.G is gonna have to try and get him out of that situation, but perhaps they don't feel like they have the time.
Oh, Gen.G's Petrichor Road should finish him.
Yeah, Petrichor Road coming down from the top of the hill is Heaven. Man, just continues. He's gonna try and get the flush there. It's actually Pero with some nades cleans up Gen.G as Asura and Remba both get taken down there.
That's a tough one for Gen.G, no doubt about it. You're in a really bad position with Petrichor Road and Ghibli looking down at you. The only like possible opportunity you had was that knock that Savior got onto Petrichor Road that you could have tried to go north, but Gen.G just really couldn't find the footing, so just carved apart there as the Freaks and New Happy kind of split this road. You see this all the time where one team is on each side of this road, and there's the warehouse there for the Freaks. They'll be able to chill at it for now, but probably not for too much longer. 17 is the north side, Tianba on the west, Tai Lu on the south, and then on the east you got a whole bunch of teams scrapping for that eastern kind of control.
Yeah, Pero going to try and drive through these dips to make their way in. They will get out of that vehicle so Mill can heal and get a little bit more of a lay of the land, as 4 AM is eliminated behind all this. I think they were trying to make a rotation in, and they got picked apart by several teams there. As now Petrichor Road over here on the southeastern side. This is just a couple hundred meters away from Ghibli, and also in the sight lines of Donuts. So Pero,
oh, go for it, Kane. Kane, you got to shoot. He's hurt.
He's going to, not able to connect though, as Pero just continues to try and thread the needle and make their way in, but Ghibli closing in, and Ghibli, they've been having a really good day so far, especially Heaven, who's all the way up to 5,500 damage now.
Well, I like Ghibli's confidence. It's going to bite them a little bit there as Aches left was ready for it. Tosi immediately knocked, so Gumin has to throw some grenades to keep Petrichor Road kind of honest here. Aches left that one a bit too far, that one a bit too wide, as Ghibli is trying to look for defense, but Petrichor Road is very happy to take this fight with that knock. I mean, they know they've got the advantage, they've got the high ground. They want to see if they can finish the job. Tosi has been res. See if he can get that first aid off. Looks like he's going to be able to get it, as nobody's grenades are really seemingly being able to find the target.
No, Ming had a good read on where one of those players was, but wasn't able to get it. Now Aches left able to get Human and the flush, but Z-Arm and Heaven fight back. That's Mill and Long going down. Aches left is able to get Tosi behind it as Mill and Ming get flushed. That's all up to Aches left here for Pero to try and make something happen. He's going to go for the kill. Coming up from the top, he gets one.
No way. No way. Z-Arm just needs to hit one more bullet. Just barely gets through it. He's going to die to the blue. What a fight.
Mutually assured destruction as Under tries to come in to steal some kills, but everyone's already dead.
That was an awkward fight. They lost track of Aches left in that smoke, and I thought maybe Aches left had walked through that molly, but I
thought so too.
I don't know if he did or not. I couldn't quite tell. That fight just kind of was done so fast. Kane's grenade gonna find Under, and he is sitting on his knees. His mental is well ahead of the circle. Doesn't look to be keen at all trying to go for this res. So
no.
That was a solo mission, and Under will wave goodbye to this particular game.
Yeah, Damwon Kia with only 2 players up, trying to fish for any points they can as Under try to go for the 3P, but now getting caught by USG Donuts out of position. Damwon Kia just trying to get any points on the board, 102 right now in place 8, but that is still in striking distance from top 4. It's a very tight race here as the game continues. 17 Gaming rolling in here on the northwestern side near Tiamba. You see 7-7, Tong, Chewy, and 9 fanned out on the edge of that ridge line, and they might try to pounce on this position from 17.
Yeah, 17 is just combing the edge of the hillside to see what lies ahead of them, and because they're not in the next circle, and they're gonna have to get going sooner rather than later. New Happy has established a beachhead along with the Freaks on the other side of this road. Again, this road kind of allows for two teams to do their thing until that happens. Zepion just, we've seen this before. We've seen that story. He gets a Groza and starts shutting people out.
Yeah, that was
it's gonna be EN.
That was a long spray too on EN, and he gets the flush there with the DMR. Is now the Freaks trying to rotate in. Not too much terrain to work with. It seems like New Happy might have a sight line on this, and in the meantime, 17 Gaming over here on the northwest. Feeling a little bit of pressure here from not only the Freaks, but also Tiamba to their southwest, knocking on the door.
I like Tiamba's position right now, trying to guard 17 from getting into the fields kind of comfortably. I really think Tiamba, they can try to do some damage and then rotate back down to the road, back down potentially. I don't know if Tyloo's sightlines are good enough. I'm curious to see how Tiamba's going to manage this. You can see that on this side of the road, certainly there's cover, but that's going to be out of the next circle. So are you able to squeeze underneath Tyloo while this is going on? Meanwhile, Sia has that Mark 14. Some level 3 gear falling into the hands of Tyloo's compound. Corn there. Ooh, a nice spray. Gonna get Ming Ming. Looking to see if there's anybody else around. They can hear the shots coming out of that shack. So a Molly gonna be placed at the edge. Grenade gonna scrape him just a little bit as Corn continues to try to push forward.
Okay, he's got to be careful though, because there's a Groza over there in that shack. Now Sia with a nice spray, almost able to get the knock on Tong. 7-7 also very low HP as the frags gonna go off, and that will connect. Tong going down to the frag grenade is now the Freaks fighting 17 Gaming, a cat and lash. Gonna try and make something happen here with Show, as Show is retreating to better cover as 17 Gaming continues to encroach. The nade from Little Ghost will get a CAD, and man, 17 Gaming with perfect nade play gonna wipe out the Freaks.
Yeah, 17 was sitting on a ton of nades, and Tiamba had wrapped to try to get into the circle. Kane trying to do something. Tiamba's gonna get wiped for their efforts. Kane and Corn for the donuts, seeing if they can scrape ahead. GFY still alive in this game, in fact, has been chilling in the middle of the circle for quite some time. Corn the only one left in his spray. Wide at the beginning of that. ADS quite far to the left. Couldn't really transfer that over in time. Now, New Happy and 17 trying to share both sides of this road.
Yeah, New Happy and 17 Gaming posted up on the northeastern side, splitting this road in half. So there's a lot more terrain to play with over here. Ming Ming just peeking up over that road just a little bit. Does identify that 17 Gaming is waiting in the wings, and a little bit of trouble here for GFY as Tongwood takes a lot of damage there from Tyloo. It's just him and Pang up, and although they have been very strong players for their team so far, this is not the easiest position to work with, because not only do they have to get past Tyloo, but also Wang Zai waiting in that shack, and New Happy all the way over to the north. Means there's going to be a lot of sight lines over on this angle.
Wang Zai here, he should be noted with the, again, with the exploded vehicle out front. Somebody should be kind of like, okay, there's a dude in here. Like, let's save a Molly or something to clear him out. Peng has plenty. Tongmu has a couple. So, yeah, this should be, Wang Zai shouldn't be too much of a factor unless something goes really awry for GFY here. Tyloo, though, just waiting, you know, for the inevitable push that GFY has to make. You can see they could just hold these ridge lines, just chill out. Of course, they've got the circle, but on top of that, they've also got a defensive hillside to work with. So, Wang Zai, let's see if he can make something special happen. It ain't going to be easy.
There is some potential that if Sia and CC engage on a GFY, he's able to come out of that shack without anyone getting in nade range.
That's a good point, yeah.
I think that's what everyone is a little bit cautious about, because you see the angles that GFY is working with. If they try to get too close to that shack to make it through those little tiny windows, Sia is probably going to find an angle. And they clearly know that somebody is in that shack. They just can't do anything about it right now.
You're exactly right. Look at this. As soon as anything started between GFY and Tyloo, Wang Zai went right for the door.
He wants any points he can get. One kill, one flush.
He wants to get out of there is what he really wants. Yeah. He knows it's a death trap. He got out, and he caught a Tugmu with a grenade in hand, holding the angle onto the side here. He's going to get the flush. Half ammo, and nope, it's going to be Sia in the back. Going to take him out, but hey, he got something.
That's a point, and now GFY Peng going to be the last man standing for his team, as Tyloo's going to try and clean this up very quickly. New Happy and 17 Gaming behind this. Sharing some nades across that side of the ridge as now Sia finally going to clean up Peng with a Molotov. So Tyloo controlling the eastern side, and New Happy, although they have 4 men up, they are cornered quite heavily right now. And if Sia and CC have some good utility, they might be able to frag this.
this feels like the PCL finals right now. It's just
a little bit.
Tyloo 17 and New Happy fighting it out. And you've got 4 members of 17, 4 members of New Happy, 3 of Tyloo. And Tyloo is, even though they're outside of the circle, they've got some terrain, a little bit of terrain to work with down here. It is kind of sloping downhill away from New Happy. Meanwhile, 17, of course, just this side of the road is theirs for now. It is phase 8. So the center, though, is on the other side of the road. So they will eventually have to smoke and try to make a move over. A lot of New Happy's kind of fate right now is in what Tyloo does.
Exactly. 17 Gaming, although they will have to cross that road eventually, they're able to have a wide breadth, a really wide concave on that side of the road when they breach in, whereas New Happy, you see, they have 4 men up, but they're very congested. They're almost in a corner here in the northeastern side as they don't have a lot of opportunities. They know that Tyloo has been able to secure the breadth of the southeastern side of this circle, and they don't have a lot of terrain to work with once again, as they're going to buy a little bit of space here with some smokes, but CC and Sia coming up from the top of this ridgeline, going to try and find some angles, and the threat here for New Happy, if you're all bunched up, is you don't know what utility Tyloo has. If they start throwing frag grenades, you're going to be in trouble. And yeah, New Happy identifying this. They're going to push in. Sia with a nice spray down, gets some damage in on ZPN there with a Groza. Oh, but he's blinded. CC's able to get the knock through on Ming Ming as CC continues to fight back. Tyloo picking up 2 right now.
CC could finish off New Happy here if he gets the sightline into ZPN. Gonna let loose with some grenades. New Happy that's the perfect opportunity for 17 to cross the road, and they're gonna take it. They're gonna come across. They want to finish this game, but ZP still got this Groza. He's gonna get 1. He can't find another stunned up, and he's finally gonna be taken down. Tyloo still, though, has 3 up.
Yeah, Tyloo with 3 up right now, and there's 1 player knocked here for 17 Gaming. So Sia coming up from the top, catches 17 Gaming prone. He sees Show as well, and now 2 players are down. It's just 1 up. Xiao UDD, the last man standing here for 17 Gaming, as Tyloo has turned this game on its head, controlling the breadth of the circle, and now they identify where Xiao UDD is, and he's going to have a lot of trouble to close this one out.
Yeah, Tongs has so many grenades. I mean, this is going to be so tricky for Xiao UDD. So he's going to reposition, trying to see if he can outguess Tyloo in the positioning battle to avoid any more grenade damage. But look at all this utility that Tyloo is going to be able to scrape together. Tongs, in the meanwhile, is going to be on Xiao DD. Kind of duty to make sure that he's kept track of. Yeah, he sees him, Xiao DD. I don't know, man. This might be it. Yeah, they're going to come around the corner. He should be donezo here unless he has the spray of his life. He did get the first aid off, but the stuns are raining down on him. They should be able to find him. Indeed, they do. Tyloo is going to take game number 3 in what looked like maybe a game that it felt like they were going to be the team that kind of dictated the fate of 17 or New Happy. They come through and they take it.
Yeah, that was well played there by Tyloo. 2,700 damage is, man, every team that's won so far today has had really big games, and Tyloo, they need those points. We've been talking about them as one of those teams outside the top 8 that very well has what it takes to start striking and reaching the top of that leaderboard, and with that win, they're well on their way.
Yeah, and they're a team that's basically already into PGC, by the way. Like, they would really have to fall apart the next 2 days. And something crazy would have to happen. That win, I think, basically secures their spot. So Tyloo here, a big win for this event, a big win for their future, and we will likely be seeing them at PGC. And I really want to talk about the PGC points, but like that game just went crazy.
Yeah, that one had action from start to finish.
Start to finish. We had no breathing room in that game.
I like it, though. It's fun. I think that was a 17-kill win. That was a ton of points for Tyloo.
They were going absolutely bananas.
Yeah, that was nuts. Just winning every single fight there at the end. I mean, you think about all the teams that died, and Tyloo was the one that was kind of putting them in the coffin every single time.
Yep.
They got New Happy at the end, and 17 Gaming in trouble as well, as Tyloo just kind of played with the terrain they were given and able to pounce on every opportunity.
Their timings are impeccable. They know that terrain very well. They utilize it very well. Kind of working again, late game working, low ground to high ground, especially on Miramar, is pretty favorable because of the way the hills kind of give you cover. So then, the teams up top have to come down hills eventually, and then all that information that you had starts to become worthless when you're just running down a hill, getting shot at.
Yeah, top of the hill is nice if you're defending, but if you try to push from it, it's deadly. And that's what happened with New Happy, is they try to push out. And man, these 2 shots are absolute. It's just 2 taps. He's not even like spraying it.
No, he just,
God damn.
That's absolutely
incredible.
absolutely filthy. I mean, Bagel Pod just has to be just furious.
Nah, you tip your cap.
Well, I mean,
that's a hell of a shot.
I mean, it is, but they were probably furious that anybody was back there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, not that they were, you know, they're not mad about the shots. They're mad about the situation.
Yeah, not the best moment when you get double killed like that and have your hopes from, you know, advancing further in the match eliminated, only for that guy to bleed out in the blue trying to bandage. Like,
yeah. But that's the name of the game. That's why you
PUBG.
Always have to be aware. You have to be checking, you know, every corner, every possibility, because dudes like Loki, like we saw, do it to Donawa. Salute did it there to Bagel Pa. They'll wait you out, and they will find their opportunity when you least expect it. Still, though, for our Chinese teams, a really, really good game.
Yeah, Chinese team's coming up big, taking all 4 spots there in that lobby. As Tai Lu had a fantastic game. I can't wait to see the kill and damage totals again, because that felt like an absolutely massive win. Just completely handing it to not only 17 Gaming, but also New Happy and GFY there at the end. Felt like Tai Lu was picking up almost every single kill, as they really added him up.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it was a wild game from Tai Lu. Absolutely love to see it. And, you know, 17 and New Happy. Solid games. New Happy continues to just be, like, top 4 all day today. They're playing great on Miramar. Yeah, no wins, but a lot of points to rake in to put them, if not at the top, near the top.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that New Happy has so many placement points. I think they might even be close to pulling ahead, if haven't already pulled ahead from teams like Genji and Bagel Pa.
Yeah, they're already ahead of Genji coming into this game by like 2 points, I think.
Which is surprising, because I think Genji has won, what, 4 lobbies now? And if memory serves, New Happy really not getting a lot of wins. They're just consistently in the top 3, top 4. They're getting kills, they're surviving, and
they're a balanced team, right? They're really well balanced. But the firepower, as we saw with some of those barrel sprays that they're able to pull off, is just, again, otherworldly is the way I like to describe it. This Wang's eye moment, I thought he might have had the double there on the GFY.
It certainly seemed like it. And Tai Lu comes in, cleans everything up, and New Happy felt like they can pounce on that. Wanted to secure the flank, and 17 Gaming takes that opportunity to move in, but by then Tai Lu had already cleaned up New Happy, and the sprays were just so good.
That one knock really set 17 back. And then they're all prone trying to buy time, and Sia just hits them as they're trying to throw utility.
Yeah, Sia and CC over there from the top side just absolutely melting everybody. Dynamic 2 there in that team, and then Tong's just consistently raining now nades. Xiaoyudi's just flashed to oblivion, and they peek over the side of that road. He's dead, and yeah, 17 kills in that game. 115 points now total on the board for Tai Lu.
Jeez.
It feels like every single time we have another game, I am just itching to see that leaderboard, because
I know
every win shakes it up so much. It is so tight here at the top, man. I haven't had a PCS like this before. It's a treat.
It's crazy good. Crazy good.
Like, the odds are this is just going to come down to the final day, final couple of maps, like, beyond a doubt.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be chaos.
Oh, it absolutely feels like that. At least so far. We'll see. You know, we hope that, you always hope kind of just as a fan it comes down to that. But you never know. Anything's possible. Still a lot of games to be played.
Yeah.
Of course, 2 more Erangels today. You know, we still have 1 more game before our final break. But I'm curious. It's kind of looking like, you know, maybe now this week is going to be China's week. You know, last week was kind of Korea's week. So far today, the Chinese teams are looking really, really solid. Oh my God.
9-kill win there for Sia. 52% of his team's kills, 877 damages. Yeah, he had a hell of a game. I mean, him and CC just completely manhandled New Happy, and New Happy, they survived long enough, and they were a little bit kind of slow with that push. Not to discredit them. I mean, that's a terribly tough situation they were dealt, but they not only bogged down themselves, but they also bogged down 17 Gaming, and CC just picked up the pieces, and you see right there, 877 damage is Sia not only picking up those 2 prone kills as he peeked over the top of that ledge, but a lot more is now 17 Gaming. 2nd place, and Tai Lu moving up to 7th.
This is pretty interesting. I'm a bit worried about Damwon Kia right now. They've slid today. They started at 6th, they're in 9th. The Miramar has been their map, and they put up basically 0 points.
Yeah, not the best start here in week 2 for Damwon Kia, but man, the Chinese team's out of the gate feeling really strong now. New Happy and 17 Gaming, only 3 points separate them in 1st and 2nd place, but Genji also just a couple of points behind, 3rd, and You know, it looks really close here at the end, but this is maybe the largest. This is definitely the largest lead we've had so far in this tournament. You know,
3 points?
No, what I mean is like sorry. This is like
I'm like, eh?
No, I'm looking at like top 3 versus pretty much everybody else. Like now there's a little bit of a gap between the top teams and everybody.
Little bit.
I could have phrased that a little bit better, but
I
it's
see what
just
you mean.
it's been so close.
No, yeah. It actually has been. No. All right. Well, we go to Erangel now. So if you're one of those weirdos who hates Miramar, well,
I don't hate it.
I know. All right, let's go. It's game number 4 here today at PCS7 Asia, and we go over to the grassy pastures of Erangel. Load it up, lock it, get it going. Play this up. It's not the best.
No, this is
it's not the worst.
Down to Military Island, and we had our fair share of Military Island circles there on week number 1. We'll see if we get another one here to start things off in week 2. As Damwon Kia going to be the first ones out of the gate, heading all the way up towards Stallier by the looks of things, and might have a little bit of a fever drop, a little bit of a congestion as teams fight their way for vehicles. But besides that, so far in Erangel, the story in PCS7 Asia has been pretty quiet early on.
Yeah, Genji here with kind of an awkward spot to be in on this plane path, so they have to go for their alternate drop spot. Normally they've been Gakta, but it's tough to get over to Gakta safely, reliably on this plane path to get a vehicle safely, you know, because you have to go close to Pachinki, and, well, that's not going to be fun with 17 there, of course. So over to the mansion area for Genji. I'd say that's kind of one of your bigger change-ups that you're going to see on this. Damwon Kia's Kameshki Stalber area instead of their normal Primorsk. And instead, it's actually going to be Petrichor Road taking kind of that Primorsk Ferry Pier area. Now, look at Tianba and Danawa, though. They are right on top of each other.
Yeah, kind of surprising. Reminds me of week 1 a little bit as we had these two teams butting heads kind of constantly there at the start. As
Petrichor Road is getting ahead of this. And oh, no, Helenita Tree.
Oh, that's not good. Han's looking at his chops right now. Sprayed him down, and tough break here for Danawa. They haven't had the best start so far, but
I just don't know what's going on with Danawa today. I don't know why they're down here to begin with, because their normal drop spot is the south of Pachinki area.
It's odd, and it's not even as if the whole team landed here. It
right,
was,
just 2.
Yeah, just 2.
Now Salute's trying to run away.
Yep. Got a quick recap there of the top kill leaders in the previous match. Sia with 877 damage, of course, the match MVP with 9 kills, and Aiksleft having a good game as well. 5 kills, 500 damage. Zhaoyang, CC, and Little Ghost each picking up 500 plus damage and 3 kills apiece. So, yeah, really good game for the Chinese teams. Really feels like they're showing a lot of strength on Miramar today. We'll see if that carries over to Erangel.
Yeah, we'll see. I'd really thank you, observers. I was like, I really want to get a shot at Tianba to show what they're working with, because they're like dropping people off at compounds and then driving. I mean, this takes a lot. I'm really just. Yeah, he clipped the top of that tree. Yep, can't do that. Yep, can't do that.
Man.
That is,
At least he landed on his feet.
Yep. I mean, it's hard to know because you're first person. It's hard to see where that parachute is actually spread out to, but it does matter.
Yeah, that actually couldn't have been worse. He clipped just the top of that tree.
Yep.
Like as soon as he was on it.
It happens.
Yeah, Pero, after winning game number 1, having some pretty good performances so far today. All the way up in top 4 now as they have won 3 PCSs in a row.
They're already on their boat. I mean, Long's already trying to get over here ahead of, you know, a lot of these other teams. I think.
Yeah, oh, God, I actually hadn't looked at the circle. I was so caught up by
yeah, it's military.
Military once again.
So this is pretty interesting. You'll see this a lot. Damwon Kia does this too when in this particular circle. I've seen them do this quite often, so it's clearly a meta thing where when you're on Primorsk, like you're the Primorsk team, you send one boat out way ahead because sometimes teams will start to camp the western coast, like those huge rock lines that are on the western side of the island, and then because if they know you're going Primorsk, right, they know you're probably coming on a boat, and it's at the pro level really easy. If you set up on that western coast to make life a living hell for the teams coming over from Primorsk on the boat, so you got to get out there early and you got to figure out what's going on. Now the Freaks are doing something really interesting on the map, and I'm sure our Korean casters are talking about Pachinki, but this does not matter to me. What's far more important is what is happening on the south coast of the military base right now, because Long is wrapping all the way around to the new mini pier, but the Freaks normally do like a 2-2 split, like 2 in the military base, 2 at that southern compound with the farmhouse. Now they're, and I call it the farmhouse. Well, yeah, there is a farmhouse. There's a sushi house there too. But PO is gonna watch this. Now this might be a fight here, as Tyloo actually stopped up. Did they see something? Or, oh no, no.
Oh,
they're trying to drive. They're trying to drive down. So PO's gonna stay hidden. He should have a free kill.
He should. Scar L2X is gonna let the first one go.
The rest of Bagel Pa's waiting.
Yeah.
They didn't see him.
And now Tyloo, they think it's safe, so they're gonna be coming one at a time. And yo, house. Oh man.
Oh, they saw him.
Yeah, there you go. I don't think they actually saw him. They got suspicious of something, and Zhao Yang gets caught with his pants down. But Tong's very quick with a trigger, going to get one. Songjong from the back going to be able to finish that knockoff as he also gets Sia. Now Tyloo with 3 players down. CC going to try and scramble and make something happen, but Bagel Pa just got gifted 3 kills.
Gotta leave. Now GFY, on the other hand, can maybe punish Bagel Pa here if they can get to this in time. You should be able to get the res. I think Songjong might have heard GFY's vehicles approaching. CC's actually just going to drive under. CC just kind of just trying to be a hard pill to swallow here. In my opinion, he should have just left. There's no, after that great game you just had as Tyloo, I think you'd rather try to get points, and they're going to pay the price for it. I think that was kind of like an angry revenge attempt by CC, and it was kind of just a little bit too maybe emotional or heated there, or maybe they just didn't care. So like, we just won a 17-point game. Let's.
Yeah, 17 kills is crazy, but also maybe they didn't know that Bagel Pa had someone on the flank like that, because perhaps he was thinking he could try and get them on the res after GFY started rolling up on the bridge.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I think he thought he could get there to that spot, and like safely punish the res.
Tough to read exactly what the situation is with the play calling here. Is 4 AM now giving GFY a little bit of trouble as and Songjong.
Hey, free car.
A little bit. They got a free car, yeah. It's a nice little flaming dossier, too. Cool skin is. Ooh, that's a big headshot. I'm surprised he didn't get a knock there.
That was darn close. I think PO is. Oh, they got him!
Another one.
Oh, DG, you gotta help, DG. That's the guy shooting PO. You gotta help him. They're gonna flush this. DG a little bit hesitant to pull that trigger. Now you are gonna be able to block PO. That's his second knock, so this has to be quick. Damage being done, smokes are out, cover fire being laid by Bagel Pa. Is a Tongmu actually close enough with that frag? No, I didn't think so, but
too short. Tongmu low HP right now as Two Heart provides the covering fire for the Bagel Pa players to retreat safely back to these hills. And now GFY caught in a little bit of trouble because they didn't get any knocks, or they didn't get a knock, they didn't get any flushes over there on Bagel Pa, and now they're sandwiched between not only Bagel Pa on the south side, but 4 AM on the north side as we see ZG coming over here on the rocks, trying to find an angle to gather a little bit of intel.
Oh, they've been hearing the shots, so, you know, that's going to make it easier for them to be a little bit diligent about this, as GFY was hitting some banger shots there. They, like, Pang hit a headshot on the Two Heart.
Tongmu had a bunch of
ones. Tongmu's been crazy all tournament. GFY really, the Chinese teams in general really dialed in today. Their shots look really crisp. So some hard work put in over the course of the week here. Summer's going to do the old Michael Phelps strat, swim underneath the bridge. This is my preferred way to get this done, because I hate driving over that stupid bridge.
Yeah.
Just swim underneath. Nobody expects it.
Yeah, they have secured the south side as Bagel Pa's retreated back to their mountain. So Summer should be able to safely rendezvous after swimming across that bridge line. And now GEX coming in. There actually is a crate all the way down here on the water. I don't see the smoke on the screen, but it is around.
Yeah, it's north of where GEX is right now. The problem is that Petrichor Road has already gotten the mini pier. Let's see. They're going to be able to hide themselves. Like, there should be no way GEX spots this unless somebody on Petrichor Road makes a mistake.
Some beautiful camera work on this boat. I feel like I'm in a James Bond movie right now, and like this is the 00 agents about ready to roll up.
Yeah, but well,
look at these. This is
I think they're about to get James Bond in here. I think they're the ones. It is, but I think they're the ones who are going to get. You know, they're the villains in this particular story.
Perhaps Long does hear it, and GEX 4 men strong coming out on this rock as Pero starting to work their way in. Long doesn't know exactly where GEX is going to come from. They're, in fact, working their way over here to this guard post. Finding their way through this fence is Pero not pouncing on this as quickly as I thought, but Long over here is going to be really hard to spot. They're going to have no idea up until he peeks, and I guarantee that Pero They're just going to wait until he has teammates to communicate where the angle is, and he's going to peek up and get a knock.
They're waiting.
Look at this
They're
angle.
waiting. They're waiting for GEX to pass along, and then they're going to spring the trap and set up the crossfires. That's all this is.
This is going to be brutal.
Yeah, GEX has no idea. They're about to get shredded. 3, 2, 1, go. Aches left there. It doesn't get a knock, and there's Long. Springs the trap, and that's 2 easy knocks for him. Now Yan Lee stuck inside this shack, and Dunzo just feeding these kills into Long. 1 member of GEX left. Petrichor Road just absolutely bamboozles the boys from Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, that was a hell of a trap. I mean, that's about as simple as it gets. Yeah, the perfect crossfire set up, and GEX just caught completely unaware. The circle going hard shift down to the south. Savior, oh man. I mean, like, what do you do really as Savior?
This is all he can do. This is all he can do. There's nothing else to do. He can hide on the backside of his boat. That's the funny part. He can actually hide behind this boat. Petrichor Road knows it. So where do you go from here? I don't know. Let the lungs refill, and then you're gonna have to start swimming again. Yep. He might be able to kind of sneak his way out of this. What if there was like a spot underneath the boats you could swim up into? How weird.
Oh yeah.
Savior's just leaving. If I was Savior, actually, I think he might have had an opportunity to swim and hide himself behind that other boat, the real drivable boat that was there.
Maybe
because that, like, you can, if you're in the water, you can hide behind it enough that generally people can't see you.
This is New Happy, all the way to the south of Novo, coming in on the beachhead, and they will be able to work their way in. It's only Bago Pa
DK is gonna have to run
in front of them, and yeah, Damwon Kia all the way here on the north side.
They got a 700 meters dash ahead of them there.
Luckily for them, there's no teams really in that pathway. They should be able to make it to that ridgeline unless Gen G decides to post up on the top of that hill.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Gen G's the only team that really might mess with Damwon Kia's like sprint they have to do here. See if that happens. Yep, there we go. Damwon Kia running. What else is going on? Petrichor Road still watching for Savior. 17 now. Came in on the western side of the circle. Freaks were in a 2-2 split, kind of taking the quads that are on the west side there, and then, like I talked about, like the compound that is the sushi house and stuff in the middle. And now they just, of course, since the circle just kind of centered up around that compound, the Freaks are sitting in there. In fact, they just got a knock and a kill from there. As we get to see it right here, I talk about it,
man,
and then it happens.
Savior causing problems for Pero just by existing. They're trying to find him they're trying to find out exactly where he is and clean him up, so they can put it out of their mind.
Look at this.
Yeah, the Freaks get the sightline on Ming. They get the flush because of it. They get another
wily
knock.
veteran.
And now Savior able to work his way in because those shots, they bought him time.
This starts to get frustrating.
Oh, absolutely.
I
think we're well past that point.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, they already lost a player for this too. I mean, that's very true. And Onyx, the hard top US trying to get on through. There's the gift. The gift here for Damwon Kia is a Dacia on the road. That is so nice. That saves them a lot. And AWM, is it passed upon? That might go over to somebody else. Pio never uses AWM. In case people are wondering, he is not a fan. So he might have just taken the ammo out of it. I don't know. If anybody else on Bagel Pop,
I think DG's going for it right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe DG or Sungjung.
Oh, here we go. Savior causing problems for Pero again. He gets Long down with a spray. He spotted Axleft's position as well. Gonna try and come in with a frag. Axleft very wisely just evacuating his teammate from that position as the frag is gonna be way off right now. Instead, going for the res over here, and it's just Axleft and Long. So, man, they got another kill. Pero's down to 2 players. They're in a lot of trouble right now, and it all goes back to Savior just kind of surviving, causing Petrichor Road to overextend just a little bit. The Freaks taking advantage of those sight lines now. Axleft coming around the side of this crate is going to try and find exactly where Savior is run off to, but Savior, he gets that knock, and he goes back into the water. He retreats again.
Oh my God, this circle is still half water. Now, next circle, of course, being phase 4, will shift away from water as much as it can, but it's still going to have water in it.
Yeah, we're going to have a very good idea of where this circle's going to go after the next one pops, as USG Korn able to get the drop there on Pang. That will be a flush, as now GFY making their rotation in, and there's not too much real estate left to the south side of this. I'm not sure where GFY is going to go. I mean, you don't really want to be in the Skinny Tree Forest because it's just terrible.
You have hills. You have hills that are very, how do I put this? They're not good.
Yeah, they're not even really hills, man.
It's hard, dude. It's hard for anybody who doesn't already have something in this circle, unless you can get to the coast. that's kind of the funny part is like
perhaps
if you get to the coast, you can at least buy a little bit of time, but it's not probably going to be in the long run like super great either. Plus, BegoPa is already like watching a significant amount of the coast themselves.
Right, a lot of the prime real estate on that coast has already been taken up. And
dirty.
Yeah, that's a replay of Ming going down.
Well, they got 2 there.
Oh, did they get 2? Oh, okay. I thought it was only one that got knocked, and then maybe another one got taken down at a later time. But they actually did pick up 2.
The hero Dacia.
Yeah,
that was waiting.
How happy Under is about this?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I'd be thrilled too. That's a gift and a half this late in a competitive PUBG game to have a vehicle still left, sitting up on that road on a military circle.
Yeah, they don't mind clown carring this.
Amazing. Xiaolu just watches to see if they make a mistake. Ooh, a headshot in there is now 4 a.m. Has a lot of guns lined up onto this Dacia. Decent damage, but no knocks.
A lot of damage coming in. Is Damwon Kia going to try and make something happen? They know they're the last ones to the party here, so they're just going to post up by this little tiny guard post and fence. As 4am does have some angle here. There is a UAS. I don't know if that's actually a drivable UAS, but they will be able to use it for cover. This APN now trying to get a shot here on 2Heart. Get some damage in, not a lot.
BegoPa trying to set up some crossfires into New Happy's entrance angle into the forest there. I don't mind it, but they got to be real careful. That is playing with fire against a very, very good team. We'll see if they can handle it. I suppose if anybody can, it's BegoPa. And in fact, they might have successfully convinced New Happy to try a different approach to this situation. If they're going to drive at it, I don't know. Tiamba spraying down Ghibli there. Tosi gone. Can they find any more here? Nine's tracking just a bit behind Ghibli. It looks like for now they're okay, but oh no. Oh,
rolling up on 17. Sho's got a Groza, and he makes it go to work immediately. He picks out Zeron, but now Ghibli's out with a hip fire, I think. Yuma's able to take down Sho and Xiaobei. 17 Gaming having a lot of trouble. I mean, that was a great initiation. You think they were the Groza going to lock it down, but instead, Ghibli turning it on its head as Heaven continues to have such a great game.
I like what 4am's doing here, going for the coast. There's not much else to play with. Genji's and Onyx was dead, so you might as well just run him over. Renba gone as well. Genji just trying to scramble. Out of the air. Salute takes him down.
It's cartoonish.
That was cartoonish. That was absolutely amazing.
It's like a Wile E. Coyote cartoon where like the car just like
yeah,
it just like keeps going. Like, you just like you're still driving in the seat and just fall down to the ground. All right, Ghibli Esports finally eliminated there from Tiamba, but man, they caused problems there for 17 Gaming. Damwon Kia trying to make something happen over here, but not only do they have the donuts, but also New Happy waiting on the north side of that road.
This is tough for everybody now.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you and I have talked about this before, that this circle is one of the worst on Erangel. With all this wide open terrain that's in the middle of this, it's really, really tricky. So you got to fight on the edges. Frankly, play for kills here is a not a bad way to go. The USG Donuts trying to get it done, but it's Damwon Kia up ahead, who's gotten a couple big knocks, and Americano cannot quite get the spray under control in time. Damwon Kia, you know, out of a pretty bad situation, finding some points here. Oh no. Oh, Donawa and Infantry immediately find the sight lines into the bottom of the guard tower and just ruin any hopes Damwon Kia had.
Yeah, well, I mean, you said it perfectly. You got to play for kills because situations like this will inevitably arise because the sight lines in circles like this, especially right out here, right in the open, are brutal. As HS, through the luxury of covering fire, is going to be able to barely survive that situation now. Ming coming down with Nan to share this tree. It's Loki, the last man standing here in this guard post for Damwon Kia. We've seen him pull some trickery before. See if he can do it again, Ming.
Well, New Happy now is really in a tight spot because they would have preferred to push through the forest that's up top, right? But BegoPa made that too difficult for them to feel comfortable. So now they got to try to fight through the bottom part of this hill, and you got Infantry and Donawa who can watch you.
That nade almost got Loki. That was actually insane. Ming almost had that one pop right in front of the door. So now, New Happy with smokes and frags going to try and breach this position, but time is of the essence right now because they want to spend as little of this valuable resource in the open as possible. You see Donawa right there has a sight line. Try to close that gap, and man, even the Molotov is just short. Is Loki just barely surviving here, and I wonder with how close that Molotov is, New Happy, they have to suspect that someone is still in here. I guess they know for a fact, but I was going to say.
They know. He had been shooting.
Oh, Loki!
Oh, Loki.
The headshot and then the body shot to get none, but Donowa finally with the Mini 14 will be able to clean him up, and New Happy's going to be a little bit thankful for that because that was a thorn in their side.
Well, I mean, okay, that's one hurdle. You've got 2 more to clear.
Right.
It's really tough for New Happy right now. We'll see though. You never know. I mean, with the circle pulling this way, there's a little bit of hope for New Happy that maybe they can wait this out underneath the hillside. You know, by this road. So
perhaps
Bago Pa is just thrilled by this. As long as Bago Pa can keep 4 a.m. From breaching their lines, I think they're in a really good spot. And then there's Aches left, who still stuck in this mini pier. As now it's Tianba's turn to try to make a go of it. Aches left, waiting.
Savior is still popping up.
Savior's still alive!
Yeah, he got way less.
I love this. All right, Aches left, sprays it down, gets 1. Didn't take a lot of damage in that. Gonna readjust, but they had wisely gotten some verticality going. He's gonna see that head. He's gonna hear the steps. Gonna try the stun around the corner, and Aches left.
Oh no.
Man, oh man, he gets stunned in return, so good counterplay from Tianba.
I think that was actually his own stun. I think it was a bad bounce.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Aches left gets taken down there by Tianba's 9 as able to make magic happen. And now 4 a.m. fighting with Bago Pa. Pio takes a lot of damage from that spray from Forever. DG98 trying to provide some covering fire there for Pio as Pio's going to prone and heal.
This is tough. This is tough, man. At 4 a.m. takes a bunch of damage, though, from that grenade. Now Donowa getting eliminated by the Freaks in the background. ZG here trying to hold the front line. Way less is gone. That is way less, in case you're curious. He has, yes, indeed, changed his name once again. ZG taking some damage as he tries to get through, and that's going to alert Bago Pa to his position. The silencer in front of that AK, but Forever catches one out in the open. He does get the knock, but Two Heart immediately going to return it. But remember, Pio's been knocked quite a few times already.
Yeah, Pio in a little bit of trouble right now, so Bago Pa, they need to close this one out really quickly, but ZG has a good read on where Sungjong is. He knows that he's prone, and he's shooting through the grass, and oh, he's not able to get it! He probably thought he had the kill, but instead Sungjong on 1 HP is going to be able to survive. He makes it all the way to the tree. ZG, unaware of the rotation to the tree, gets clipped by the headshot. He's going to go down. Behind that Forever was able to get the flush there on Pio. Nades coming in now. Xiaolu taking a lot of damage.
Good shot there from Xiaolu, who's able to finally take the pesky Sungjong down. Two Heart had rolled in with this dossier. He's trying to make something out of this. He does get the res onto DG, so DG now going to be going for the heal. And still in the bag were grenades for Two Heart, so he's letting a few loose. Hasn't connected just yet. They're trying to guess. He does get some damage there, doesn't get any knocks. Sungjong crawling, trying to get back over to Bago Pa. This is really, really tricky now for Sungjong to get into a resable position as he is almost bled out. Oh, Forever takes some damage in the back. Tianba showing up to the party.
Yeah, Tianba getting ready to pounce on this position as they're starting to close in. 4 Angry Men trying to find something, but no. Bago Pa just going to retreat all the way to the north side and try to find something in the Skinny Tree Forest over there. But nice nades coming in now from New Happy as wow. Actually, really nice nades. Able to clean up infantry with some help there from the Freaks. Now 4 Angry Men and Tianba.
How is New Happy still alive?
I have no clue, man.
I think they have all 4 up still. They're unbelievable.
Do?
I mean, that was such a tricky position for them to get through. Incredible. We didn't get to see it on screen because there's a lot of fighting. Speaking of 4 a.m., going to be taken down here by the combined fire of Tianba and Bago Pa. Chewy opts to go for a spray and pays the price. It's a whole bunch of damage himself. Still Bago Pa on 2 members. Kwangdong Freaks pushing out of their compound, finally have to leave and are going to lose a COD in the process. GFY, meanwhile, takes a knock themselves. Ian trying to see if he can catch the head of the retreating Ming Ming. Is New Happy now going to try to wrap, I think, go up the hill and try to play maybe from the forest.
Yeah, New Happy now rotating clockwise, going to try and move on Bago Pa's position. So we get a replay here of the Freaks. This is them getting Donowa.
Yeah, them getting Donowa, yeah. It's good shooting.
Yeah.
I mean, Donowa was, when they had to rotate in, it was going to be tricky no matter what, especially with that compound still being somewhat in the circle, right? It's not completely in, but it's not in the danger part of the circle. It's not the damaging part.
Ooh. Two Heart barely missing with those, but oh my god, Zapian just has a perfect read on his position and holds down that spray. That's Two Heart knocked. That nade's probably going to flush him.
New Happy's going to win this game.
Feels like it. They've been able to work the circle to perfection after having a really tough hand drawn. Now rotating all the way down to the 2 o'clock position, and GFY KDF continue to fight over here on the other side. Lash able to fight back. Does get the knock there on a Tongmu. Summer is going to clean up Begopa. Begopa is eliminated. And now Ming getting in on the action as the Freaks, they're suffering a lot of losses here.
Yeah, I mean, it was everybody on the western side of the circle was grinding it out. And New Happy was the one kind of helping grind some of these teams, and now they rotate back up to the hill. They find a great timing, some great space. Catch 2 Heart completely tunneled on the wrong side of things. Summer trying to poke up and over. Ming right on point to sit him down. I mean, it is just New Happy just playing with their food, it feels like. Now, they do have to come downhill a bit, so it is going to get tricky here for a moment.
Yeah.
Tianba could maybe come through with this.
Potentially, but I love New Happy's position, and man, they've worked through a lot of strife, even finally cleaning up that last player from the Freaks on that side of the road. This isn't a road with a lot of elevation to play through, and oh no, Chewy finding the angle. He's going to get HS. Will he get Ming? He will. That's a bad blow here for New Happy as Chewy from Tianba getting a lot of damage in. Non goes down as well as New Happy, man. Their luck is starting to run out.
Yeah, finally, coming down these hills, it gets tricky, and for New Happy, eventually, I tell you what, a hell of a game though. 10 points and some tricky fights to get through. To get to this position. GFY, though, this shack, eventually, kind of everyone was cut down around them, so now they can start coming out and picking up the pieces of these fights. Tianba going to swing out into their car, look to finish off the last member of New Happy, or just maybe take this position. Well, probably both.
Probably a little
bit of both, yeah.
Yeah, Chewy and 7-7 going to move up on the front now, and they know that New Happy does have at least one player remaining here on the northern side of the circle. ZPN just trying to hide himself as much as he can, but oh, 7-7 knows exactly where he is. What a nade. That's an Olympic level toss right there, and that's going to be New Happy eliminated. They got a ton of points for it though, man. And they had as hard as a journey as anyone to get into that circle, and they got top 3 and 10 kills. And now GFY on this shack. Tianba, after making that rotation, the 2-1 split gives them a wide enough angle that GFY really has almost no options here. So they're going to try and go for the res in the shack, but even Summer probing out on the map, it's just so flat, it's so wide open. And
yeah, you need a lot of smokes for GFY, is what that boils down to get out of this. So Summer's going to make a go of it, throwing them out to try to lead the way, but again, like you were just saying, not much cover out there.
No.
For anybody to work with. So Summer just caterpillaring his way forward. A lot of smokes in one little spot there. So they're going to try to use that as kind of their temporary base of operations, but Tianba's not, there's not much. I mean, it's just tough for GFY. They're going to put some nasty shots.
GFY needs to get knocks to get any kind of space, but the angles here for Tianba are so strong. I mean, they're fanned out on the map, and it feels like from every angle they're able to find a shot. Now Summer going down to 7-7. Tongmu and 9-11 just trying to use the
they might just eat the blue.
They might. I mean, it feels like an unwinnable position here for GFY.
Yeah, I think you just see these. I think if I'm GFY, I just say, nah, nope, we're good. We're done. Let's back this one up.
I got a Tongmu on my fantasy team, though, so I would prefer if he didn't. We'll see. Yeah, eating the blue. I mean, you can't fault them at all.
No.
It's deadly position.
It's the right move.
Don't let Tianba close that distance anymore. Don't give them 3 points, as Tianba will be the match winners there. Cleaning up Begopa and then New Happy and playing the final circle to perfection. As kind of a mixed bag on that one. New Happy had a ton of kills. Potentially 10 kills in 3rd place. I wonder, I don't know exactly how many kills Tianba had. They're going to walk away with another top 3 finish
9.
at least.
So Tianba will be the first team. I think they have 19 points total to add in the win. And then I think New Happy had 14. They had 10 kills. So
yeah, that sounds right.
It's a pretty good game for both of them. But once again, it's all China, right? Like the end of this game is the Chinese teams. They're really, picking it up here this week, and it's scary because now they're not just getting the kills; they're also getting the placements.
Right.
They look much cleaner. All the teams look like they really sharpened up their mechanics this week. In my opinion, like the Chinese teams look much cleaner, much sharper, much faster. And now the Korean teams are starting to fall behind because they're not as aggressive. And when the Chinese teams are winning these aggressive pushes, I mean, just think about Begopa up on that hill.
Right.
I don't know what happened with 4AM, how 4AM was able to get that close. I'm not sure. Begopa was kind of bouncing around all over the place up there, but that was a real backbreaker because that could have been Begopa in that end game position had they been able to hold off 4AM.
it felt like they should have been able to fortify that position and kind of defend it from everybody else. They were the first ones to that spot, but instead 4 AM causing problems for them and spelling disaster for BegoPa's run here. The 4th match of the day, as we do have one more Erangel lined up for you guys. We're not done with the PUBG action just yet today.
Nope.
But man, what a showing from these Chinese teams. Just top to bottom, it feels like every single lobby, Chinese teams are stacking it up.
Yeah, they're great, man. I love the way Tiamba was active on that. I love the way they used that coastline because it stayed in for quite a long time to their advantage to be able to third-party fights. You know, they were able to clean out Eggs left successfully. Really active on the map. It's kind of, if you're able to stay active in circles like this, in games like this where the circle's really kind of bad, where there's not a lot to work with, then you're probably finding a pretty good game because it means you're safely finding kills, you're safely finding positions, and that's what Tiamba was able to do. Now, Savior had a hell of a performance here. What a game from him.
Savior evading detection for the longest of time. Pero overextends, the Freaks get a knock, Savior pounces out. I know there's other highlights, but I want to talk about Savior, man. Pounces out again, gets another knock, retreats again, and then somehow worked his way back to like the new little ferry pier on the right side. Gets a kill on a different team. Like, he stayed alive for the longest time, and although Pero sprung like the perfect trap on his team, Savior was kind of like all on his own, able to just throw a wrench into their operations to such a degree that they fell apart.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's crazy. He's a really good player. I will say that, you know, he's, again, another one of those veterans who's been around for as long as I can remember in PUBG Esports, and that's just, that play right there was him just, you know, his intuition, right? He's played so much PUBG, he just knows how to get out of that situation with kind of maximum value. Like, that's basically as good as it gets.
Tiamba picking up 10 kills. That's going to be a 20-point win for them, coming out first place in match 19 on day 4. New Happy right behind them. Again, I feel like they've been top 4 every single lobby so far today.
They have been.
It's insane. They're so consistent right now. Another 10-kill game for them. 15 points. And man, if you saw their position after like circle 3, you see this board
I
right
thought
now.
they were screwed when they got stuck on the down slope of that hill with both infantry and Danawa looking at them. I thought, okay, well, good job. But they got out of it because Danawa made a move pretty early to try to get into the circle when it shifted, and they paid the price for that. I don't know what happened with infantry. We were busy watching the 4 AM BegoPa fight.
Should we going to be the MVP of that match with 541 damage and 4 kills? Really a team effort here for Tiamba. As you said, they played that close line very well, and then pouncing on the opportunity, New Happy gets knocked, and they get the perfect concave up.
Yeah,
no chance to lose that game from there.
No, GFY was just completely screwed.
Yeah.
That's no other way to put it.
The way it goes.
Yeah, it happens. I mean, that's part of the game. That's why it's all about, like we talk about, it's all about maximizing, you know, your value in each game. This is a race, you know, so you gotta play for odds, you gotta play for statistics more than a lot of other things. So there you go. It is going to be New Happy pretty far in the lead now.
Yeah,
almost
wow.
a 20-point lead over 17 Gaming.
Look at that. New Happy Esports up at 161 as they not only have the kill points, but they have the placement points now, leading the pack in placement points. Is New Happy after getting top 4 every single lobby so far today. Got one more map left to play. We'll see if they can do it again. 17 Gaming, Genji, and BegoPa rounding out the top 4. And positions 2, 3, 4, and even below that is still a really tight race, but now you see New Happy kind of starting to pull ahead.
Yeah, well, what's super interesting about this is New Happy had less kills than Genji coming into today. Now they have a lot more. Yeah, a lot more. 12 more than Genji currently. Now Genji and BegoPa in 3rd and 4th place. Still, again, anything's possible. Having a big day for either of those teams will shoot them right back into, you know, either with New Happy or ahead of New Happy, however you want to think of it. But this is the New Happy that we're all just expecting to see. They're the PGC champions. They're the 2-time PCL champions. They're winning the best league in the world, which is China. They won the global championship last year. Can they do it? Can they finally take a PCS? It's the one trophy that they don't have on their mantle just yet. But guys, we're going to take a short break. We have one more Erangel, and then we'll be done for the day. So stay tuned. Still one more game to come here at PCS7 Asia.
minute away from arriving at the PCS7 battlefield. This is the last battle for PGC 2022. Give everything you have. 64 squads from 4 main regions, APAC, Americas, Asia, and Europe, will be participating in this operation. Erangel and Miramar, where the operation will take place, seem quite peaceful for now. But when the battle starts, you'll never know what could happen here. Remember, the squad that scores the highest points on this battlefield will become the champion of PCS7. Prizes are awarded to the champions and those who survive the fierce battle. Total prize money mounts up to $1 million. But prize money is not our main mission objective. PGC points is what this mission is all about. Take a close look at these squads. They are your rivals on the way to PGC 2022. All squads are ranked based on their achievement from regional qualifiers. The world's best 32 squads with the most PGC points can advance to our final mission, PGC 2022. Day Trade Gaming is leading the way in APAC, where the first gunshot will be fired. The point gap is big, but there is a way to turn the tables at once by becoming the PCS7 APAC champion. I wonder which squad will advance to PGC 2022 in this competitive region. Sonic's 4-time PCS champion in America's region is leading the region with a total of 745 PGC points. Seems like they are almost locked up along with E United. Still, all squads have a chance to advance to PGC 2022, as there is a slot reserved for the PCS7 champion. Asia is the homeland of all the PGC champions until now. Their firepower is beyond limits. Strongest among them all is Petrichor Road, the 3-time consecutive winner of PCS. Unlike other regions, there is no champion seed for PGC 2022, so watch out for any drastic measures the squads may take. The last one coming, Europe, is where Northern Lights wield their power. However, no one knows how things will go, since all the squads in this region have what it takes to become a champion. Like APAC and Americas, Europe also has a champion seed for PGC 2022, so every squad has a fair chance. Operation PCS7 is an important gateway to PGC 2022. It is time to start the operation. Everyone ready? Do not forget that only the best performing squads have a chance to fight at PGC 2022, so prove yourself in the battlegrounds.
And we're back here at PCS7 Asia. One more game to go today. Wow, what a good way to start this last game. We have one more game to go today here, and it's one more Erangel, and then we move on to our final 2 days, our final weekend of PCS7 Asia. And yeah, it's New Happy in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
Should you be surprised? Absolutely not. Not if you watch PUBG Esports in any capacity whatsoever, because this is the best team in the world right now, and they're showing you why.
Yeah, New Happy just playing consistently, playing well, racking up a lot of kills, and top 4 in every single lobby so far today. They are the first team to really start to break away in first place so far in this tournament. As 59% of you very wisely picked New Happy Esports in your Pick'em Challenge.
A lot of people going to be getting some EP out of this one.
Oh, yeah.
Well, at least it feels like it. Maybe not, but...
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, there's still a couple of days left to be played. We got about, 11 matches left now. And a lot can happen in 11 matches, man. I mean, it just takes one big day for any of these teams in the top 8, and they can turn the whole thing on its head. But as it is right now in the standings, China feeling really strong.
Oh, yeah. No, they have to be feeling great as they've had a phenomenal day so far here today. There's still, again, a lot to be played for. There's still 11 more games total, so a lot could change in those 11 games. If one of the teams starts putting up 10 points per game over these next 11 games, that means they put up 110 points, and all of a sudden, that team, whoever they are, is a team we're talking about as either in the lead or, in contention for the lead. So, see if anybody can make a big push.
It's what we saw in the last PCS with Pero. They had a pretty slow week number 1, and then week 2, they absolutely turned it on and just ran away with the thing, it felt like.
Oh, they were disgusting that second week.
Yeah, I mean, that's PUBG for you, man. You can catch fire, catch momentum, and you can absolutely go and kill a weekend like that and rack up a lot of points. So we'll see. So far, New Happy feels like they're the ones that are kind of in the driver's seat, as you said, with a lot of top 4 finishes, a lot of kills on the day. Meanwhile, teams like Genji, 17 Gaming have had a little bit of tough starts to some of these lobbies, and got some PGC qualified teams for you.
Yeah, this is who we know is going so far. Of course, since PCS7 in Americas and APAC was before the EU and the Asia one. You can see who's coming in. A lot of teams that you would kind of expect to be there. I think a lot of people are going to be excited for Buriram to be back, as they have had kind of a downturn for a little bit there, but they bounced back quite nicely. Daytrade still kings of APAC, Sonic still kings of America. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that bottom right team because I literally asked. So there's a player on that team, Sophia, who is a very funny guy, a very nice guy, and I messaged him and I said, "How do you pronounce your team name?" Because when they were going to PGC, I was like, I want to know how to pronounce your name if I'm going to talk about you on broadcast, and they were like, "We don't know."
What?
yeah. They told me they're like,
didn't know.
They told me your guess is as good as ours. I was like,
who
what
named the team?
I don't know, man. So call them SGD. I think it's like Shuai Dui. I think or Gu Dui or something like that. Somebody sent me a pronunciation in Hangul, and then I asked the team if it was correct, and they're like, "Yeah, it's fun." I don't know. I'm like, what? Guys,
I've never heard of a team just kind of
like, give me some real info here. Don't troll me like this.
Yeah,
it's bad enough we have H-Win, aka Hwin, on the Sonics trolling us with how to pronounce his name. Now you guys got to start with me too.
Hwin.
Disappointed, Sophia. I'm disappointed.
Well,
I'm not really. I don't actually care.
It's a good story, man.
It is a good story.
Yeah. Huh. Now I'm curious how that team name is actually pronounced. You got me wondering. But what a start so far today, man. It's been a lot of fun here in week 2. Chinese teams starting to come back. They have won every oh my God, I'm just absolutely blanking. Every regional, every PCS so far. And they might win another one. 6 in a row. Looking to win the 7th as Chinese teams, they just...
China. I thought you meant a specific team. I'm like, nobody's...
No.
You mean the region?
No, the region.
Okay. I was like, wait, what? I was like,
I saw you looking at me like that. I'm like, am I crazy?
Now I get it. No, you're right. You're correct. You're 100% correct. No, it's China's been dominating. Still are.
Yeah.
The Korean teams just aren't aggressive enough. I mean, I don't know what else to say. And they can't... They're getting stuck in bad positions. They rotate into positions like when they feel like they can't play edge for some reason when sometimes they can. And just look at New Happy here in a horrible position, or not a horrible position, but not a great position. Again, with 2 teams watching them just funneled into their angle, and they somehow get out of it on the edge with just, confidence and good shooting and good play. And yeah, man, look, it's, we talk about it a lot. The Korean teams it was great to see them play really well the first week, but now we're back to kind of what we expect.
Yeah, it feels like almost every lobby, it's just China at the top in the top 4 places.
Yep.
I mean, we've had some tough starts here for Gen G. Them losing players early in a couple of games is tough, and I hear that Korean casters getting really excited about something. I think we're getting ready for our final match of the day.
Oh, yeah. We are ready, of course. The McLaren is ready to hop on into it in game. You unlock it, it'll replace the coupe, and you can zoom around and make a lot of noise and look really cool while you play PUBG. And what could be more important than that? Nothing. You gotta look cool while you are clapping cheeks. All right, let's go. It is time for the last match of the day. It's Erangel. We start over the island and head up to Zarki. So I don't think we're gonna have another military. I'm just calling it right now. I think we've got that out of our system.
I hope so.
Please, PUBG, please.
Military island circles aren't always terrible, but when they end all the way to the south like that one did, it's
anything south of military base for the most part sucks.
Yeah, there are still some areas on this map that just kind of feel like dead zones a little bit, where like if the circle goes there, that's why we're so impressed that New Happy was able to pull the rabbit out of the hat there at the end, because the position they were given at the south side of military base, you look at that on the map and it is just completely wide open. There's almost no cover whatsoever. There are different sightline angles that could peer down on you, and somehow New Happy able to thread the needle, as you said, with good gunplay, with good movement, and survive that for as long as they did is just incredible.
Unfortunately, we missed a lot of it because we were watching Bagel Paz fight up on the hill, which also kind of helped New Happy because no one was able to come up over that hill and harass them from up there either. So total, winner, chicken dinners, of course. Gen G still on top, Bagel Paz still second. So nobody's been able to top them. We lost. We got another military circle.
Yeah.
Sad.
Well, no one's been able to top Gen G or Begapaz, as you said, but also they haven't won any more games. And
Also correct, yes.
A lot of their points, a lot of the reasons why they're top of the standings or close to it is because of all the placement points they've been getting. It's usually where Korean teams tend to excel in this format is they get a little bit more placement points than kill points compared to the Chinese teams, and they're counting on that edge to carry them to victory. But
well, look, if you want the truth here, the fact of the matter is when you think about, if you think about the points as a pool of points, right? There are not many points available in the placement pool.
True.
There are a lot of points available in the kill pool.
Yeah.
Right? There's 60 points available in the kill pool. There's
maximum
20.
10 per lobby.
There's like 30 points available in the placement point pool.
And you're capped at 10.
Yeah. Yeah, 10's the best you can do on that. So really kills is where you got to be doing it. And I think...
Dude, Wile E. Coyote, like literally. Literally.
He just falls perfectly out of the air.
Like he's still in like the pocket.
It is Wile E. Coyote stuff, absolutely. I do like that.
Sorry, but you were saying about the placement points.
No, but placement points, right. Like the pool available just isn't as big. And you're right, that you're capped at 10. So kill points is where you're going to get it done. And that's why the Chinese teams have been dominating PCS and, frankly, all of PUBG recently, is they play for kill points.
Well, I mean,
what do you want? I mean, like, I don't know. If you think I'm wrong, then, well, look at the results. Like,
right.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean that they're not going to go for an opportunity to win if they get one.
Sure.
We've seen New Happy in top 4 every single lobby so far, but the far more consistent way it feels like playing for me as an observer is to kind of go for kills, as we said, because there are circles like the last one where like Tiamba's never going to lose that in a million years.
Right. Well, it's to go for kills when the opportunity is given to you. It's not like you should just be eating yourself at every team that you run into. I'm not saying that at all, but I'm saying like if you know a team is bruised and battered, if they're have a knock or two, you should go fight them if you're close enough. You should.
Play with some risk. We've seen Pero do it time and time again in this tournament, as well as New Happy, where if a team just finishes a fight and they have 1 or 2 players knocked, they will almost 100% go pounce on that if they're in the vicinity. It's nearly a guarantee.
And it's the way they maneuver themselves into these positions where they can effectively go for those types of plays, right? That's a part of it too, where they position themselves to do these kind of maneuvers, where they look, they're ready with their vehicles. If they sense that they're going to be close enough to a fight, or they hear a fight, they drift towards it. They put themselves in spots where they can watch the kill feed, take advantage of these things. Anyway, so the circle went to Military Island again. Immediately the Freaks are going out to the mini pier where we saw Petrichor Road and GX fighting.
Yeah.
Infantry had dropped the military base again. Donna was already in the military base. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I actually didn't watch the drop on that because I kind of figured we were going to have more of the same that we've seen so far in Erangel. But yeah, Donawa already in the military base getting a ton of loot. And Begopa happily looting Novo, eventually making their way towards the mountain as Sungjong is starting to work his way that direction now. And Tiamba, their closest team is Tyloo, kind of spread across North Georgia Pole. They've had a great start, of course, winning that last game. And this one as they need some more points under the belt if they're going to, you know, break into top 8. But that's a nice way to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, now maybe this is an opportunity to talk a little bit about PGC points.
Yeah, let's do it.
Where we're at. Basically, so we know, right, USGGX, because of their regional seeds, are in. Even though they're at the bottom of the leaderboard right now, they are actually in the PGC already. New Happy, 17, Petrichor Road, Genji, Kwangdong Freaks, Tianba, Tyloo, probably also basically in. It's hard to imagine where they slide enough. Tianba has a lot of points already, even though they're kind of far down there, that they're okay. Where we start to worry about the last couple seeds is like Bagopod, Donawa, and then there's a team called TMA, which was in PCS6, not here, a Chinese team that's not here, that is kind of on a weird precipice where they could get in, they could not, depending on what the other teams do, like GFY. If GFY can kind of find some footing and shoot up the leaderboards, they might overtake that spot. Ghibli has the opportunity, if they go crazy these last couple games, to also overtake that spot. So Donawa is the one team that's kind of worrisome from a team that qualified for PCS6, has played well this year, and is not playing well here at PCS7 because they are way down there, and their destiny is potentially not in their own hands anymore.
Yeah, it feels like they're a little bit off their game so far here in this tournament. I mean, we've seen it time and time again where it just kind of feels like in fights where we think they should be able to walk away with at least a couple of kills, they're just faltering. And then there are some kind of odd occurrences like the parachuting into trees and stuff like that, which, like, it's understandable that kind of thing happens, but
it's too like they're
yeah.
It seems to happen every game where they make a pretty critical mental mistake, like the first game, right, with Loki. Then you're talking about the parachute.
Genji now kind of spying Ghibli, posting up over here on the north side of the western bridge. 17 Gaming is on the south side, as our observers are pointing out. Xiaobei with his Uaz in a tree.
Yeah,
ready to hold this position.
This is a gatekeep. This is a bridge gatekeep, and Ghibli probably sees it. Indeed, they do. So this is kind of awkward now for 17. Do you hold this? Do you try to bait? You know, did you purposely show? I love his name. It lends itself to puns so well. You know, was he in a position to try to, you know, trick Ghibli into thinking it's safe to get them to come over? Petrichor Road is going to find some crates out in the water here on their way over, so it is going to be much tougher this time as the Freaks are at least somewhat aware of Petrichor's rotation path. Petrichor Road's rotation path. Groza, very much yes, please.
All right, Ghibli's going to make the dash across. We'll see how this goes for them as 17 is in position. I wouldn't be surprised if they stop short, but...
Nah, this was bait. Show just perfectly baited this. Ghibli thinks this is safe, and it is not! That's one! Can it be two for Lil Ghost? Xiao Didi is going to get one. Toasty actually knocked Xiao Didi. Xiao Bei, though, going to make it pay the price. So there you go. The bridge camp is good for 17 Gaming.
So Show baited them on that one. Did he? I know that he revealed himself, but did he like back off again? And that's what they thought.
He revealed himself, got shot at, backed off, and that made Ghibli think it was free.
Oh, hold that thought real quick because the Freaks are raining hell down on Pero. Pero with their boat's trying to go for a crate, I think, and that's gonna be one player down. Ake's potentially gonna go down as well as he's on 2/3 HP already, and it's a tough shot to track. We can see the tracers here just a little bit behind.
It's tough to shoot that.
Oh, wow.
Oh, what is going on right here?
Tiamba and Genji are fighting right now. Tong's already got Adder and one more player down. Renba now rolling in. And oh no! He got taken down by 7-7 on low HP. Asura now, the last man standing here for Genji. Gonna try and make it to the bridge, but there's so many guns firing on him. He's already at a 3rd HP. He's gonna try and cross, but oh, that's it. They get wiped out there as Genji and Tiamba not sure exactly what happened. We missed the start of that skirmish, but Genji getting the short end of the stick there as Tiamba absolutely cleans them up.
And it looks like they drove into that building that Tong was in. Didn't realize he was there or gambled on something. I don't know. Petrichor Road now out of the frying pan into the fire. It's infantry. Monsters up on top harassing these boat rotations. The Freaks still sitting here on the outside of this As now Americano sees Xiaolu, gets a decent amount of damage. Donuts haven't looked too sharp. There you go. That's a good knock there for America.
Go Scar.
His reactions were great.
Yeah.
Nobody's there.
If there was somebody in that car, they would have died probably. It was pretty sick. All right. Ferengi Men trying to smoke and get a res off. Forever is very low HP as Americano is looking for blood. He is in the vanguard position right now for USG Donuts as they're trying to push and close that gap just a little bit. Yeah, I was looking at the map trying to find out where we are. And
it's Razak.
Yeah, that's
it's out there.
Definitely out there. PO's going to get the headshot and then follow up with a body shot to get Ian. He had that one lined up for him getting in the car. Trying to get the next follow-up there on the Dacia, but going to miss it. We'll just take the kill there on Ian, and the circle's going to go all the way down to the southwest on Infantry's compound. So not as much water as we had previously, the last map, but
could kind of go to the same area.
It could go to the same area. I'm really hoping it doesn't.
I'm gritting my teeth, hoping that it doesn't, yeah. New Happy, though, going to be way late to this one. You still had Tai Lu, who was holding that bridge, but it looks like they're going to leave just ahead of New Happy here. 4 a.m. did lose 2 members, and I think that might be why Tai Lu feels comfortable to make this move, as they potentially heard the battle between USG and 4 a.m., saw the 2 kills come into USG's hands. It feels like there might be a little bit of extra space opened up for them to rotate through.
Yeah, Tai Lu going to pass on by now as New Happy making their way through the bridge, and Damwon Kia, we are deep in the blue here. This is just to the southeast of Pochinki by that long road that stretches all the way to Milta. Loki now doing a little bit of bandage healing on his way in, and Damwon Kia, if they decide to go all the way to the east side, which it looks like they will, they might have New Happy to deal with. We'll have to see.
Oh, 4 Angry Men, actually, their last member has decided to do an impromptu bridge camp.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it's slowing up New Happy. I'll give him that. I think he did a little bit of damage, but now he's got to leave because...
Yeah, there's 4 men up.
Yeah, it's not great. Tai Lu did, in fact, kind of rotate through. They're heading kind of center of that area of where the last game ended. Korn is doing a great job in this game. The USG is playing aggressive on the edge. You love to see it. They need points. I think they're doing it the best way they can, and that's start, taking fights. They had a good one against 4 a.m. earlier where they got 2 kills.
Yanli spots Shai driving around in the Dacia, but doesn't have the best angle on him, so decides not to shoot as GEX and 17 Gaming kind of right on top of each other right now. And you got to wonder whether one of the players for 17 Gaming from their vehicle actually spotted the infantry for GEX on that hillside. So it seems like Shai possibly could. Yeah, they have an idea.
Now Lil Ghost knows. He saw SSR. That's why he's throwing that stun. I don't know. This is kind of an awkward position. Lil Ghost, you have such a... Oh, there's a knock there from Chewy. GX, I'd love to see GX get aggressive on this.
Yeah.
GX needs points. You might as well try. I mean, even if you fail, you know what I mean?
Sho trying to set up the flank on the north side, but Tiamba on that hill, able to get the initiation on him. Not a lot of trouble. In the meantime, Donawa and Tai Lu going ham here as there's a knockdown already. GX, SSR, and Yanli were able to finish Xiaobei, and Tong ran over Sho behind all this. Soul throwing some more nades.
They're just a bit off. He's getting a little bit of damage, but I don't think they quite realize where these reses are happening, and the grenades are just off the mark, and now they're just going to back off of this. They got the knock. Soul and Fishing, I respect the move. I respect the idea.
Yeah.
Just couldn't quite convert. Helen's got an M24. Hello?
Things are pretty close,
you
but
don't see that every day.
All right, DG trying to get some shots in, but Long just continuing to get so much damage in. Long has had a really great day here for Pero. Providing some covering fire, allowing his teammates to maneuver just a little bit better as DG is going to retreat back, regroup with the rest of his teammates on BGP. And now the circle going to go a little bit more to the west of where we finished last time, but this is quite similar in that there isn't too much playable area. Now that the hills add some dynamic to this section of the map, more so than we had in the previous match, but it's still kind of a tough zone to play if you kind of get caught on the wrong end of the circle.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard because there's very limited amount of hills to play with, and a lot of what you're allowed to play with. That's sick. A lot of what you're allowed to play with is dictated by the circle because the hills are long, they're thin, they're not very tall.
The trees are kind of sparse on them.
Extremely sparse. Not much hard cover to be spoken of. Almost 0 rocks.
Monkey now rolling in towards the military base. DG actually did get the knock there on long. Mill will go for the res. As BegoPa positioning themselves on the eastern side. And oh my god, New Happy, looking at the map feed right now, they're actually in almost the same position that they were in last game.
Okay, this time though, it's not going to be initially quite the same because Sungjong and Pio are watching it now, learning from the previous game. I mean, this is one of the interesting things about having similar circles back to back, is that teams will get reads. We saw this early with Kwangdong Freaks, where they had a read on Petrichor Road's rotation. Now you're seeing BegoPa, after what New Happy did in the previous game, being the top team, this is probably in the back of their minds that they want to harass New Happy.
Yeah, New Happy with some knocks there. A little bit of trouble as the blue is starting to close in, putting these guys on the clock. Soul actually landing some damage there, I think, on Pio.
Yeah, it's Donowa, yeah.
Damwon Kia now rolling in. New Happy's also in this position, so even more players being added into the mix. We'll see if they decide to stop and fight or if they decide to roll on through this. And New Happy HS already takes down Loki, so that's one Dacia.
What was an AK?
Pilot. Oh, it was with an AK?
Yeah, it was an AK.
And there's not a lot of loot for these guys, I guess, just trying to quickly get into the circle. And Soul able to get another knock there on Americano as Damwon Kia continues this dash now through Tailu and Donowa.
Well, I mean, the nice news there for Mental and Foxy is that CC took the time to go for the flush instead of trying to spray him down.
Yeah, it's true.
They were driving by, so now you have the dip and the broken down airplanes to work with. It's something.
Oh my god.
Oh, never mind.
249, let's go.
Oh, you love this. Yeah.
Lambu gets Foxy with a headshot. There's one more. Will he be able to find him? The best gun in the game right here.
Yeah, you keep saying that. Ming Ming now going to try to make his own rotation with the artillery, or the Scud missiles, I suppose. They're just sitting out here. There's you can make a little bit of cover, but it's not, of course, the best thing in the world. So smokes have to come out early to make sure that Ming Ming can, do whatever he's got to do here. Heal up a little bit more. Throw some boosts in his mouth. Zebion tried to join him, and BegoPa is not going to allow it. Another kill in the bag for them. 3 in this game. As they're doing a really good job of just making New Happy's life a living nightmare. They're like, all right, you guys got away with it last time. Now we're going to show you why, you shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah, they've been doing a really good job of controlling the eastern side of the circle this time around. And New Happy going to stop here in the blue, heal up just a little bit along the road, and then try to make a mad dash back into the circle. But there are a lot of teams on the eastern side. Donowa, Tailu, BegoPa, and the Freaks all posted up.
Well, this is going to get real bloody real fast.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they're already still bruised. They weren't able to fully heal as Nan is maybe 1 bullet away. He is boosted, but immediately gets taken out. And New Happy is dispatched with ease by BegoPa's DMRs.
Yeah, I like what BegoPa is doing here. Gatekeeping the edge. Maybe trying to backfill behind these teams that are making the early rotations for the circle, because this is going to get really bloody. There is not much to play with in this current circle, and it's only phase 4.
Ming with some nice shots there, able to get another point. Another headshot actually by Ming Ming. He will eventually get run down by Tailu, but valiant effort there. Gets 1 more point for the team leader. 163 points will be first place finish for New Happy on the day.
Now, is BegoPa going to crash Tailu? Pio's driving that way. They're thinking about it. Are they going to go past?
Certainly seems like
he's going at him by himself. Where's the reinforcements? He ran over Sia. What in the world is going on? He prones in the smoke. He's going to come up with some help from Sungjong, get another knock, and BegoPa takes him down.
Wow, that was an interesting initiation there. DG initially coming in on his own, then Sungjong coming in to reinforce. Pio just drove on past, maybe doing a little bit of diversion there for his teammates as able to vacate Tailu from this position, and now Donowa. 17 Gaming shelling this position just a little bit. Two Heart will get knocked, but BegoPa, if they're given a little bit of breathing room, should be able to recover. I'm a little curious about Hikari over there on the south side if he's going to try and get in a nade range. Actually, Lash coming as well, as they're going to go for a 2-2 split and pressure that position.
Yeah, the Freaks should punish this, those knocks that happen in a BegoPa. Yeah, I like what you're saying. I think.
Oh my God.
Oh no! That grenade from Hikari, it was meant for a 2 Heart. Pio drove right on top of it.
And Sungjong's going to bleed out because of that. Shahideen getting the credit for the kill on that one. Now Monsters doing a lot of work here on Pero as Aches left going down, and as are his teammates. Pero being eliminated here.
The Freaks got involved in that fight. The COD was actually doing some damage there too.
Were they really?
Yeah. So the Freaks are picking up a lot of kills, or at least a couple kills, but They're all over the place right now.
Yeah.
And they've got a lot of control. Look at that circle.
Good defense by infantry, too, going for that 2G split and having some players from the compound come down to assist in deflecting Pero there. As circle closing in now. We'll see where it decides to take us. DG98's the last man standing after this. Oof. That nade, man.
Yeah, that was a good one. I mean, you know, that one makes a lot of sense. Bagel pod there. Just, I mean, I like the idea, like you said. 100% bait. This is good for Donawa, taking Kane out.
Oh, he still got that 249. Let's go, Lambu.
Yeah, and there's still somebody ahead of him to possibly shoot at. Corn's trying to get the heck out of there. That's perfect. Right on top of that LMG. Corn, though, 1 HP. Trying to get out of here somehow, some way. Is able to scoot to the side. Gonna cook another one. That's the last grenade in the bag. It's gonna have to be a good one, and it comes up just a bit short of being able to flush Lambu.
Yeah, positioned pretty well, but Donawa has already vacated that spot just a little bit. So Corn now with a heal, and actually Tiamba coming in is 9. It's a lot of damage in. 911 already knocked. They're trying to breach this compound of GFY. It's Hungmu over here in the bathroom. Will get taken out by Little Ghost, and man, GFY quickly dispatched there.
Yeah,
it's a nice position.
Great hit. Yeah, great moving attack. Kind of well coordinated between a couple different angles. GX's turn to try something. SSR is going to be the anchor. Watching GEX's rotate to try to cover them. It's infantry sitting up on the hill above them. Are they going to just crash infantry, or are they just going to go underneath? Okay, I was like, if you guys crash infantry, that's ambitious. Yeah, going to sit underneath them for now. See if they can keep infantry pinned, but there is some tree cover, of course. And they're going to try to do it on foot. That grenade is right in the teeth. Right in the teeth there of Savior.
Yeah, Savior took a big chunk of damage, and the Freaks in. Donawa battling just a little bit as the Freaks have a very wide 1-1-1 split, kind of like a triangle on the eastern side of the map. And
that's the Freaks.
Yeah, that nade gets a little bit more damage in. Xenon's going to try and push up. He knows that people are bruised.
Should have seen the heads there for a second.
I thought he should have been able to, but
maybe not.
It's kind of hard to tell with the observing client sometimes.
Yeah, it's hard to tell with the X-ray. I'm like, well, maybe he saw it, maybe not. He must not have. Too much smoke. Yep. All right, well, I mean, GX at least for now has taken a position. Ow. Lin somehow sees Zenon. The Savior. That's what I was worried about here with this position, though, is that Tiamba, once they start getting angles.
Yeah, that position that Tiamba took is really good right now in this circle. They will eventually have to vacate it, but right now it's one of the few positions with actual hard cover left here. See Chewy getting some damage in as well on Salute, and they've got a lot to work with. Does Tiamba over here in this house. Donawa. Helen still is a 2-4 man. It's kind of fun having a circle go this way so quickly, and the teams have to rush into the military island because they don't get their ideal loadouts. They don't have the time to really get the loot, and so we see some bolt actions. We see some 249s. I enjoy it.
I think Donawa just made an early rotation, and then we're like, we're going to pick up the Freak scraps and hope they left us something. Oh, man, Wang's eye. That was quick and easy. It was Zenon and Lin with Groza. Going to get Yan Li, and just instantaneous infantry strikes, taking GX down, but Lash able to get the knock on the Lin. He's pretty far out ahead of the rest of them. Lash trying to find the angle to get the flush. He's got it. And infantry not able to save their fallen comrade in time. Going to try to probably retrieve that Groza, I imagine.
Yeah, and Lash getting another kill there as the Freaks are making this wide spread work for them right now. It looks a little bit precarious on the map feed, but Freaks playing it conservatively enough are able to hold this down, and this is the initiation there on 9. He actually already got one. I was wondering where that knock came in, but so we got into this action a little bit late, but that was a nice spray down there on 911. Tiamba comes in, they get one in the bathroom, and just a perfect breach. 9 really pulling his weight there.
Yeah, it's great. Helen trying to see if he can get some headshots with the bolt and put that, you know, Helen is not a bolter, just so we're clear.
Not a lot of people are.
Nope, nobody is in this lobby. So anytime someone has a bolt, it's not by choice. It is by desperation. And so Helen there, that M24, drive out a little bit ahead here, trying to keep Donawa in this one. Tianba making their move toward infantry, Longsker. A little bit of damage done to Tong. Some help from some friends, and they're going to try to crash this. Tianba has to do something. Monster's on this flank angle, so important. And he gets taken down. Now it's just 2.
Yeah, 7-7 takes down Wangzai right there, but Longsker with a Groza fighting back, gets 2 more. 14 bullets left at the chamber. In the meantime, Donawa also battling over here with 17 Gaming on the north side as Tiamba was able to clean up infantry there. Salute now trying to scramble. It's actually, 17 Gaming, they're already out.
How did Lambu survive there? He was trying to reload his stupid machine gun. 9 again.
It's not a stupid machine gun.
Saves
beautiful.
Thanks.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, get out of here. Saves the day here for Tianba. Nobody's able to punish this. Nobody has the vehicles or the positioning to stop Tianba from going for these reses. So 9 is just driving around, grabbing everybody, pulling them into safety, and they might be able to get 4 back up.
Yeah, they're going to have a Groza as well. So Tiamba, very nice dive there. I love these aggressive moves they're taking. First taking that compound over there on the corner military base and then moving in. Now Donawa going to try and crash this compound, but a lot of the res have already come in. Chewy now with a Groza gets 1. 7-7 gets Lambu as well. And that's Salute going down. Donawa Esports is eliminated as Tiamba is up to 14 kills right now in this lobby.
It just took too long for Donawa.
And now Lash is coming in, and Lash gets taken out by Chewy as well with a Groza. They're looking for their 15th kill.
I mean, Tiamba's just feeling it right now. Just forget it. If you try to send it at him, apparently you will meet your doom as the Freaks continue to try to swarm in that direction. Unaccounted for is Mental behind the street. I don't think Mental's keen to really try to do much until this fight has like really popped off. Really got to be keeping track of that kill feed if you're Mental to make sure that you know the right moment to strike if you are going to.
And Akada and Hikari are trying to move in now, but this is a tough position for them. Circle is the only thing Mental really has on his side right now.
Well, Hikari is trying to help Akkad, and he was drifting in towards Mental for a second there. Chewy is going to finish off Lash. It's now Tiamba 4 up again. I mean, they're just clawing for this. I mean, they're playing out of their minds this game.
Yeah, this is a fantastic game for them. 15 kills already on the board. In a dominating position with 4 men still up. Nade comes in on Akkad, gets a ton of damage in. Down to 28 HP. Chewy throwing another one. Goes just too far as now Tiamba using their numbers advantage. And they're going to go for a split here, a 1-3 split with just Chewy holding down the fort.
Yeah, take this high ground. Take a much more defendable position than just about anything else that's left. And just kind of force the Freaks who are already outside of the circle to have to come back towards them, come back into unfavorable sight lines, try to cross. And you can see that, you know, Hikari to his south, that hill is out in the open. He has to go up and over to get into the safety. So they're trying to make a counter wrap, and this is why they left Chewy to cover this angle. With this Groza. Yeah, he heard it. He knows. He saw the stuns. This is going to be difficult for the Freaks. This is difficult for Akkad. He almost gets the knock on a Tong when he pops over. But Tong had already let go with his frag. Gets the knock. Chewy sees and hears Hikari. Blue's about to make this as easy if he doesn't just push it. Yeah, he knows. Hikari has no idea. Oh, he did, but
that was close.
Yeah, it was close.
All right, Mental in a 1v4. Damwon Kia, last man standing, thrown by a tree. Instantly gets taken down, and Tiamba with 18 kills is going to win the final match of day 4 here. Man, they were feeling it. They crash one compound, they crash another position, and then they get crashed, and they win every single time.
Well, this is, I mean, it's crazy good. Like, what they just did in that game was ridiculous.
The thing is, too, they had all those kills, but their damage was like in line with a lot of these other teams that have gotten like lower kill wins, because when they took a fight, they made it count. Like, they would go for kills, they're not just getting knocks, they're getting flushes every single time, as they had 2K damage.
Yep.
And what, 17 kills? 18 kills? Something insane like that.
Yeah, no. I mean, they just won every fight they looked at. They won them not cleanly, but good enough and fast enough. I mean, a big part of that was the speed at which they were able to win these fights. They were able to buy themselves enough time that they're also able to get the reses, and Donawa took forever to try to hit their position. I mean, at that one point when 9 is just down to one person, I thought, well, nobody's going to try to crash them, because if they were going to do it, they should do it right now.
Yeah.
But then Donawa waited.
Tiamba got 1 res up.
They got 2 reses up.
By then, Chewy already had the Groza, and it was disaster.
Maybe even 3. They might have had everybody res. I don't know, but I'd have to go back and watch it again. I mean, I'm sure there's a good reason for Donawa waiting on that. Who knows? Maybe they were trying to find a vehicle. Maybe it was further away from them. But I figured at that point, Donawa might just not try to go for that maneuver. If you weren't going to do it when you know it's a 1v3 for sure, then you shouldn't do it. You know, because those reses start to happen real fast, 10, 20 seconds, right? And you're back.
Yeah.
10, you know, if teams are really fast. about getting them.
Tiamba with a great win to close out day 4 here. And man, it's been a high-action day. A lot of fighting, not a lot of slow games, and it feels like every single winner racked up a ton of kills.
Yeah, and it started with this. 17, feeling like this day had kind of not been as impactful as they wanted, so one way to turn that around is to set up a bridge camp, bait Ghibli out with Show, make him think that it was safe, and it was not. Tyloo got ahead of a couple teams, did some damage, and then BagelPot crashed them. Danawa at least had their best game of the day, I'll say that. It's not enough, but it's not a bad game. It puts them up in the 12th place, so again, they're going to have to do more than that to really put their destiny back in their own hands in terms of getting to PGC, but see if they can get that going. And this is just, look at this, they're all up. They're all up.
They try to come in, but Chewy and 7-7 too strong there. And Tiamba just in a commanding position, able to completely consume the map. Hikari almost gets Chewy here, brings him down to 3 HP, but even then, it's running out of time. So they finally clean up Mental, the last standing player for Damwon Kia. And Tiamba with a fantastic win there. They got to be feeling really good about that. 18 kills.
Yeah, absolutely. They're starting to come alive, and they're having some big games at the right time. Might as well get it going here and now. It's our biggest game of the event so far. Again, nice to see Donald having a good one, BagelPot and Kwangdong Freaks all having good games, but it's so overshadowed by what Tiamba was able to do.
Yeah, Tiamba almost has as many points as the top 3. The other top 3 combined. It's close. It is close.
It is really close.
28 points there for Tiamba. Danawa Esports with 12, BagelPot with 11, Freaks with 8, as Tiamba killed like a third of the lobby. Just absurd. Complete dominance. And
yeah,
I mean, that's a nice little cap on the day. China kind of running away with this thing here in day 4. We'll see if Korea's going to bounce back tomorrow.
You just kind of felt like it was going to start happening eventually. Korea just couldn't win them all. And now you've got, the Chinese teams not only putting up their big kill numbers still, but also now getting wins.
Right.
That's where things get really, really scary. That being said, New Happy and some of the others at the top didn't have huge games. They had okay games, but not big ones. Chewy, though, he's actually Korean, in case anybody didn't know. Even though he lives in China, plays with this team. It's very, very good.
Yeah. Player of the match, 760 damage. Was beautiful watching him work that Groza there at the very end.
Yeah.
Best late game gun in the game.
Yes, and you saw why.
Yeah, that thing just shreds, and he's going to have 5 kills, but I kind of expected him to have more, honestly, like with how many kills Tiamba racked up, but just everyone on that team was firing like on all cylinders, it seems.
They were nuts. I mean, he had 5 kills, and they had 18 total, so that means like everybody else had like 4. There's 4 and like, somebody else had 5 too.
New Happy Esports finally pulling away the pack just a little bit. 12-point lead right now on 17 Gaming, but man, is it a tight race because BagelPot and Gen G right behind them at 148, 140, despite not having the best of days here in day 4. And the Freaks closing that distance as well. They were the damage leaders in PCS coming in today, and they got a lot more points on the board, up to 134 now. As it feels like New Happy and 17 Gaming are in a commanding position, but again, this is less than a 20-point lead.
All right, well, let's jump over to the interview, guys, as we are ready to hear from our top team. Oh, hold on, wait, we had a bit of a technical issue, hold on. We're getting the interview ready for you, sorry. It was almost ready and then it wasn't. So I assume we're going to be interviewing New Happy today, as they are our top team. And I'm curious to see what they have to say. We get to hear from them. Okay, now the interview's ready, guys. Let's turn it over to our translator.
네, PCS7 아시아 Day 4 오늘의
PCS7 Asia Day 4. The winner is New Happy. Now we'll have an interview with New Happy.
네, 오늘 1위 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on being first place for today.
네, 정말 오늘 꾸준히 포인트를 올리면서 결국 1위를 하셨는데요.
You know, you guys were able to accumulate enough points to make it to first place today. How do you feel about being first place today?
随便说，你先说。
感觉？啊？
什么？
啊？啊？
请对今天榜首，请说一下感想。
没有什么感想吧，毕竟还有2天。
아직 이틀이 남아있다고
Since there are
생각해서
2 days left of PCS7,
소감은 없습니다.
you know, we still have to work hard for it.
네, 다시 한번 축하드리고요. 데이 3 이후에 쉬는 시간을 가지셨잖아요. 오늘 정면 싸움에
You know, after day 3 last week, you guys took a break for about a week and came back. During the break, how did you guys prepare for the upcoming this week? What were some of the practices that you guys had in your team?
没有怎么准备比赛吧，就随便玩玩，没有复盘，啥也没有。
사실 많은 준비는 딱히 하진 않았다고 생각을 하고 저희는 그냥 꾸준히
We just practiced hard. We didn't prepare that much, but we were just able to practice and do our best. You know, despite being first today, you guys had no chicken today. You guys didn't make it first place of any games today. What were some disappointing moments that you guys had, and what are some improvements that you guys can make for tomorrow and the day after?
아쉬움은 딱히 없고 저희가 그래도 1등을 하고 있어서 아쉬움은 크게 없습니다.
There aren't big disappointments because we're still first place. You know,
PCS7 아시아 우리 UFP 팀에게
continuing to enter the top 4. How difficult is it for your team, you know, in this PCS7 Asia with a lot of the competitive teams from all different regions in Asia?
人家什么？OK 的，反正每次 PCS 我们前8都没进。
난이도는 그렇게 크게 생각을 하지 않고 그래도 저희는 계속 8위 안에 들어가서
We tried to maintain our goal to be in the 8th place, and the difficulty of this is not that great. And you know, after winning the PCL, could we hear from you how you guys were prepared for the remaining of the tournament?
洲际赛冠军无所谓吧，世界赛冠军好一点。
PCS 우승은 저희가 목표가 아니고 세계 대회 PGC의 우승이 저희 목표입니다.
You know, our goal is to win this tournament, but also for the upcoming PGC 2022.
계속해서 내일과 모레 경기까지 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다.
Hope you guys prepare well for tomorrow and the day after. Thank you for the interview, and you happy.
谢谢。
谢谢。
All right, well, we heard from New Happy. Not much to say there other than, you know, they seem to be keeping it very close to the chest. I'm not
a little
sure, but that's okay. I mean, they're in first place. Hey, they're playing great. You can see that every time they're asked a question, they're just kind of like, I don't know, we play good.
Yeah, deflect just a little bit, but, you know, don't want to reveal all their tricks.
Yeah, of course not.
Maybe don't want to give any competitors, you know, like an insight into their psyche.
No.
Playing it close
You don't
to
want
the
any
vest.
of that. You don't want any of that. All right, guys. Well, that does it for us for today. Of course, tomorrow, same time, same place, 7 p.m. Korean Standard Time, we have the second to last day of PCS7 Asia. And, of course, coming up next is PCS7 Europe. So, in a couple hours, make sure you stay tuned to that. But for State, I'm Paper Thin. We're done for today. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care.